Number 1, A Christmas of Long Ago, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. "Hurrah!" cried Ted jubilantly. "Christmas will be here in a week. I wish it came every month." "Christmas will be extra nice this year, because Grandma is with us," said Alice, with a loving glance at the old lady with the silvery hair and bright brown eyes, who was knitting by the fire. Grandma smiled. "This will be only the second Christmas of my life that I have spent away from my own home," she said. "The first one was 60 years ago, children, when I was a little girl of 10, and went with my 3 brothers to spend Christmas with our grandfather and grandmother. We had a delightful drive, but it was a very different Christmas from your Christmas of today. We did not have your dozens of beautiful and expensive presents, nor your wonderful trees and decorations. Still, we thought our Christmas at grandfather's just about right." "Tell us about it," pleaded the children, who loved to hear Grandma talk of those far-away years when she was a little girl. "When I came here last week, I came on the train," said Grandma, "but in those days there were no railroads near where we lived, and we drove the 30 miles to grandfather's the day before Christmas. It was cold and frosty, and there was plenty of snow. Mother wrapped us all up warmly in shawls and homespun caps and mufflers, and we did not mind the cold. We went on what was called a wood sleigh, just boards on runners. Father had put some straw on it, and Mother had spread a big rug over it. We all sat close together on this, and when the sloughs or the pitches were very bad, we clung to the upright stakes in the corners, or the jingling iron chains that connected them. When we got to grandfather's at twilight and trooped into the kitchen, such a fire as they had for us! You never see such fires nowadays. There was a big open fireplace taking up most of one end of the room, with just snug corners on each side of it. Grandfather had heaped it with great hickory logs, and they were blazing with delightful fierceness, sending a rosy glow out on our faces, and lighting up the whole of the old-fashioned room with its low ceiling and long black rafters, from which hung festoons of dried apples and grandmother's assortment of herbs. Grandfather had tacked green boughs all around the room in honor of the season. At home we thought ourselves very modern because we had stoves, but we loved that splendid fireplace of grandfather's. Such a pleasant evening as we had, all sitting about it, uncles, aunts, and cousins, not needing even candlelight. The older folks told stories, and we children listened open-eyed, while we munched apples and cracked peach nuts. Our dreams that night were haunted by Indians and bears galore. We did not have Christmas trees then. We had not even heard of them. Before we went to bed, Grandmother took our stockings and hung them along the chimney-piece in a dangling row. We had never hung up our stockings at home, for how could Santa Claus come down a stovepipe and through a stove? But we were sure he could come down that splendid big chimney easy enough. In the morning our stockings were full when we all came trooping into the kitchen. I don't know what you would have thought of our presents, but we were delighted with them. There was not a bought present among them. All were homemade. I got a pair of red mittens knitted in a fancy pattern such as Aunt Emmy could knit, a scarf of shaded wool and blues knitted in Grandmother's famous checkerboard pattern, a big rag doll dressed in a piece of Aunt Ada's wedding dress, a white muslin apron with 6 bows on the shoulders, and a bag of homemade candy. I remember there was a sled for each of the boys, and one of the elder wood whistles for the making of which Grandfather was celebrated. I believed in Santa Claus wholeheartedly, and I begged Grandfather to tell me if he had shown Santa how to make the whistles. I thought Mrs. Santa Claus must have known the fancy stripe and checkerboard pattern. The other children went to church with the grown-ups, for there was always service on Christmas morning then. I stayed home to help Grandmother with the dinner, for I was the oldest girl. I have never forgotten that big pantry with the stores of good things she had prepared, and the plum-pudding, cooked a fortnight beforehand, and bigger than I had ever thought a plum-pudding could be. We set the table in the kitchen, and as a special privilege I was allowed to place thereon the dishes of the set that had been part of Grandmother's wedding plenishings. They were a handsome dark blue, and not a piece had been broken in 40 years. We did not have any elaborate decorations, none at all, indeed, except the 2 big dishes full of red apples, polished until they shone. But there was really no room for decorations. The good things to eat occupied all the available space. What delectable odors filled that big kitchen when the hungry guests came home from church! My brother Tom declared he smelt the roast goose 4 miles down the road. Everybody had good appetites and did full justice to Grandmother's Christmas cheer. We all sat around the table until late in the afternoon, talking, laughing, and telling stories. Finally, we girls helped Grandmother wash the dishes, and then it was time to go home through the crisp, waning December afternoon, and Christmas at Grandfather's was over, to be talked of and remembered vividly all through the winter. That was the nicest Christmas I ever spent, dearie. "It sounds jolly," said Ted. "I wish we could have Christmases like that now." Grandma smiled. "You have just as good Christmases, although in a different way. You would have thought that celebration very simple and quiet, I am afraid. But remember, dearie, it's the spirit of Christmas that counts. It must be a spirit of goodwill and kindness and joy and love. We must never forget the real meaning of Christmas, never let it be dimmed by any false meanings, and then our Christmases will always be happy and blessed and long to be remembered, no matter where or how they are celebrated." "That is true," said Alice soberly. "We'll all try to make our Christmas the right kind, Grandma." "But I do wish we had a big fireplace," said Ted. End of A Christmas Long Ago, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Lou's Clarionet, by Charles G.D. Roberts. It was a Christmas Eve service in the 2nd Westcock Church. The church at 2nd Westcock was quaint and old-fashioned, like the village over which it presided. Its shingles were gray with the beating of many winters. Its little square tower was surmounted by 4 spindling posts, like the legs of a table turned heavenward. Its staring windows were adorned with curtains of yellow cotton. Its uneven and desolate churchyard, strewn with graves and snowdrifts, occupied a bleak hillside looking out across the bay to the lonely height of Sheppity Mountain. Down the long slope below the church straggled the village, half lost in the snow, and whistled over by the winds of the Bay of Fundy. 2nd Westcock was an outlying corner of the rector's expansive parish, and a Christmas Eve service there was an event almost unparalleled. To give 2nd Westcock this service, the rector had forsaken his prosperous congregations at Westcock, Sackville, and Dorchester, driving some 8 or 10 miles through the snows and solitude of the deep Dorchester woods. And because the choir at 2nd Westcock was not remarkable, even for willingness, much less for strength or skill, he had brought with him his 15-year-old niece, Lou Allison, to swell the Christmas praises with the notes of her clarionet. The little church was lighted with oil lamps ranged along the white wall between the windows. The poor, bare chancel, a red cloth-covered kitchen table in a semicircle of paintless railing, was flanked by 2 towering pulpits of white pine. On either side the narrow carpetless aisle were rows of painted benches. On the left were gathered solemnly the men of the congregation, each looking straight ahead. On the right were the women, whispering and scanning each other's bonnets, till the appearance of the rector from the little vestry room by the door should bring silence and reverent attention. In front of the women's row stood the melodeon, and the 2 benches behind it were occupied by the choir, the male members of which sat blushingly self-conscious, proud of their office, but deeply abashed at the necessity of sitting among the women. There was no attempt at Christmas decoration, for 2nd Westcock had never been awakened to the delicious excitements of the church greening. At last the rector appeared in his voluminous white surplice. He moved slowly up the aisle, and mounted the winding steps of the right-hand pulpit, and as he did so his 5-year-old son, forsaking his place by Lou's side, marched forward and seated himself resolutely on the pulpit steps. he did not feel quite at home in Second Westcock Church. The sweet old carol, while shepherds watch their flocks by night, rose, rather doubtfully, from the little choir, who looked and listened askance at the glittering clarionet, into which Lou was now blowing softly. Lou was afraid to make herself distinctly heard at first, lest she should startle the singers. But in the second verse the pure, vibrant notes came out with confidence. And then, for 2 lines, the song was little more than a duet between Lou and the rector's vigorous baritone. In the third verse, however, it all came right. The choir felt and responded to the strong support and thrilling stimulus of the instrument, and at length ceased to dread their own voices. The naked little church was glorified with the sweep of triumphal song pulsating through it. Never before had such music been heard there. Men, women, and children sang from their very souls, and when the hymn was ended, the whole congregation stood for some seconds, as in a dream, with quivering throats, till the rector's calm voice, repeating the opening words of the liturgy, brought back their self-control in some measure. Thereafter every hymn and chant and carol was like an inspiration, and Lou's eyes sparkled with exultation. When the service was over, the people gathered round the stove by the door, praising Lou's clarionet and petting little Ted, who had by this time come down from the pulpit steps. One old lady gave the child 2 or 3 brown sugar biscuits, which she had brought in her pocket, and a pair of red mittens, which she had knitted for him as a Christmas present. Turning to Lou, the old lady said, "I never heard nothing like that trumpet of yourn, miss. I felt like it just drawed down the angels from heaven to sing with us tonight. Their voices was all swimming in a smoke like, right up the hollow of the ceiling." "'Tain't a trumpet," interrupted Teddy shyly. "It's a clarionet. I got a trumpet at home." "To be sure," replied the old lady indulgently. "But, miss, as I was a-sayin', that music of yourn could just soften the hardest hearts as ever was." The rector had just come from the vestry room, well wrapped up in his furs, and was shaking hands and wishing everyone a Merry Christmas, while the sexton brought the horse to the door. He overheard the old lady's last remark as she was bundling Teddy up in a huge woolen muffler. "It certainly did," said he, "make the singing go magnificently tonight, didn't it, Mrs. Tate? But I wonder now what sort of an effect it would produce on a hard-hearted bear if such a creature should come out at us while we were going through Dorchester woods." The mild pleasantry was very delicately adapted to the rector's audience, and the group about the stove smiled with a reverent air befitting the place they were in. But the old lady exclaimed in haste, "My land's sake, parson, I bear be just scared to death." "I wonder if it would frighten a bear," thought Lou to herself, as they were getting snugly bundled into the warm, deep pung, as the low box sleigh with movable seats is called. Soon the crest of the hill was passed, and the 4-poster on the top of Second Westcock Church sank out of sight. For a mile or more the road led through half-cleared pasture lands, where the black stumps stuck up so strangely through the drifts that Teddy discovered bears on every hand. He was not at all alarmed, however, for he was sure his father was a match for 1,000 bears. By and by the road entered the curious inverted dark of the Dorchester woods, where all the light seemed to come from the white snow under the trees rather than from the dark sky above them. At this stage of the journey, Teddy retired beneath the buffalo robes and went to sleep in the bottom of the pung. The horse jogged slowly along the somewhat heavy road. The bells jingled drowsily amid the soft, pulsing whisper of the runners. Lou and the rector talked in quiet voices, attuned to the solemn hush of the great forest. "What's that?" Lou shivered up closer to the rector as she spoke, and glanced nervously into the dark woods whence a sound had come. He did not answer at once, but seized the whip and tightened the reins as a signal to old Jerry to move on faster. The horse needed no signal, but awoke into an eager trot, which would have become a gallop had the rector permitted. Again came the sound, this time a little nearer, and still, apparently, just abreast of the pung, but deep in the woods. It was a bitter, long, wailing cry, blended with a harshly grating undertone, like the rasping of a saw. "What is it?" asked Lou, her teeth chattering. The rector let old Jerry out into a gallop as he answered, "I'm afraid it's a panther, what they call around here an Indian devil. But I don't think there's any real danger. It is a ferocious beast, but will probably give us a wide berth." "Why won't it attack us?" asked Lou. "Oh, it prefers solitary victims," replied the rector. "It is ordinarily a cautious beast, and does not understand the combination of man and horse and vehicle. Only on rare occasions has it been known to attack people driving, and this one will probably keep well out of our sight. However, it's just as well to get beyond its neighborhood as quickly as possible. Steady, Jerry, old boy, steady! Don't use yourself up too fast." The rector kept the horse well in hand, but in a short time it was plain that the panther was not avoiding the party. The cries came nearer and nearer, and Lou's breath came quicker and quicker, and the rector's teeth began to set themselves grimly, while his brows gathered in anxious thought. If it should come to a struggle, what was there in the sleigh, he was wondering, that would serve as a weapon? Nothing, absolutely nothing, but his heavy pocket-knife. A poor weapon, thought he ruefully, with which to fight a panther. But he felt in his pocket with one hand and opened the knife, and slipped it under the edge of the cushion beside him. At this instant he caught sight of the panther bounding along through the low underbrush, keeping parallel with the road, and not 40 yards away. "There it is!" came in a terrified whisper from Lou's lips, and just then Teddy lifted his head from under the robes. Frightened at the speed and at the set look on his father's face, he began to cry. The panther heard him and turned at once toward the sleigh. Old Jerry stretched himself out in a burst of extra speed, while the rector grasped his poor knife fiercely, and the panther came with a long leap right into the road, not 10 paces behind the flying sleigh. Teddy stared in amazement, then cowered down in fresh terror as there came an ear-splitting screech, wild and high and long, from Lou's clarionet. Lou had turned, and over the back of the seat was blowing this peal of desperate defiance in the brute's very face. The astonished animal shrank back in his tracks and sprang again into the underbrush. Lou turned to the rector with a flushed face of triumph, and the rector exclaimed in a husky voice, "Thank God!" But Teddy, between his sobs, complained, "What'd you do that for, Lou?" Lou jumped to the conclusion that her victory was complete and final, but the rector kept Jerry at his top speed, and scrutinized the underwood apprehensively. The panther appeared again in 4 or 5 minutes, returning to the road, and leaping along some 40 or 50 feet behind the sleigh. His pace was a very curious, disjointed, india-rubbery spring, which rapidly closed up on the fugitives. Then round swung Lou's long instrument again, and at its piercing cry the animal again shrank back. This time, however, he kept to the road, and the moment Lou paused for breath, he resumed the chase. "Save your breath, child!" exclaimed the rector, as Lou again put the slender tube to her lips. "Save your breath, and let him have it ferociously when he begins to get too near." The animal came within 20 or 30 feet again, and then Lou greeted him with an ear-splitting blast, and he fell back. Again and again the tactics were repeated. Lou tried a thrilling cadenza. It was too much for the brute's nerves. He could not comprehend a girl with such a penetrating voice, and he could not screw up his courage to a closer investigation of the marvel. At last the animal seemed to resolve on a change of procedure. Plunging into the woods, he made an effort to get ahead of the sleigh. Old Jerry was showing signs of exhaustion, but the rector roused him to an extra spurt, and there, just ahead, was the opening of Fillmore's settlement. "Blow, Lou, blow!" shouted the rector, and as the panther made a dash to intercept the sleigh, it found itself in too close proximity to the strange-voiced phenomenon in the pung, and sprang backward with an angry snarl. As Lou's breath failed from her dry lips, The sleigh dashed out into the open. A dog bayed angrily from the nearest farmhouse, and the panthers stopped short on the edge of the wood. The rector drove into the farmyard, and old Jerry stopped, shivering as if he would fall between the shafts. After the story had been told, and Jerry had been stabled and rubbed down, the rector resumed his journey with a fresh horse, having no fear that the panther would venture across the cleared lands. 3 of the settlers started out forthwith, and, following the tracks in the new snow, succeeded in shooting the beast after a chase of 2 or 3 hours. The adventure supplied the countryside all that winter with a theme for conversation, and about Lou's clarionet there gathered a halo of romance that drew rousing congregations to the parish church, where its music was to be heard every alternate Sunday evening. End of Lou's Clarionet by Charles G.D. Roberts.
Santa Claus's Message, A Christmas Story, by E. Franklin Tregaskis. 20-Foot was an almost deserted mining camp and presented the desolate appearance of such localities, a wide valley honeycombed by old workings and strewn with debris. On one side stretched miles of barren ranges denuded of heavy trees, which had been felled to feed the boilers and timber the underground workings when some of the quartz reefs had been developed after the alluvial gold had been won. These also had petered out. On the other side of the valley were farms, for here rich volcanic soil overlay the Silurian formation. Consequently, there was still a small population in the district, which accounted for the survival of a place of worship, a state school, general store, blacksmith shop, and on a side road a coffee palace. There were only 2 men here now seeking gold, or fossicking, as it was called. One was a relic of the 60s, known behind his back as Bushranger Bill, or B.B., who, needless to say, had never followed that occupation, and probably, had he visited the barber, who was also the local blacksmith, more regularly, would never have been so designated. The second fossicker was a man of different stamp. With his family, he lived about a mile above the township, at the head of the gully, in a comfortable, though small, cottage surrounded by a garden. He had brought his young wife here in the early 70s, just after the volcanic land had been made available for selection, but too late to secure a holding, and here he had remained, digging with varying results. When there was enough rain, he sluiced the old workings, and with the aid of one of the defunct company's dams, could win gold during several months of the year. During the dry spells, he sought old tailings and headings among the abandoned holes, and had them carted to the sluice boxes. It was a precarious existence. I use the word purposely. Still, to him the life presented a certain fascination, and occasional windfalls lured him on. At the time of which I write, funds were very low. In fact, there were none. It had been a dry winter, the wash dirt put through was poor, and only a portion had been treated, for Hampton had not been able to sluice since August, and now, near the end of December, rain looked as far off as ever. Troubles seldom come singly. The local storekeeper had died recently, and his successor, who decided to run the business on city lines, discouraged long credit. Formerly the family had the necessaries of life assured, for the old storekeeper knew that when the dirt paid, his account had been squared. But this stranger had intimated that unless a payment was forthcoming, the account would be closed. There were now 3 children. The oldest, about 10 years, was named Hope. Some of the schoolgirls, whose parents were in comfortable circumstances, sometimes called her the Forlorn Hope. But this is Christmas time. We will not recall slights nor unkindness now. The other 2 were twins, Grace and Joy. The eldest child was robust and dark, like her father. The twins were fair and resembled the mother, but had short golden curls like spiral springs. They were about 7 years old. It was within a few days of Christmas, and the parents were talking over ways and means. "We must have some extra things for the children," the mother said. She had an anxious but not unhappy expression. Her life for years had been one long struggle to make ends meet. There had always been sufficient food, though of the plainest, sometimes even making a meal of goat's milk and potatoes. At times, for days, their larder knew no butcher's meat when her husband chanced to shoot a rabbit or other game. It was providing clothes and shoes for the children which was the great burden, so that she could send them suitably clad to school. What had gone to her heart most was keeping Hope at times from Sunday school because of her shabby boots. How often had she washed and ironed the children's clothes and mended their much-worn socks after the little ones were asleep. Still, through it all, she was not unhappy. "I've these miniatures of my grandparents in a gold frame. It could be sold for a good sum. Mr. Stoneman would buy it at any time. Leave that at the store for security, and take the letter, too, stating its value. Mr. Douglas does not know us yet." The husband pressed his hands over his face. His voice, though strained, was gentle. "I never expected to bring you to this, Jessie. We should have left this life long ago, but those rich patches in the old workings drew me on. This must end it. When there is water enough and I've cleaned up, I'll take a position in Sydney. I've been very happy here, more so than many of my companions in the old life. I realized this when reading between the lines of their letters," replied the wife. So the miniatures found their way into the Douglas safe, and the good businessman said in his most oily manner, "Of course we respect your word, Mr. Hampton, and looking over the old ledgers I find you have always paid up. Still, you won't object to my getting confirmation of Mr. Stoneman's letter? Business is business, you know." B.B. had visited the Corfe Palace, as the sign announced it, a place which much belied its name, for it did not resemble a palace in any land. It was built of galvanized iron and stringy bark, and coffee was never seen on the premises. There was a tradition that a traveller could procure a cup of tea if he waited long enough. They certainly dispensed hop beer and other liquid refreshment. B.B. was on his way home. It was 2 days before Christmas, and sat down to rest on an old red gum log on the hillside, which had proved too tough to split and too heavy to cart away. Many a campfire had been lighted against it in years gone by. Now the bracken fern provided on one side a soft bed, and some dogwood scrub a shield. As this looked inviting, B.B. sought repose. It was now evening. The lingering rays of the sun streaming over the western hills made even the score-lined gullies and unsightly mullock heaps, with their undergrowth fringes of green, things of beauty. The 3 children were seeking a stray goat, and chanced to sit on the old log to rest. "We're going to have a lovely Christmas," said Joy. "Roast beef and plum pudding and almonds and raisins." B.B. thought he heard voices. He had heard and seen many strange things in the bush after drinking hop beer and other beverages at the Coffee Palace. "I think I'd rather do without them," replied Hope, who was sedate beyond her years. "Perhaps I should not tell you that Mother sold those pictures in the gold frame to buy us clothes and things." "Of course, pictures are very pretty," assented Joy, "but something nice to eat is much better. And they are real raisins, too, like Mother used to have in England, not the sort you put in puddings, but hanging on stalks. And the almonds are a lot nicer than the nuts we get out of jam." "I wonder what Santa Claus will bring us this year," said Grace. "My sock's not very big," remarked Joy. "I'd like to hang up a sugar bag, only it would look greedy." Joy liked a lot, poor child. Oh, you girls, whose every wish has been granted, whose every fancy has been gratified, have you any thought for your poorer sisters, whose lives are so restricted, yet they are thankful for so little, and through it all are good and happy? We hope so. The children ran off chasing each other round the deserted holes and heaps. B.B. sat up and looked after them. Having worked as a hatter for many years, he had contracted the habit of voicing his thoughts. Poor little beggars, and the old man is too proud to take a fiver. B.B. always had gold. He was still watching the children fading in the distance when he struck his hands together. "I've got it! I'll salt his claim. He'll never find out it's Bendigo gold. He doesn't know the game." There is an unwritten law strictly observed among the diggers that no man shall go down the shaft of another without invitation, and to do so at night during the rushes was carrying one's life in one's hand, and B.B. was aware of this. Just after midnight, B.B., dressed in a digger's woolen jumper, which hung down to his knees, a woolen muffler right up to his chin, and a felt hat with the crown pushed up like a cone, appeared about a quarter of a mile from Hampton's home. There was a slight surface depression here, which seemed to indicate a gutter below. Several holes had been sunk along it years before without payable results. B.B., who was an authority, had told Mr. Hampton that he thought the old workings were not worth spending time on. B.B. looked warily round on emerging from the scrub, then cautiously approached, and after a casual glance at the windlass, seized the rope and disappeared. The shaft was only 18 feet deep. A drive ran in for some distance from each end along the gutter. B.B. produced a candle and examined the workings, then drew a tin containing gold dust from his pocket. He paused, again studied the strata and slate underfoot, then tested it with a pick. Now, B.B. was a geologist of a sort. He had not learned the science by correspondence, but by working on most of the alluvial fields in the rush days. The candle burned down almost to the clay as he hesitated. Then he remarked, "False bottom, like the MacIver lead," and returned the gold to his pocket. Taking a length of broken board, he wrote on it with a piece of pipe clay, and drove the sharp end into the floor at the entrance to one of the drives, remarking, "If he gets nothing out of it, I'll salt this show later." Although he could read print, B.B. did not profess to be able to write. In fact, he used to sign for his miner's right with a cross, so the spelling presented difficulties, in particular the word father. Although B.B. believed his nocturnal visit had been unobserved, he was mistaken, for a small white-robed figure had been standing at a window, looking toward the ranges just made discernible by the rising moon. She noticed someone emerge from the saplings and approach the claim. Hope neither spoke nor moved, but gazed spellbound. Yes, it was Santa Claus. She could see the hoarfrost sparkling all over him. In the driest season at that altitude there is a heavy dew, so on every minute hair of the digger's clothes and every hair of his whiskers glistened a particle of moisture. Strange he should come a night too soon, and not to the house, she thought, as B.B. disappeared down the shaft. Her eyes never left the spot. Then, after what seemed a long time, the figure reappeared, crossed the flat, and was enveloped in the foliage. But in the broad light of day, Hope was not quite sure that the whole occurrence was not a dream, so being a reserved child, she held her peace. During breakfast the father said, "I'll not go to work today, as there are several things about the place that require seeing to. I'll just bring home the tools and the windlass rope." "Couldn't we get them for you?" inquired Hope. "Oh, be careful of the twins, then, and on your return you can help me with the pudding," said the mother. "I'll go down the shaft and put the tools in the bucket, one at a time, and you two can wind them up. Mind you both don't let go the handles at the same time," cautioned Hope. Many a shaft had she descended, for by swinging the rope from side to side she could reach the footholes made in either side of the shaft with her toes, but not without the aid of the rope. When her eyes became accustomed to the subdued light, she saw the message, "Dig de upper Doxmus." So it was not a dream after all. She was far from an excitable child, but her heart beat faster as she determined to test the value of the message. She quickly ascended and lowered the twins, and then set to work, meanwhile telling her sisters of the visitor. "Is that the way to spell it?" inquired Grace. "We must not make remarks about kind friends," admonished Hope. "Santa Claus is very, very old, and perhaps they spelled that way when he was a boy in the reindeer country." "Of course," agreed Joy. "Did you see the sledge and reindeer?" "No, I think he must have left them on the back track," she replied. "Perhaps he got bogged. Pointer's father did last winter," put in Joy. "Not this weather," said Grace. "Besides, reindeer are very strong. Think what big horns they have." "Well, I expect he just put on their nose bags with moss in them and gave them a rest. I'm sure he is a kind man, for he loves children, and I believe he put some gold here for us to buy things for Mother. Now, you can tell that horrid Mabel that you have seen Santa Claus. She said it was all made up." This from Joy. The slate floor was only a couple of inches in depth. Then came some rubble headings. These Hope put carefully aside. Then came the wash dirt. She understood enough of the art to seek here for the gold, so taking a double handful and spreading it on the notice board, she examined it in the lightest position under the shaft. Joy was the first to cry, "Nugget!" The children had often seen such when the father had been cleaning up the sluice boxes. As they spread and respread the wash, each particle of gold was deposited in a pannikin. Just as the first lot of wash was being scraped into the bucket, a voice called out, "Below there! Are you stealing your father's gold? I'm coming down." "We don't want you. Go away!" shouted Hope. Then, putting the pannikin in the hole she had dug, she whispered to the twins, "Go and sit there and don't move for anything." "I'm not frightened of girls. I'm coming down anyway." The speaker, Master Pierpoint, a boy of about 12, evidently led the simple life, judging by his apparel, which consisted of a striped blue cotton shirt, rather small, cut-down moleskin pants, much too large, and one hayband suspender. "Now, Pointer, if you do, I'll hit you with this board, so there." A body obstructed the light, then two bare legs appeared overhead. Hope made two vigorous blows with the board. There was a yell, "You've broken my little toe," followed by several more yells as the legs rapidly vanished. "You spiteful, black-eyed, turned-up-nosed native cat! Oh, my toe! I'll get square with you, and you two grinning, curly-headed little bandicoots." Pointer's natural history must have received a bump also. On landing, he took the peg out of the windlass, revolved the barrel so that the rope ran out, and fell down the shaft. "Now, you can stop down there until you starve," he yelled down to them, and limped away. "I'll tell father what he called us," said Grace, who was sensitive. "We can't help our hair being curly. And how are we to get up, Hope? Daddy will come for us, and we must not tell tales unless he asks us about the rope. Boys are all like that. They can't help it." "I'm glad I won't grow up into a boy, aren't you, Grace?" said Joy with fervor. "While we are waiting for father, we will pick out all the gold we can," said Hope. So they set to work, unmindful of the passage of time. "This is all our gold, because we found it," said Hope, "and we will give it all to Mother, just as father does, except what we keep to buy them presents. Now, each choose. Joy first, because she is the youngest." It is remarkable the capital Joy made out of such a short period. She never allowed anyone to overlook the fact. "I'll choose a new frying pan, because ours has a crack in it, and, if I can have two goes, a side of bacon." "I'll buy a strip of carpet for Mother's bedside, and two glass dishes to put jam in instead of saucers," said Grace. "I'll get her a piano to play on and teach us, and a silk dress like Mrs. Brown's, only more rustly," chose Hope. "And Daddy, we will buy him a box full of old books. He likes the smelly sort, without pictures in them." "I think we should buy him something nice to eat, chocolates and dates. They smell so nice," said Joy. "No," replied Hope with decision. "Men don't care what they have to eat as long as there is enough of it." Joy heaved a sigh. "Glad I'm not going to be a man. Will we be allowed to buy anything for ourselves?" "Certainly not. Nice people don't buy themselves presents." Joy heaved another long-drawn sigh. They were so engrossed in picking out small nuggets from the size of irregular peas to large pins' heads that their father's voice, "Below there," quite startled them. "All's well," replied Hope. "I could not climb up." Your mother became anxious. "Nice diggers you'll make, letting your rope free," he said, as he descended by the footholes. "We have a Christmas present for Mother," said Hope. "Just feel the weight," as she held a half-filled pannikin toward him. At first he could not see clearly in the subdued light, for the day was cloudy, and most of the particles of gold were covered with clay. Still, a few shone brightly. Then all the blood seemed to rush to his heart, then surge back again and throb at his temples. He leaned across the wall, and for a few seconds gasped for breath, and could not see clearly. Had the dream of years come true? Had success crowned his efforts at last? Still he said never a word. Hope, aided by Joy, told the story. "And this is the board, Daddy, with the writing on it." He had not touched the pannikin, but examined the board carefully. There was nothing visible. He produced a candle and matches from a tin box, not a sign of a letter. At first, while the children were speaking, he thought it might have been B.B., but recollected that he could not write. No, it must have been a dream, and that conclusion was adhered to. "I think it was God sent him, because Mother is so good," said Grace, who was devout. "I believe he did," replied the father earnestly. "Now, children, you must hurry home and help your mother." "Oh, do wind us up," requested Joy. It would have been much quicker to have carried each up on his back, but he made a large loop at one end of the rope, climbed up, and attached the other end to the windlass. Then Hope put Joy first, being the younger, into the loop, tucked her clothes under her, and the father slowly wound her up. As he landed each twin, he looked into her eyes and said, "Daddy's girl," and each daddy's girl bored her curly head into his chest as evidence of her affection. Those two were doubly dear to their parents. For some time previously, when that scourge diphtheria swept through the district, it carried their little brother in its train, and for many anxious days the parents were afraid that the twins would follow, and they were so like their mother. With the assistance of the rope, Hope soon appeared. "Now, not a word to your mother until dinner time. Come and call me, and bring the barrow and 2 sugar bags for the wash dirt in the bucket." Here in parentheses we state, although the false bottom ran for some distance along the lead, the rest of the wash was scarcely worth sluicing. B.B. had unconsciously driven in the board just over a rich pocket. Still, there was gold enough to buy a grazing farm on the rich volcanic land, and when the rains came in February and March, with B.B.'s assistance, the accumulated wash was sluiced, and the returns provided funds to purchase stock. B.B. would not accept wages, but the lease of the dam was transferred to him, and he had the use of the races and sluice boxes. But he would pay rent for the cottage, so every fortnight he called at the farm and placed 2 shillings on the kitchen table. The last time I heard from there, the family were living in comfort, and B.B., well, he was the same old B.B. Now we must return. There was one member of this family who never forgot that Christmas morning, who laid and watched the daylight break over the eastern mountains and listened to the magpies welcoming the coming day. Gradually the sun appeared, his shading beams turning every dewdrop on leaf and fern into a matchless gem. Even the unsightly mullock heaps shared in the splendor, and reflected hues of purple and of gold, as if kind nature, forgiving man's wantonness, were endeavoring to cover transgressions with love. And as the children, in tune with the angelic choir on this glad Christmas morning, chanted, "Hark, the herald angels sing, glad tidings to our new-born King," it found an echo in each grateful heart, but with a sweeter melody in the mother place as she realized that the struggle to provide for her little brood was at an end. And I trust the reader and the writer will hear that same glad song, and each heart will echo the message, "On earth, peace, goodwill to men." End of Santa Claus's Message, A Christmas Story, by E. Franklin Tregaskis.
Bertha's Christmas Vision by Horatio Alger, Jr. It was the night before Christmas, snow was falling without, and the wind dashed the cold flakes in eddying whirls into the faces of those wayfarers whom business or pleasure kept out thus late. They drew their warm garments more closely about them and hurried onward, little heeding the pelting of the storm, while the vision of a cheerful hearth and a merry family circle danced before their eyes and warmed their hearts. Merry St. Nicholas, too, the patron saint of children, was abroad. It was a busy night with him. Thousands of parcels must be made up and showered down as many chimneys into expectant stockings before the morrow's dawn. So he gives the rein to his coursers and speeds swiftly along, through forest and brake, through deep drifting snow, over river and lake, over hill, over dale, where the keen northern blast, with fierce angry moaning, drives fearfully past. In a large and pleasant room sat little Bertha, gazing thoughtfully into the fire. The fire crackled and burnt, and shadows, cast by its flickering light, danced on the wall. But little Bertha's thoughts were far away, and she heeded them not. For many weeks she had been looking forward to this very night, and now she was trying to conjecture what gifts good St. Nicholas had in store for her. At length she grew weary of conjecture, and took a lamp from the table, and went upstairs to bed. It was a neat little chamber, and the counterpane on Bertha's bed rivaled in whiteness the falling snow without. Bertha looked out of the window, against the panes of which the snow was beating noisily. "Oh, it is a cold night," thought she. "St. Nicholas will have a hard time of it. What if he should not come at all?" Bertha's apprehensions were soon dispelled, for, as she looked out, the sound of silvery bells came nearer and nearer, till at length it paused under her window, and a moment afterwards was heard in an opposite direction. Bertha rubbed her eyes, and strove to distinguish the sleigh from which these sounds proceeded, but she could distinguish nothing. "Can it be St. Nicholas?" thought she. Even as she spoke, mingling with the sound of the retreating bells, she thought she could distinguish the words of a song. She listened attentively, and these were the words which the wind bore to her. "The path I have chosen is covered with snow, the streams are all frozen, yet onward I go. I glide o'er the mountain and skim o'er the lea, I pass by the fountain, yet no eye can see. My form or my shadow, on snowdrift or mound, on hilltop or meadow, or frost-spangled ground. While sleigh bells are ringing upon the highway, and glad parties singing, so thoughtless and gay, I pass through and over each hamlet and hall, ere mortals discover who gave them a call. I pause but to count o'er the gifts for each one, and then quickly mount o'er the stile, I am gone." "That must certainly be Santa Claus," thought Bertha, so she carefully hung up her stockings before the fire and went to bed. She soon became tired of waiting for St. Nicholas to come, and in a few minutes she was asleep. But the thoughts of Christmas had taken fast hold of her mind, and as she slept, shaped themselves into the following dream. She thought that as she was lying awake in her chamber, there appeared suddenly before her 3 figures, clad in white. Slowly they advanced, hand in hand, until they stood before her bedside. Then, with united voices, they chanted the following lines: "Maiden, from the fields of air We have winged our rapid flight, Bringing gifts both rich and rare On this frosty Christmas night. Guard them ever, they will be Of exceeding worth to thee." They ceased, and Bertha, in great astonishment, inquired, "What, are you St. Nicholas?" Or she added, recollecting herself, "Perhaps you are his sisters." The visitors resumed their chant: "Maiden, know, thy Christmas saint Beareth gifts of mortal taint." At the touch of sure decay, they will vanish quite away. Those we bear are not of earth, theirs has been a higher birth. The visitors ceased, and one of their number coming forward commenced anew. I am Faith. To thee I bear childlike trust and confidence in the ever watchful care of our Father's providence. Maiden, one of sisters three, this the gift I bear to thee. The second came forward and repeated, I am Hope. When darksome clouds gather round thy earthly way, and misfortune's shadowy veil intercepts the light of day, I will come on wings of light. Clouds and mist shall straightway fly, and reveal the golden gates of a happier home on high. Maiden, one of sisters three, this the gift I bear to thee. Smiling graciously on the wondering Bertha, Hope drew back and gave place to her sister, who commenced as follows. I am Charity. Let me ever on thy steps attend, and as long as life shall last, be thy counsellor and friend. In thy bosom I would sow seeds of gentleness and love, and a resident of earth fit thee for a home above. Maiden and last of sisters three, this the gift I bear to thee. Again the sisters joined hands, and with united voices chanted as at first, Maiden, from the fields of air we have winged our rapid flight, bringing gifts both rich and rare on this frosty Christmas night. Faith and Hope and Charity, earthly maiden, sisters three, these the gifts we bear to thee. Their voices died away, and they were gone. Bertha opened her eyes, and lo, it was all a vision that had come to her on this Christmas night. The morning sun was shining brightly through the window panes. Noisily over the frozen snow dashed the sleighs, and their bells rang a merry peal in honour of Christmas Day. Bertha glanced at the well-filled stockings that hung in front of the fire, and then she knew that St. Nicholas had been there with his budget of gifts, and the words sung by the sisters came into her mind. Maiden, know, thy Christmas saint beareth gifts of mortal taint. Those we bear are not of earth, theirs has been a higher birth. I will not forget the gifts of the good sisters, she murmured softly. Doubtless it is my heavenly Father who has sent them to me. So it was that little Bertha, attended by the three sisters, walked peacefully and happily through life. The ways of God's providence, so dark and mysterious to many, became plain and clear to her, for she saw with the eye of faith. Clouds sometimes gathered around her path, but Hope waved her wand, and they were at once dispelled. Jealousy and envy and angry thoughts disturbed her not, for her heart was filled with the heavenly spirit of charity. Would that we all might be blessed with Bertha's Christmas Vision. End of Bertha's Christmas Vision by Horatio Alger, Jr. The Christmas Gift by Horatio Alger, Jr. Heavily, heavily fell the snow, covering the dark brown earth, already hardened by the frost, with a pure white covering. As the rain falls alike upon the just and upon the unjust, so too the snow, God's kindred messenger, knows no distinction of persons, visiting all alike, forgetting none, and passing by none. In one of the principal streets of New York stood a boy of some 12 years. His clothing was poor and too scanty to afford a sufficient protection against the inclemency of the season. Through the visor of his cap, which had become detached in the middle, having a connection only at the two extremities, might be seen his rich brown hair. Notwithstanding the drawback of his coarse and ill-fitting attire, it was evident that he possessed a more than ordinary share of boyish beauty. But just at present his brow is overcast with a shade of anxiety, and his frame trembles with the cold, from which he is so insufficiently shielded. It is a handsome street, that in which he is standing. On either side he beholds the residences of those on whom fortune has showered her favours. Bright lights gleam from the parlour windows, and shouts of mirth and laughter ring out upon the night. All is joy and brightness and festivity within these palace homes. The snowflakes fall idly against the window panes. They cannot chill the hearts within, nor place a bar upon their enjoyment. For this is Christmas Eve, long awaited, at length arrived. Christmas Eve, around which so many youthful anticipations cluster, has enjoyments peculiarly its own, over which the elements, however boisterous, have no control. Yet to some Christmas Eve brings more sorrow than enjoyment, serving only to heighten the contrast between present poverty and discomfort and past affluence. But all this time we have left our little hero shivering in the street. Cold and uncomfortable as he was, as well as anxious in mind, for he had lost his way and knew not how to find it again, he could not help forgetting his situation for the time in witnessing the scene which met his eye, as for a moment he stood in front of a handsome residence on the south side of the street. The curtains were drawn aside, so that by supporting himself on the railing he had an unobstructed view of the scene within. It was a spacious parlour, furnished in a style elegant, but not ostentatious. In the centre of the apartment was a Christmas tree, brilliant with tapers, which were gleaming from every branch and twig. Gifts of various kinds were hung upon the tree, around which were gathered a group of 3 children, respectively of 8, 6, and 4 years. The eldest was a winsome fairy with sparkling eyes and dancing feet. The others were boys, who were making the most of this rare opportunity of sitting up after 9 o'clock. At a little distance stood Mr. Dinsmore and his wife, gazing with unalloyed enjoyment at the happiness of their children. While Lizzie was indulging in expressions of delight at the superb wax doll which St. Nicholas had so generously provided, her attention was for a moment drawn to the window, through which she distinctly saw the figure of our hero, who, as we have said, had, in his eagerness, raised himself upon the railing outside, in order to obtain a better view. She uttered an exclamation of surprise. "Why, mother, there's a boy looking in at the window. Just look at him!" Mrs. Dinsmore looked in the direction indicated, and saw the little boy, without his perceiving that attention had been drawn towards him. "Some poor boy," she remarked to her husband, in a compassionate tone, "who loses for a moment the sensation of his own discomfort in witnessing our happiness. See how eagerly he looks at the tree, which no doubt appears like something marvellous to him." "Why can't we let him in?" asked Lizzie eagerly. "He must be very cold out there, with the snowflakes falling upon him. Perhaps he would like to have a nearer view of our tree." "Very well and kindly thought of, my little girl," said Mr. Dinsmore, placing his hand for a moment upon her clustering locks. "I will follow your suggestion, but I must do it carefully, or he may be frightened and run away before he knows what are our intentions." So speaking, Mr. Dinsmore moved cautiously to the front door and opened it suddenly. The boy, startled by the sound, turned toward Mr. Dinsmore with a frightened air, as if fearing that he would be suspected of some improper motive. "Indeed, sir," said he earnestly, "I didn't mean any harm, but it looked so bright and cheerful inside that I couldn't help looking in." "You have done nothing wrong, my boy," said Mr. Dinsmore kindly, "but you must be cold here. Come in, and you will have a chance to see more comfortably than you do now." The boy looked a little doubtful, for to him, neglected as he had been by the rich and prosperous all his life, it was very difficult to imagine that he was actually invited to enter the imposing mansion before him as a guest. Perhaps Mr. Dinsmore divined his doubts, for he continued, "Come, you must not refuse the invitation. There are some little people inside who would be very disappointed if you should, since it was they who commissioned me to invite you." "I am sure, sir, I am very much obliged both to them and to you," said the boy gratefully, advancing towards Mr. Dinsmore, of whom he had lost whatever little distrust he had at first felt. A moment afterwards, and the boy stepped within the spacious parlour. To him, whose home offered no attractions and few comforts, the scene spread before him might well seem a scene of enchantment. "Lizzie," said Mr. Dinsmore, "come forward and welcome your guest. I would introduce him to you, but unluckily I do not know his name." "My name is Willie, Willie Grant," was the boy's reply. "Then, Willie Grant, this is Miss Lizzie Dinsmore, who is, I am sure, glad to see you, since it was at her request that I invited you to enter." Willie raised his eyes timidly and bent them for a moment on the singularly beautiful child, who had come forward and frankly placed her hand in his. There is something irresistible in the witchery of beauty, and Willie felt a warm glow crimsoning his cheeks, as for a moment, forgetful of everything else, he bent his eyes earnestly upon Lizzie. Then another feeling came over him, and with a look of shame at his scanty and ill-fitting garments, he dropped her hand and involuntarily shrank back, as if seeking to screen them from sight. Perceiving the movement and guessing its cause, Mr. Dinsmore, with a view to dissipate these feelings, led forward Harry and Charlie, the younger boys, and told them to make acquaintance with Willie. With loud shouts of delight, they displayed the various gifts which St. Nicholas had brought them, and challenged his admiration. Everything was new to Willie. His childhood had not been smiled upon by fortune, and the costly toys which the boys exhibited elicited quite as much admiration as they could desire. Occupied in this way, his constraint gradually wore off to such a degree that he assisted Charlie and Harry in trying their new toys. Soon, however, the recollection that it was growing late, and that he had yet to find his way home, came to him, and taking his old hat, he said to Mr. Dinsmore, in an embarrassed manner, "My mother will be expecting me home, and I should already have been there, but that I lost my way, and happened to look in at your window, and you were so kind as to let me come in." "Where does your mother live, my little fellow?" asked Mr. Dinsmore. "On Street." "Oh, that is not far off. I will myself show you the way, if you will remain a few minutes longer." Mr. Dinsmore rang the bell, and ordered a plate of cake and apples, as he conjectured they would not be unacceptable to his little visitor. Meanwhile, Lizzie crept to her mother's side and whispered, "Willie is poor, isn't he?" "Yes. What makes you ask?" "I thought he must be, because his clothes look so thin and patched. Don't you think he would like a Christmas present, mother?" "Yes, my darling. Have you anything to give him?" "I thought, mother, perhaps you would let me give him my $5 gold piece. I think that would be better than any playthings. May I give it?" "Oh, yes, my child, if you are really willing. But are you quite sure that you would not regret it afterwards?" "Yes, mother." And Lizzie ran lightly to the little box where she kept her treasure, quickly brought it forth, and placed it in Willie's hand. "This is your Christmas present," said she gaily. Willie looked surprised. "Do you mean it for me?" he asked, in a half bewildered tone. "Yes, if you like it." "Oh, I thank you very much for your kindness," said Willie earnestly, "and I will always remember it." There was something in the boy's earnest tone which Lizzie felt was an ample recompense for the little sacrifice she had made. Mr. Dinsmore fulfilled his promise, and walked with Willie as far as the street in which he lived, when, feeling sure that he could no longer mistake his way, he left him. Mr. Dinsmore, whom we have introduced to our readers, was a prosperous merchant, and counted his wealth by hundreds of thousands. Fortunately, his disposition was liberal, and he made the poor sharers with him in the gifts which fortune had so liberally showered upon him. Notwithstanding the good use which he made of his wealth, he was fated to experience reverses, resulting, not from his own mismanagement, but from a general commercial panic, which all at once involved in ruin many whose fortunes were large, and whose credit was long established. In a word, Mr. Dinsmore failed. 11 years had rolled by since the Christmas night in which our story opens. Lizzie had not belied the promise of her girlhood, but had developed into a radiantly beautiful girl. Already her hand had been sought in marriage, but as yet she had seen no one on whom she could look with that affection without which marriage would be a mockery. Charlie and Harry, too, 11 years had changed them not a little. The boys of 4 and 6 had become fine, manly youths of 15 and 17. The eldest had entered college. Harry, however, who was by no means studious, had entered his father's counting-room. That was a sorrowful night on which Mr. Dinsmore made known to his afflicted wife the bankruptcy which was inevitable. Still sadder, if possible, was the sale which it enforced of the house which they had so long occupied, the furniture which had become endeared to them by memory and association, and the harsh interruption which loss of fortune put to all their treasured schemes. "My poor boy," said Mrs. Dinsmore sorrowfully, as she placed her hand caressingly on the brown locks of Charlie, the eldest of the two boys, "it will be a hard sacrifice for you to leave the studies to which you are so much attached, and enter a store, as you will be obliged to do." "I'd not thought of that," murmured Charlie. "It will indeed be a sacrifice. But, mother, I would not care for that, if you could only be spared the trials to which you will be exposed from poverty." "Thank you for your consideration, my child, but do not fear that I shall not accommodate myself to it. It is a heavy trial, but we must try to think that it will ultimately eventuate in our good." At the auction of Mr. Dinsmore's house and furniture, the whole property, without exception, was knocked off to a young man, who seemed apparently of 22 or 3 years of age. He was able to secure it at a price much beneath its real value, for times were hard and money scarce, so that he had but few competitors. Mr. Dinsmore did not hear his name, and the pressure of sad thoughts prevented his making the inquiry. Possession was to be given in 1 week. Meanwhile, Mr. Dinsmore sought out a small house in an obscure part of the town, which, in point of elegance and convenience, formed a complete contrast to the one he had formerly occupied. He felt, however, that it would be all his scanty salary as clerk, for he had secured a situation in that capacity, would enable him to afford. Lizzie looked with a rueful face at the piano, as a dear friend from whom she must henceforth be separated, it being quite too costly a piece of furniture to be retained in their reduced circumstances. Her proficiency in music, for which she had great taste, made her regret it doubly, since she might with it have added to the resources of the family by giving music lessons. On the last evening in which they were to remain in the old house, their sad thoughts were broken in upon by a ring at the bell. "Can they not even leave us to enjoy the last evening in quiet?" said Charles, half petulantly. Immediately afterwards there entered a young man, in whom Mr. Dinsmore recognized the purchaser of the house. "I need not bid you welcome," said he, smiling faintly, "since you have a better right here now than I myself. Had I been told 3 months since that this would be, I would not have believed it; but we cannot always foresee. I shall be prepared to leave to-morrow." "I shall be better satisfied if you will remain," said the young man, bowing. "What do you mean?" "Simply that, as this house and furniture are now mine, to do with as I like, I choose to restore you the latter, and offer you the use of the former, rent free, as long as you choose to occupy it." "Who, then, are you," asked Mr. Dinsmore, in increasing surprise, "who can be so kind to utter strangers, with no claim upon you?" "You are mistaken. You have a claim upon me. Shall I tell you what it is? 11 years ago to-morrow, for to-morrow is Christmas Day, a poor boy, who had known none of the luxuries and but few of the comforts of life, stood in this street. His mind was ill at ease, for he had lost his way; but as he walked on he beheld a blaze of light issuing from a window, from your window, and aroused by curiosity he looked in. Around a Christmas tree, brilliant with light, a happy group were assembled. As he stood gazing in, he heard the front door open, and a gentleman came out and kindly invited him to enter. He did so, and the words of kindness and the Christmas gift with which he departed have not yet left his remembrance. 7 years passed, and the boy's fortune changed. An uncle, long supposed to be dead, found him out, and when he actually died, left him the heir of a large amount of wealth. Need I say that I am that boy, and that my name is Willie Grant?" The reader's imagination can easily supply the rest. Provided with capital by his young friend, Mr. Dinsmore again embarked in business, and this time nothing occurred to check his prosperity. Charlie did not leave college, nor did Lizzie lose her piano. She gained a husband, however, and had no reason to regret the train of events which issued from her Christmas gift. End of The Christmas Gift by Horatio Alger, Jr. Number 6. A Plum-Pudding by Sabine Baring-Gould. As far as man could suppose, every element that goes to make up happiness was united to bless Mr. and Mrs. Birdwood. He was in easy circumstances, that is to say, he had earned enough money not to be obliged to work any longer, and had his own little house, and could keep a slavey. He was inoffensive in his pursuits, being fond of flowers, especially of roses, which he grafted. And what harm can there be in a man who loves gardening? Next to marrying a curate, a woman has a good certainty of her husband turning out amiable and orderly if he grafts roses. Then again, he was in the prime of life, by no means bad-looking, amiable, and placid. You could not study his face and not see that he was good-natured. On the other hand, Mrs. Birdwood was comely, a lively woman, neat in shape, under 30, and of a florid complexion, which ought to suit a man addicted to flowers. She had made a good match, said her friends, for she was one of 14, and had come penniless to his arms. She had been Eliza Gubbins, and had dropped the Gubbins at the altar. No one could deny that she was the gainer when she acquired a name that carried with it a suggestion of piping and tooting and whistling and jug-jugging and cooing of all kinds of song-birds. But there is a fly in every cup, a thorn to every rose, some bone in every joint you get from the butcher, a cloud in every sky. Mr. Birdwood was of an over-placid and too easy-going nature to satisfy Mrs. Birdwood, who was impulsive, exacting, and sanguine. He accepted connubial felicity as he did his meals, as something anticipated, necessary, and ordinary. Instead of exhibiting an effusion of gratitude to his wife for making him happy, he budded his roses and divided his bulbs and potted his tubers as though that were the main object of his life, instead of falling down and admiring that luminous transcendental being who had condescended to come into Jessamine Villa to be his happiness. They had been married a 12-month, rather more. Eliza Gubbins had supposed that an enamored swain, after marriage, would grow in love like a conflagration, which increases as you add fuel. But it was not so. He was warm and approving, but never rose above blood heat. Moreover, he had a provoking Christian name, Josiah, that he could not alter. Eliza had fed on poetry and romance in her maiden days, and the name Josiah had in it nothing poetical, no romance. "I can't call you Jos," she said, "for that is the short for Joseph or Joshua." "Well, then call me Ziah." "Sire, no, thank you. It would seem as though I regarded you as my sovereign." As yet there was no child, nor prospect of one. This fact might have been considered a reason why they should have been more than ever devoted to one another, as there was no distraction, no one else in the house to love except the slavey, and she was naturally out of the question. But it was not so. Mrs. Birdwood had nothing else to think about except the lack of ardor in Mr. Birdwood, and nothing else to do but fret over it. "My dear," said Josiah Birdwood one day at table, "my dear, I think Maggie Finch is just about your size and build." "Maggie Finch? And who is she?" "I mean the girl at Miss Thomas's, the dressmaker's." "Maggie Finch, indeed!" exclaimed Eliza, turning first red, then white. "And pray, what do you know about that?" witheringly. "Maggie Finch." "Oh, nothing, my dear, only she is in Miss Thomas's shop." "And what do you know of Miss Thomas's shop?" "Why not, my dear? You go to Mr. Gardner's Mr. Gardner, the tailor, I mean." "Oh, of course I do. I have tailor-made dresses." "Then why should not I go to the milliner's to have a milliner-made suit?" "It is preposterous! Maggie Finch, indeed! How do you know she is a Maggie?" Miss Thomas calls her so. Besides, well, sternly eyeing him, I got her the situation. Oh, I see. You got her the situation. Yes, her poor father. I want to hear nothing of the poor father. It is poor Maggie you think of. I see all, clear as daylight. A finch and a birdwood match much better than a gubbin and a birdwood. And then she burst into tears. My dear, be reasonable, and kindly give me a spoonful of gravy. My bacon is dry. How can you? How can you? Heartless, cruel man! Oh, that I had married a commercial traveller! A bagman, my dear? You need not open your mouth, nostrils, and eyes with such a snorting affectation of surprise. I said it, a commercial traveller. I did not know, my dear. No, you did not know that I had a tender corner in my heart, a general predilection for commercials. They go about in flights like hummingbirds in the Brazilian forests. Have you been in Brazil, dear? No, I have not, but I have read of them. Living, animated jewels they are. Which, the bagmen or the hummingbirds? I won't speak to you any more. You purposely misunderstand me to insult me, that you may go off to your Maggie Finch's. There is only one, dear. And so much the worse. You focus, you concentrate on that wretched object, the admiration, the love of which I am bereaved. If you go gallivanting and meandering round dressmakers' assistants, I can do the same. I will not be left out in the cold for any Maggie Finches, I can tell you. There are plenty of bagmen, as you call them, commercials in their proper designation, who would be only too glad, too proud, to lick the dust off my feet. My dear, you are hot. Well, I have occasion to be hot. And my tea is cold. This is an outrage. Mrs. Birdwood rose and flounced out of the room. She rushed upstairs, casting at the slavey en passant a notice to quit, for no particular reason, but as a vent to her wrath, and she dashed into the bedroom, where nothing had as yet been put in order, and threw herself in the armchair and burst into a flood of tears. She remained for some time crying and fanning herself into a greater flame of wrath. Then she rose and went to the window. She saw her husband. He had taken off his coat, and he was digging in the garden. He had told her the previous evening that he expected hard frost, and would turn up the mold that the slugs might be killed. Actually, after that scene, after those reproaches hurled at him, after that exposure, he was placidly digging that the frost might kill the slugs. Really, the man was unendurable. About an hour later he drew on his coat and came in, and brushed down his trousers and washed his hands. Mrs. Birdwood lurked about, watching. He went out at the front door, passed into the street, and disappeared. Mrs. Birdwood drew on her cloak, adjusted a hat, and followed. She had hardly reached the gate before she saw Josiah turn in at a door to a shop some way up the street, over which was inscribed, Thomas, Milliner and Dressmaker. The die is cast, flaunting his vices in the face of his wife. I, too, can be vicious. If he goes hunting dressmakers, why, even I can seek commercial travellers. She set her lips, her eyes glared, her face was terrible in its wrath. She hastened to retrace her steps, gathered together a few of her most valued and necessary goods, and left the house. There, she said, slamming the iron gate after her, there, two can play at this game. If he deserts me, I also can desert him. Good-bye to Jessamine Villa. Oh, that I had married a commercial. She took her way to the station. Let me see, said she. I'll go a-junketing to the seaside and enjoy myself. Happily, I have money. He gave me enough to pay the monthly bills. Won't he be surprised when he comes back from finching to find me flown? Yes, I'll go to Sandbourne and enjoy the sea breezes, and pick up shells and seaweeds, and look at the visitors, and perhaps a commercial or two may flit past my admiring eyes. Their manners are so elegant, they have such persuasive ways, their address is so engaging. Furnished with a ticket, she got into a second-class carriage. She was about to enjoy herself, so she would not go third, and she had money to spend. There was a gentleman in the carriage. He had been seeing a number of large black boxes put into the luggage van. He took his seat after Mrs. Birdwood had ensconced herself in a corner, hoping to have a carriage to herself. Off went the train. As already said, Mrs. Birdwood was a comely woman, and this the other traveller perceived, and was unable to take his eyes off her. If a cat may look at a king, then surely a commercial may gaze on a pretty woman. Mrs. Birdwood did not like it, and put up her hand to let down her veil. Unhappily, in her hurry at leaving, she had forgotten her veil. "Christmas coming soon," said the gentleman, "a time of holly and mince pies, and above all of mistletoe. I think I know some one who would like to be under mistletoe bush with somebody else, unnamed." "And I think," said Mrs. Birdwood, "I know some one who would like to have a bunch of holly with which to whack into somebody else, unnamed." "Going any distance, miss?" asked the bagman. "I don't quite know where I am going," inadvertently replied the runaway wife. Then she bit her tongue in vexation at having said what she had. "Let me recommend Sanborn," said he confidingly. "A charming place, beautiful beach. Excuse me, I think the ticket you hold— Ah, it is for Sanborn. How happy a coincidence! I am going there as well. If I can be of any assistance with your luggage, command me." "I have none." "Indeed! Going to friends?" She was silent. Tears came into her eyes, tears of mortification and anger. "My dear young lady," said the fellow passenger, "I trust I have not touched on any tender point. When lovely woman stoops to conquer, especially with tears as her weapons, she is irresistible." "Really, sir," exclaimed Mrs. Birdwood, "I must request you to desist from these impertinences and this odious familiarity." "1,000 pardons. I am mute." On reaching Sanborn station, Mrs. Birdwood dismounted from the train, greatly relieved to be able to shake off the gentleman who had annoyed her. She sought out a modest inn, and then walked down to the shore. "A pretty pass Josiah will be in," thought she, "when he finds that I am gone. There will be ructions in the house. Well, if he will run after finches, he must take the consequences. And Christmas coming on as well, and no comforts, no plum-pudding. I'll be bound that Jemima will serve up the roast beef without any horseradish. Serve him right. And as to Yorkshire pudding, she can't make it. Very glad. He'll suffer where most sensitive. Oh!" She saw a large colored poster. "A circus! I have not seen one since I was a girl. I will go." But she did not enjoy herself at the horsemanship. Her mind reverted to Jessamine Villa, and to a plum-pudding she had made a month ago, and had put away in a tin to be ready for Christmas. She wished she had brought it with her, but she had left it behind, locked up. Her husband knew nothing about it. The slavey was equally ignorant. Now that costly and excellent plum-pudding would be lost, for she would never go back to Jessamine Villa, never, never within the sound of the name of Finch. That plum-pudding had been made from an excellent recipe given her by her mother. 5 pounds suet, 4 pound flour, 3 pound breadcrumbs, 4½ pound raisins, 3 pound currants, 1½ pound sugar, 1 pound mixed peel, 1 pint old ale, 1 nutmeg, 6 teaspoonfuls salt, 2 quarts milk, 12 eggs, boiled 8 hours, a sufficient quantity for 9 puddings, 4 of which are large. She could rehearse it by heart. Of course, in the small establishment at Jessamine Villa, 9 puddings, 4 of which were large, were not required. But the late Mrs. Gubbins had been a woman with a large family and a larger heart, and she had been accustomed to send puddings to her married sons and daughters. Mrs. Birdwood had halved everything, and then had been able to give a pudding to an aunt at Bandon, another she had sent to a married brother in London, a small one she had reserved for a poor old woman who received her charities, and the rest were for Jessamine Villa consumption. And now— "Dear, dear, dear!" sighed Mrs. Birdwood, not observing anything in the arena. "I beg pardon, did you mean me?" asked a voice. She turned and saw the commercial traveller beside her. "No, sir," she retorted sharply. "I alluded to the pudding. With raisins at 5d. and only 9 eggs a shilling, it is dear, very dear, inexpressibly dear." "I beg pardon again. I don't quite take it in." "The pudding was not for your consumption, sir." "You would confer on me, miss, a great favour if you would give me your name. A thousand apologies for asking." "My name is—" She choked. Should she give her married or her maiden name? "Never mind." "And mine is Fisher. I am in the hosiery and haberdashery business. That is to say, I travel for a firm in that line. I am now staying at the Woolpack." "At the Woolpack? Well, so am I," she cried in dismay. "This will never do. No, never." She dashed out of the circus, went to the inn, removed her trifling effects, paid her bill, and departed to the Red Lion. Next morning she came down to the coffee-room, and was dismayed to find there Mr. Fisher. "Good gracious me!" she exclaimed. "I thought you were at the Woolpack." "So I was, but as it seemed to offend you, and I could not think of annoying a lady, I went back when the performance was over, paid my account, and departed to another inn, the Red Lion." "This will never do," gasped Mrs. Birdwood. "I shall leave immediately." She hastened to the station and took the train for Bandon. She would go to her aunt. The plum-pudding had preceded her. If she followed, it was but like a player of bowls, who delivers his ball and then runs after it. Her aunt was pleased to see her, and asked what occasioned this visit. Mrs. Birdwood made the excuse that she wished to see her before Christmas, and that she had friends in Bandon she also desired to see. She had not visited them since she gulped, her marriage. "I dare say, auntie, I may remain here a few days?" "Delighted, my dear, to see you. But you do not intend to remain long, because Christmas is at hand, the day after to-morrow, and of course you will be back for that." Mrs. Birdwood looked down and did not answer. Next morning she went to see friends. About midday she returned, when she was encountered by her aunt in the passage. "My dear, dreadful news! Have you heard?" "Heard? No. What?" "It comes from Jemima's mother, your maid of all work, as you took from here at my recommendation. She writ to her mother yesterday evening, and it is shocking, orful." "What is it, aunt?" Mrs. Birdwood turned white. That slavey had written her that her mistress had run away, and doubtless with amplifications of her own, run away with a commercial in the hosiery and haberdashery line, and had been seen with him at a circus at Sanborn. "You must prepare yourself for the worst," said the aunt. "I know it," gasped Mrs. Birdwood. "I don't see how you can, as it only happened yesterday," said the old lady. "Well, tell me all. Hold back nothing." "Your dear Josiah! He's gone and scalded hisself to death in trying to bile a plum-pudding for his Christmas dinner. The flesh has come off in collops, just like an overboiled leg of veal, with rice, you know. Don't cling to the bone. I had a rabbit, too, once." Mrs. Birdwood uttered a cry. She did not stay to hear about the rabbit, but flew to the station. She was just in time to catch a train. She took her ticket she asked for one to Jessamine Villa, but the clerk said there was no such station. Then she recalled the name of the town, in the outskirts of which Jessamine Villa was situated. Weeping, trembling, sick at heart, she sat in the third-class carriage as she was whirled home, to the home she had left, to the husband she had deserted. On reaching the station, where she had to disembark, she flew to the villa. From a distance she could see the blinds were drawn down, but then it was evening, and a lamp was alight within. Was it where he was laid out in his bones? She burst in at the door, bathed in a dew of anguish as well as heat, rushed into the sitting-room, and found there Mr. Birdwood in an armchair by the fire, his foot up, reading a catalogue of horticultural structures. "Well, my dear," said he, "back again?" "And you have not been scalded?" "Yes, my foot." "How?" "Jemima said she couldn't make a Christmas plum-pudding, and I said we must have one, so I tried my hand." "But the flesh, has it left the bone in collops?" "No, I am blistered, that is all. I spilt the mess over my foot. It was not quite on the boil, I believe." Goodness me, and how did you make the mess? Well, all right, raisins and flour. No suet? No. No mixed peel? Never thought of it. Any old ale? Well, of course not. Nor eggs? Did not suppose they were wanted. Then, said Mrs. Birdwood, it was a mess. I'm glad it was all spilt. She heaved a sigh. Oh, Josiah, how could you? I did my level best, he replied. Now look here. Do you see that parcel? Open it. It is a silk gown, my Christmas present to you, all ready for you to wear to church tomorrow. It was fitted on Maggie Finch, as she is your size and shape. With trembling fingers, Mrs. Birdwood opened the parcel and drew forth a really gorgeous silk dress. "Oh," she said, "and that Finch! She served as dummy on which to fit it, you know. And that was all that took you to Miss Thomas's? What more do you want? Not an evening dress also, low-breasted and shoulder-straps? Oh, Josiah, I have been so wicked. I thought, but never mind what I thought. I intended to run away and desert you. Fancy, forever. Pshaw, you couldn't do it. And to take up with a commercial. My dear, you couldn't do it. And his name is Fisher. Not a hummingbird, but a kingfisher, I suppose. But in the hosiery and haberdashery line, you couldn't do it. I really believe you are right, said Mrs. Birdwood, throwing herself on his neck and bursting into tears. There, dear, that will suffice, said Josiah. And, asked his wife, what did you think when I disappeared? I didn't think anything about it. I knew it was all right. And what have you been doing without me? Well, I've been trying to make up my mind whether to have a span or a lean-to conservatory. You are positively incorrigible. Then I tried my hand on the plum-pudding and failed. So now we shall have to do without. No, 10,000 times no, replied Mrs. Birdwood triumphantly. She went to a corner cupboard, unlocked it, produced a tin, took off the lid. Here is a real plum-pudding for our happy Christmas dinner. And, said Mr. Birdwood, I bought a sprig of mistletoe at the door, and will kiss you under it. End of A Plum-Pudding by Sabine Baring-Gould. A Christmas Tree by Sabine Baring-Gould. Tom Montstephen was dressed in his very best, a black coat, a tie of blue satin studded with veritable planets, and in it a new zodiacal sign, a fox in full career that formed the head of a pin. Tom's collar was so stiffly starched and so high that to turn his head and look over the top of that wall of china was impossible. If he desired to see that which lay to his right or left, he was compelled to turn his entire body, as on a pivot. Tom was unaccustomed to such a rig-out, and therefore did not look happy in it. Tom, in his workaday suit of the color of the earth, with a string tied under his knees, gathered the trouser together, and with a dusty slouch wide-awake stuck at the back of his head, but on one side of that, and with his great, honest, cheery face, ever with a smile on the lips and a dancing light in his eyes, thus Tom was picturesque, delightful. But Tom, in his Sunday best, did not look at his best. The day was Christmas Eve, and there was to be a supper with a dance at the Hall, given by the squire to his workmen and their families. Tom was on his way to this, with a face that shone with yellow soap and the friction of a rough towel, and not only so, but he was to attend thither Isabella Froude, the belle of the village, and one with whom, as every one said, he had made it up, and a handsome couple they would be. "Bless ye," said Tom, when folks asked him when it would be. "Lor bless ye, you know more about it than me. Go and ask Bella. She can fix it. 'Tain't my place, you know." And then he laughed, and thought he had said a good thing. Tom Montstephen was an active, intelligent young fellow, serving as under-gardener, getting a respectable wage, and there was positively no reason why he should not marry. But he was inert in just this one particular, or unable to make up his mind. Isabella was 3 years his junior, with a very delicate skin and lovely rosy complexion, fair hair, and forget-me-not blue eyes, somewhat doll-like, save in this, that a doll is never self-conscious, and self-consciousness spoke out of every look of Bella's eyes, every turn of her head, every motion of her body. But was she to be blamed? I think not. The squire always had a pleasant word to give her. The young ladies at the Hall made much of her. Every one with one voice declared that she was a beauty and the pride of the village. Under such circumstances she must have been endowed with unusual common sense and strength of character not to have become vain and self-satisfied. Bella lived at the lodge, and it was her practice to open the gates when carriages drove up, and on such occasions she was quite aware that the ladies, and above all the gentlemen, looked at her. And when, immediately after passing, she saw them turn to each other and say something, then she was confident that they said, "What a pretty girl!" and, being obliged to keep herself neat and nicely dressed, did much towards making her attractive. It was understood, or half understood, that Tom would call at the lodge on his way to the Hall and pick up Isabella and go on with her. It was in this way. The day before, Tom had said to her, "More wonderful thing, mayhap, Belle, than that I should come and fetch you away to the Hall tomorrow, and then you'll give me the first dance in 5 arter." "Well, I'm sure I don't mind," she had replied, and so it was understood that he should go for her, and that she should expect him. "Why, whatever you be about, Polly?" exclaimed Tom Mountstephen, as he called upon a tall, pale girl with pick and spade over her shoulder. That girl was Mary Mauduit, who lived with a frail, suffering little sister in a cottage, and supported herself by needlework and starching and washing. She had been a teacher in the school, but had been compelled to resign, owing to her sister's health. These two were together, and they were orphans. The child could not be left. "Why, Tom, how fine you be! Where you be going to?" That was the way in the country. A question begets another before it is answered. "I be going to the Hall. There's grand goings on there to-night." "So I've heerd, but I didn't mind it, and I reckon that Bella will be there too." "For certain, but what are you about with pick and shovel, I'd like for to know?" "Well, if you must know everything, Tom, it's for little Bess." "Not going to different grave?" Tom would have bitten his tongue out. He was mad with himself for uttering such a question. It had bounced out of his mouth without thought, and now he saw the color rush into Mary's face, her eyes fill, and her lips tremble. "Oh, hang me for an idjit," said Tom. "I mean it. It's just my ways, Paul. I want to say something smart and just say the wrong thing always. But what be about with them tools?" "Well, it's this, Tom. I thought I'd give little Bessie a Christmas tree. I've got a few trifles to hang on it, some oranges and nuts and a needle case and so, and I got Mrs. Wanacott to come in for an hour and sit with she whilst I went to the plantation after a tree. The squire gave me leave," she added in explanation and self-exculpation. "But, dear heart alive, you don't want a pick and spade for getting up a young spruce. You want the chopper or a little handsaw." "I don't wish to kill the tree. I thought if I get her up by the roots, I could plant her again in the garden, and she'd grow up to a big tree, and it'd be something to look at, every year growing bigger." "What size tree do you want?" "Not such a terrible big one, just middlin' like. I can't have her too small, as I ain't got no tapers like the tiny red and yaller and green uns they had up to the parsonage last Christmas. I've only got bits of common candle ends, and they'd be too heavy for a mite of a tree. How will you bring back your tree in the moors?" "Roots, Mary, with soil and pick all together." "Well, I reckon I can make 2 journeys." "You can't make 2 for the tree." Mary stood silent. "I tell you what I'll do, Polly. I'll off with this dratted collar and put aside my new coat and away with you to the plantation. If you go and mistake and have up a deodora or a Douglas instead of spruce, the squire'll kick and scream." "Oh, you're too kind, Tom, but you'll be late for the entertainment." "Oh, that's nothing. Not 2 minutes. She'll wait." He did not explain, but Polly understood that she signified Bella. But she did not know that it had been understood that Tom was to fetch the pretty girl from the lodge. "I dare say you'll let me put my coat and that dratted collar in your cottage. Lord, Polly, I'm like a donkey in a pound when I've got that collar on, jumping up and down and trying to look over the wall and clear it if I can." A couple of minutes later, Tom, divested of collar and coat, with pick and spade over his shoulder, was attending Mary Modit when the head gardener passed. He was a Scotchman and a widower, a man of much self-confidence and independence. "What, off, Mr. Mostephen?" The gardener addressed his subordinates with a Mr. It made himself more important, marked the distance between them more emphatically. "Yes, Mr. McSweeney, just to take up a young spruce for she." "Ta-ta," said the Scotchman condescendingly, and passed on. "It's been a bit stuffy with me," said Tom, confidingly to his companion. "What it's all about I can't tell. Perhaps he guesses I knows too much, but, Lord, I'm not one to blab." "Perhaps he's a little jealous," said Mary slyly. "Folks do say he has been thinking about Bella, but there, 'tain't no good dreaming of going against you, Tom. I don't have no need to them tales. People will talk. Besides, if he were looking out for a Mrs. McSweeney, I reckon he'd go after widders. Ain't he a widower hisself?" "That don't follow," said Mary. "Don't it? Then it art," retorted Tom. "There, don't be snuffy with me," said Mary. The getting up of a suitable tree and its transport to the cottage of the Mauduits was not a matter of 2 minutes, nor of half an hour. Tom was aware that Isabella would have been kept waiting, but he relieved his mind with the consideration that she would take it for granted that he was detained by some business, and would walk on alone to the hall. The distance was trifling. He could explain matters when he arrived, and she would at once understand the circumstances. "I don't see how you're going to stick them candle ends onto the branches," said Tom. "I shall heat hairpins and run 'em through." "That's fine!" exclaimed Mostephen derisively. "And when the candles be burning, the flame'll heat the hairpins red hot, and they'll melt the composite, and there'll be a pretty mess, and the candle ends falling about on all sides and fire and everything. I hope you're insured." "I can manage it." "No, you can't. Excuse me, Polly, I reckon mother at home has got some bits of tapers from the parsonage tree last year. Her was up there helping, and they throwed the tree away when done with, and her's a sevin woman, and can't abide no waste, and I know her pulled off and kept the remains of candles. They have wires for handling of them on. If you don't mind my leaving that collar here, you won't let nothing damage it, nor let the cat get at it, will you, Polly? I'll run home and see what mother have got. I couldn't run in that collar. 'Twould be sheer impossible." So, instead of going on to the hall, here was another detention. But Tom was a good-natured lad. He was not needed at the hall, and here at the cottage he was of real assistance. After the young man had been away nearly a quarter of an hour, he returned with a small box full of portions of tapers, and some entire, and sundry little sparkling ornaments that had furnished the tree the preceding Christmas, and had been cast aside, but saved by the prudent and frugal Mrs. Mostephen. "And here, Polly," said Tom, "here's a spotted dog in china as stood on my mantel-shelf that little Bessie'll be welcome to. You can set it under the tree. Now I'll clap the tree mores into a tub, and then I'm off to the hall." When Tom, reinvested in collar and coat, arrived at the lodge and inquired for Isabella, he learned, which did not much surprise him, that she had gone forward. So he went to the hall by himself, not greatly concerned at being late. He knew that all who were invited would not be able to arrive punctually. There would be 2 sittings down to supper, and he would be in time for the second. When he arrived, he looked about him for Isabella, and saw her seated beside the Scotch gardener, who was helping her to trifle. With a little difficulty he made his way behind the chairs, and in and out among the servants who were waiting on the guest, to where Isabella was dipping into the trifle. "So sorry, Bella, I couldn't help it," said he. "Oh, delicious!" said Bella. "I beg your pardon?" "I was speaking to Mr. McSweeney." "I only want to say I was unavoidably detained." "The jam is strawberry," said Bella. "Whole strawberries from our own garden," said McSweeney. "I'm very fond of strawberries," observed Bella. "So am I," said the Scotch gardener. "Have some more. I'll remember you in the strawberry time, and send you up the first dish I ripen. Course I'll ripen 'em early in the greenhouse. You shall have some as soon as they're fit to be picked." "How good of you, Mr. McSweeney!" "Not at all. I live but to oblige. And you—" He looked round at her. "For you I would do anything." "Bella," said Tom over her chair, "I really could not help it." "Will you please to move, Mr. Monteithphen? You are jogging my chair." "Do you like grapes?" asked McSweeney. "I rather flatter myself on my grapes. I am able to keep them, too, so well. My large white muscats. But there, you shall have some. I'll send you up a really choice bunch. I think the second sitters down are coming in now. Miss Isabella, if you have done, we will rise and let the others take our places. Here, you, Monteithphen, can have my seat. If you've brought Mary Mauduit, I have no doubt she can have Miss Frode's chair." Poor Tom did not enjoy his supper, and that over, when he sought Isabella to tender his excuses, she deliberately turned her back on him. It was clear McSweeney had made mischief. He had told her that for the sake of that pale Polly Mauduit he had neglected to fulfil his engagement and keep his appointment. Dancing began, and Bella sat out with the Scotch gardener, who was too serious a man to approve of the light fantastic toe. As he explained to Bella, it was against his principles. "But don't let that interfere with your enjoyment if you wish to go to Mr. Monteithphen." "Oh, not at all," said Miss Froude. Huffed, hurt, poor Tom withdrew. He slunk away from the hall. Among so many he would not be missed, and of enjoyment there was none after his rebuff. It would madden him to see how Bella carried on with the Scotchman. He walked through the park, groaning, grumbling, resentful. He was not angry with himself for not keeping his appointment, nor with Polly for having detained him, but with Bella, whom he designated as a minx, and with McSweeney, whom he termed a widdered Scottish rogue. He left the park. He walked hastily on. Then, finding that in the agitation of his feelings he could not keep his head in one position, and that he was consequently liable to cut his throat, he halted and took off his collar, and fastened it by the stud round his left arm above the elbow. Presently he reached the cottage of the Mauduits, and he could see through the little window that the tree was alight. It twinkled through the panes. The temptation to turn aside, rap at the door, and enter was not to be resisted. To his knock he received an answer as he opened the door. The answer came from an inner room. "It be I, Polly," called Tom. "Just passin' and want to see how Bessie be enjoyin' of herself." Come in, Tom." The young man strode through the kitchen into the adjoining chamber. There lay, in her bed, the sick girl, a lovely child, with large, burning, dark eyes and a hectic flame in her cheeks. She was supported in the arms of her sister, and was looking with delight at the little candles, at the oranges, and the glittering tin ornaments. "Tom," said Mary, "Bessie do thank you for the spotted dog." "Yes, I do," said the sick child, striving to lift herself and extend a hand to the young gardener. "But gracious me, Tom!" exclaimed Mary, "whatever is the meaning of that?" pointing to the white band round his arm. "It is like what folks put on now when in mourning, only it's white." "He's going to be married," said the sick child. "It is only that stiff collar. I couldn't bear it no longer," exclaimed Tom. Then the child laughed and laughed till she coughed. Suddenly Mary uttered a cry. Tom saw a crimson stream. "Run, run, Tom! For heaven's sake, run for the doctor!" And Tom ran. In half an hour he returned. Polly was kneeling by the bed. On it lay the child, the face almost white, but yet with a little color in the delicate cheek. Her hand held tightly that of her sister. The doctor had not come. He was out. Would not be back till morning. Tom could not explain this, and he knew, moreover, that the surgeon could effect nothing. Without a word he knelt also by the child's bedside. The candles were quivering to extinction on the Christmas tree. One was guttering and sending a stream of wax over the head of the spotted dog. Then another fell, twinkling, through the boughs and went out. And at the same time the light went out in Bessie's eyes. A few days later, when the earth had closed over the child, Tom was speaking with Mary, and she said to him, "Tom, I think now I should like that Christmas tree be planted on the little maid's grave. Will you oblige me by doing it?" Then, after wiping her eyes, "Tom, that is a tree of death." The head gardener triumphantly carried away Bella. The marriage took place within 6 weeks of the Christmas supper and dance. Isabella Froude had become Mrs. Sandy McSweeney, and was planted in the gardener's beautiful cottage. But in all things human there comes a change. Within a very short time certain matters started to light. What these were you shall hear from the squire's own lips as he addressed Tom Monteithon. "Tom," said the squire, his broad, rosy face very hot and agitated, "Tom, I've bundled McSweeney off. I don't see why I should have to buy the fruit I grow from the greengrocer in our market town. I don't see why, if I purchase bulbs and greenhouse plants, they should invariably disappear and be reported to have died. I don't see why, if I buy flower seeds, they should come up in other folks' gardens. I have not been able to get fruit for my table without sending to town to buy it. I have been ruined in procuring vast supplies of choice plants from nurserymen, and have not enjoyed them. McSweeney is off. Hang it, you may not be a professional and A1 and all that, but you are honest as daylight. I feel I can trust you, and dash my buttons, there is the situation vacant for you, if you choose to have it. And there is the cottage. The only disadvantage is that it is too large for you, and you are unmarried." "Oh, as to that, sir, that is easily remedied. I be just now on my way to the parson to get him to have marry me as next Sunday." "Marry? Marry who?" "Marry Maudoit, sir." Oh, I wish you joy. An excellent girl. There it is for you, the house, Tom. You and Mary shall go into it as soon as I have seen the back of McSweeney and his Bella, and have had it whitewashed. And hang it, Tom, here, come round to my study, and I'll give you a cheque for £10 towards the furnishing." "Oh, I thank you, sir. I thank you with all my heart." "No need of thanks, Tom. Bless my soul, when a master has a trustworthy, honest servant, it is he who is to be counted lucky, and unless he is an ass, he will keep him. There, come round to the study." And now nearly 2 years have passed, and this time we see a little party coming out of the church porch. As I live, it is Tom with Mary, no longer Maudoit, but Monteithon. But they are not alone. There is a baby in a long white robe being brought forth, a babe that had been carried into church to be christened. As Mary stood in the autumn sunlight outside the porch, she touched Tom's arm and said, "Let us go to little Bessie's grave." And they went, and the baby was taken there also, over the drooping grass, wet with autumn rains. "The poor little Christmas tree," said Mary, "although a tree of death, lives. See how hearty it appears." "It is no tree of death," answered Tom. "See, here is the first fir cone. It is alive and bears seed. It is no tree of death, but a tree of life." And then Tom laughed. "Mary," said he, "I think for once in my life I've said a good thing." But Mary did not applaud. "Tom, do you think the little fir cone really has life in it?" "Of course it has." Mary picked it, and then put it into the tiny hand of the baby. "Look, Tom," she said, "but for that Christmas tree you and I would never have become what we are to each other, and now in it is the seed of life, and so on and on and on for evermore. Our baby has it, and it shall be sown, and so, really, Tom, there seems to be no end to life. It goes on forever and forever." "Amen," responded Tom. End of A Christmas Tree by Sabine Baring-Gould. The Mistletoe Bough by Anthony Trollope. "Let the boys have it if they like it," said Mrs. Garrel, pleading to her only daughter on behalf of her 2 sons. "Pray don't, mamma," said Elizabeth Garrel. "It only means romping. To me all that is detestable, and I am sure it is not the sort of thing that Miss Holmes would like." "Well, we always had it at Christmas when we were young." "But, mamma, the world is so changed." The point in dispute was one very delicate in its nature, hardly to be discussed in all its bearings, even in fiction, and the very mention of which between mother and daughter showed a great amount of close confidence between them. It was no less than this: Should that branch of mistletoe which Frank Garrow had brought home with him out of the Lowther woods be hung up on Christmas Eve in the dining room at Thwaite Hall, according to his wishes? Or should permission for such hanging be positively refused? It was clearly a thing not to be done after such a discussion, and therefore the decision given by Mrs. Garrow was against it. I am inclined to think that Miss Garrow was right in saying that the world is changed as touching mistletoe boughs. Kissing, I fear, is less innocent now than it used to be when our grandmothers were alive, and we have become more fastidious in our amusements. Nevertheless, I think that she made herself fairly open to the raillery with which her brothers attacked her. "On y soit qui mal y pense," said Frank, who was 18. "Nobody will want to kiss you, my dear fine airs," said Harry, who was just a year younger. "Because you choose to be a Puritan, there are to be no more cakes and ale in the house," said Frank. "Still waters run deep, we all know that," said Harry. The boys had not been present when the matter was decided between Mrs. Garrow and her daughter, nor had the mother been present when these little amenities had passed between the brother and sister. "Only that mamma has said it wouldn't seem to go against her," said Frank. "I'd ask my father. He wouldn't give way to such nonsense, I know." Elizabeth turned away without answering and left the room. Her eyes were full of tears, but she would not let them see that they had vexed her. They were only 2 days home from school, and for the last week before their coming, all her thoughts had been to prepare for their Christmas pleasures. She had arranged their rooms, making everything warm and pretty. Out of her own pocket she had bought a shot bolt for one and skates for the other. She had told the old groom that her pony was to belong exclusively to Master Harry for the holidays, and now Harry told her that still waters ran deep. She had been driven to the use of all her eloquence in inducing her father to purchase that gun for Frank, and now Frank called her a Puritan. And why? She did not choose that a mistletoe bough should be hung in her father's hall when Godfrey Holmes was coming to visit him. She could not explain this to Frank, but Frank might have had the wit to understand it. But Frank was thinking only of Patty Coverdale, a blue-eyed little romp of 16, who, with her sister Kate, was coming from Penrith to spend the Christmas at Thwaite Hall. Elizabeth left the room with her slow, graceful step, hiding her tears, hiding all emotion, as latterly she had taught herself that it was feminine to do. "There goes my lady fine airs," said Harry, sending his shrill voice after her. Thwaite Hall was not a place of much pretension. It was a moderate-sized house, surrounded by pretty gardens and shrubberies, close down upon the River Eamont, on the Westmoreland side of the river, looking over to a lovely wooded bank in Cumberland. All the world knows that the Eamont runs out of Ullswater, dividing the two counties, passing under Pendrith Bridge, and by the old ruins of Brougham Castle, below which it joins the Eden. Thwaite Hall nestled down close upon the clear, rocky stream about half-way between Ullswater and Penrith, and had been built just at a bend of the river. The windows of the dining parlour and of the drawing-room stood at right angles to each other, and yet each commanded a reach of the stream. Immediately from a side of the house steps were cut down through the red rock to the water's edge, and here a small boat was always moored to a chain. The chain was stretched across the river, fixed to the staples driven into the rock on either side, and the boat was pulled backwards and forwards over the stream, without aid from oars or paddles. From the opposite side a path led through the woods and across the fields to Penrith, and this was the route commonly used between Thwaite Hall and the town. Major Garrow was a retired officer of engineers, who had seen service in all parts of the world, and who was now spending the evening of his days on a small property which had come to him from his father. He held in his own hands about 20 acres of land, and he was the owner of one small farm close by, which was let to a tenant. That, together with his half-pay and the interest of his wife's £1,000, sufficed to educate his children and keep the wolf at a comfortable distance from his door. He himself was a spare, thin man, with quiet, lazy, literary habits. He had done the work of life, but had so done it as to permit of his enjoying that which was left to him. His sole remaining care was the establishment of his children, and, as far as he could see, he had no ground for anticipating disappointment. They were clever, good-looking, well-disposed young people, and upon the whole it may be said that the sun shone brightly on Thwaite Hall. Of Mrs. Garrow it may suffice to say that she always deserved such sunshine. For years past it had been the practice of the family to have some sort of gathering at Thwaite Hall during Christmas. Godfrey Holmes had been left under the guardianship of Major Garrow, and as he had always spent his Christmas holidays with his guardian, this perhaps had given rise to the practice. Then the Coverdales were cousins of the Garrows, and they had usually been there as children. At the Christmas last past the custom had been broken, for young Holmes had been abroad. Previous to that they had all been children, excepting him. But now that they were to meet again, they were no longer children. Elizabeth, at any rate, was not so, for she had already counted 19 winters. And Isabella Holmes was coming. Now Isabella was 2 years older than Elizabeth, and had been educated in Brussels. Moreover, she was comparatively a stranger at Thwaite Hall, never having been at those early Christmas meetings. And now I must take permission to begin my story by telling a lady's secret. Elizabeth Garrow had already been in love with Godfrey Holmes, or perhaps it might be more becoming to say that Godfrey Holmes had already been in love with her. They had already been engaged, and alas, they had already agreed that that engagement should be broken off. Young Holmes was now 27 years of age, and was employed in a bank at Liverpool, not as a clerk, but as assistant manager, with a large salary. He was a man well-to-do in the world, who had money also of his own, and who might well afford to marry. Some 2 years since, on the eve of leaving Thwaite Hall, he had with low doubting whisper told Elizabeth that he loved her, and she had flown trembling to her mother. "Godfrey, my boy," the father said to him as he parted with him the next morning, "Bessie is only a child, and too young to think of this yet." At the next Christmas Godfrey was in Italy, and the thing was gone by. So at least the father and mother said to each other. But the young people had met in the summer, and one joyful letter had come from the girl home to her mother. "I have accepted him. Dearest, dearest mamma, I do love him. But don't tell papa yet, for I have not quite accepted him. I think I am sure, but I am not quite sure. I am not quite sure about him." And then, 2 days after that, there had come a letter that was not at all joyful. "Dearest mamma, it is not to be. It is not written in the book. We have both agreed that it will not do. I am so glad that you have not told dear papa, for I could never make him understand. You will understand, for I shall tell you everything, down to his very words. But we have agreed that there shall be no quarrel. It shall be exactly as it was, and he will come at Christmas all the same. It would never do that he and papa should be separated, nor could we now put off Isabella. It is better so in every way, for there is, and need be, no quarrel. We still like each other. I am sure I like him, but I know that I should not make him happy as his wife. He says it is my fault. I, at any rate, have never told him that I thought it his. From all which it will be seen that the confidence between the mother and daughter was very close. Elizabeth Garrow was a very good girl, but it might almost be a question whether she was not too good. She had learned, or thought that she had learned, that most girls are vapid, silly, and useless, given chiefly to pleasure-seeking and a hankering after lovers, and she had resolved that she would not be such a one. Industry, self-denial, and a religious purpose in life were the tasks which she set herself, and she went about the performance of them with much courage. But such tasks, though they are excellently well adapted to fit a young lady for the work of living, may also be carried too far, and thus have the effect of unfitting her for that work. When Elizabeth Garrow made up her mind that the finding of a husband was not the only purpose of life, she did very well. It is very well that a young lady should feel herself capable of going through the world happily without one. But in teaching herself this, she also taught herself to think that there was a certain merit in refusing herself the natural delight of a lover, even though the possession of the lover were compatible with all her duties to herself, her father and mother, and the world at large. It was not that she had determined to have no lover. She made no such resolve, and when the proper lover came, he was admitted to her heart. But she declared to herself unconsciously that she must put a guard upon herself, lest she should be betrayed into weakness by her own happiness. She had resolved that in loving her lord she would not worship him, and that in giving her heart she would only so give it as it should be given to a human creature like herself. She had acted on these high resolves, and hence it had come to pass, not unnaturally, that Mr. Godfrey Holmes had told her that it was her fault. She was a pretty, fair girl, with soft, dark brown hair and soft, long, dark eyelashes. Her gray eyes, though quiet in their tone, were tender and lustrous. Her face was oval, and the lines of her cheek and chin perfect in their symmetry. She was generally quiet in her demeanour, but when moved she could rouse herself to great energy, and speak with feeling, and almost with fire. Her fault was a reverence for martyrdom in general, and a feeling, of which she was unconscious, that it became a young woman to be unhappy in secret. That it became a young woman, I might rather say, to have a source of unhappiness hidden from the world in general, and endured without any detriment to her outward cheerfulness. We know the story of the Spartan boy who held the fox under his tunic. The fox was biting into him, into the very entrails, but the young hero spake never a word. Now Bessie Garrow was inclined to think that it was a good thing to have a fox always biting, so that the torment caused no ruining to her outward smiles. Now at this moment the fox within her bosom was biting her sore enough, but she bore it without flinching. "If you would rather that he should not come, I will have it arranged," her mother had said to her. "Not for worlds," she had answered. "I should never think well of myself again." Her mother had changed her own mind more than once as to the conduct in this matter which might be best for her to follow, thinking solely of her daughter's welfare. "If he comes, they will be reconciled, and she will be happy," had been her first idea. But then there was a stern fixedness of purpose in Bessie's words when she spoke of Mr. Holmes, which had expelled this hope, and Mrs. Garrow had for a while thought it better that the young man should not come. But Bessie would not permit this. It would vex her father, put out of course the arrangements of other people, and display weakness on her own part. He should come, and she would endure without flinching while the fox gnawed at her. That battle of the Mistletoe had been fought on the morning before Christmas Day, and the Holmeses came on Christmas Eve. Isabella was comparatively a stranger, and therefore received at first the greater share of attention. She and Elizabeth had once seen each other, and for the last year or two had corresponded, but personally they had never been intimate. Unfortunately for the latter, that story of Godfrey's offer and acceptance had been communicated to Isabella, as had, of course, the immediately subsequent story of their separation. But now it would be almost impossible to avoid the subject in conversation. "Dearest Isabella, let it be as though it had never been," she had said in one of her letters. "But sometimes it is very difficult to let things be as though they had never been." The first evening passed over very well. The two Coverdale girls were there, and there had been much talking and merry laughter, rather juvenile in its nature, but on the whole none the worse for that. Isabella Holmes was a fine, tall, handsome girl, good-humoured and well disposed to be pleased, rather Frenchified in her manners, and quite able to take care of herself. But she was not above round games, and did not turn up her nose at the boys. Godfrey behaved himself excellently, talking much to the Major, but by no means avoiding Miss Garrow. Mrs. Garrow, though she had known him since he was a boy, had taken an aversion to him since he had quarrelled with her daughter; but there was no room on this first night for showing such aversion, and everything went off well. "Godfrey is very much improved," the Major said to his wife that night. "Do you think so?" "Indeed I do. He has filled out and become a fine man." "Oh, in personal appearance, you mean? Yes, he's well looking enough." "And in his manner, too. He is doing uncommonly well in Liverpool, I can tell you. And if he should think of Bessie—" "There is nothing of that sort," said Mrs. Garrow. "He did speak to me, you know, 2 years ago. Bessie was too young then, and so indeed was he. But if she likes him—" "I don't think she does." "Then there's an end of it." And so they went to bed. "Frank," said the sister to her elder brother, knocking at his door when they had all gone upstairs, "may I come in, if you are not in bed?" "In bed?" said he, looking up with some little pride from his Greek book. "I've got 150 lines to do before I can get to bed. It'll be 2, I suppose. I've got to mug uncommon hard these holidays. I have only one more half, you know, and then—" "Don't overdo it, Frank." "No, I won't overdo it. I mean to take 1 day a week, and work 8 hours a day on the other 5. That will be 40 hours a week, and will give me just 200 hours for the holidays. I have got it all down here on a table. That will be 105 for Greek play, 40 for algebra." And so he explained to her the exact destiny of all his long hours of proposed labour. He had as yet been home a day and a half, and had succeeded in drawing out with red lines and blue figures the tables which he showed her. "If I can do that, it will be pretty well, won't it?" "But, Frank, you've come home for your holidays, to enjoy yourself." "But a fellow must work nowadays." "Don't overdo it, dear, that's all." "But, Frank, I could not rest if I went to bed without speaking to you. You made me unhappy today." "Did I, Bessie?" "You called me a Puritan, and then you quoted that ill-natured French proverb at me. Do you really believe your sister thinks evil, Frank?" And as she spoke she put her arm caressingly around his neck. "Oh, of course I don't." "Then why say so? Harry is so much younger and so thoughtless that I can bear what he says without so much suffering. But if you and I are not friends, I shall be very wretched. If you knew how I have looked forward to your coming home!" "I did not mean to vex you, and I won't say such things again." "That's my own, Frank. What I said to mamma, I said because I thought it right. But you must not say I am a Puritan. I would do anything in my power to make your holidays bright and pleasant. I know that boys require so much more to amuse them than girls do. Good night, dearest. Pray don't overdo yourself with work, and do take care of your eyes." So saying, she kissed him and went her way. In 20 minutes after that he had gone to sleep over his book, and when he woke up to find the candle guttering down, he resolved that he would not begin his measured hours till Christmas Day was fairly over. The morning of Christmas Day passed very quietly. They all went to church, and then sat round the fire chatting until the 4 o'clock dinner was ready. The Coverdale girls thought it was rather more dull than former Thwaite Hall festivities, and Frank was seen to yawn. But then everybody knows that the real fun of Christmas never begins till the day itself be past. The beef and pudding are ponderous, and unless there be absolute children in the party, there is a difficulty in grafting any special afternoon amusements on the Sunday pursuits of the morning. In the evening they were to have a dance. That had been distinctly promised to Patty Coverdale, but the dance would not commence till 8. The beef and pudding were ponderous, but with due efforts they were overcome and disappeared. The glass of port was sipped, the almonds and raisins were nibbled, and then the ladies left the room. 10 minutes after that, Elizabeth found herself seated with Isabella Holmes over the fire in her father's little book-room. It was not by her that this meeting was arranged, for she dreaded such a constrained confidence. But of course it could not be avoided, and perhaps it might be as well now as hereafter. "Bessie," said the elder girl, "I am dying to be alone with you for a moment." "Well, you shall not die. That is, if being alone with me will save you." "I have so much to say to you, and if you have any true friendship in you, you also will have so much to say to me." Miss Garrow, perhaps, had no true friendship in her at that moment, for she would gladly have avoided saying anything, had that been possible. But in order to prove that she was not deficient in friendship, she gave her friend her hand. "And now tell me everything about Godfrey," said Isabella. "Dear Bella, I have nothing to tell, literally nothing." "That is nonsense. Stop a moment, dear, and understand that I do not mean to offend you. It cannot be that you have nothing to tell, if you choose to tell it. You are not the girl to have accepted Godfrey without loving him, nor is he the man to have asked you without loving you. When you write me word that you have changed your mind, as you might about a dress, of course I know you have not told me all. Now I insist upon knowing it. That is, if we are to be friends. I would not speak a word to Godfrey till I had seen you, in order that I might hear your story first." "Indeed, Bella, there is no story to tell." "Then I must ask him." "If you wish to play the part of a true friend to me, you will let the matter pass by and say nothing. You must understand that, circumstanced as we are, your brother's visit here what I mean is, that it is very difficult for me to act and speak exactly as I should do, and a few unfortunate words spoken may make my position unendurable." "Will you answer me, then, one question?" "I cannot tell. I think I will." "Do you love him?" For a moment or two Bessie remained silent, striving to arrange her words so that they should contain no falsehood and yet betray no truth. "Ah, I see you do," continued Miss Holmes. "But of course you do. Why else did you accept him?" "I fancied that I did, as young ladies do sometimes fancy." "And will you say that you do not now?" Again Bessie was silent, and then her friend rose from her seat. "I see it all," she said. "What a pity it was that you both had not some friend like me by you at the time; but perhaps it may not be too late." I need not repeat at length all the protestations which upon this were poured forth with hot energy by poor Bessie. She endeavoured to explain how great had been the difficulty of her position. This Christmas visit had been arranged before that unhappy affair at Liverpool had occurred. Isabella's visit had been partly one of business, it being necessary that certain money affairs should be arranged between her, her brother, and the Major. "I determined," said Bessie, "not to let my feelings stand in the way, and hoped that things might settle down to their former friendly footing. I already fear that I have been wrong, but it will be ungenerous in you to punish me." Then she went on to say that if anybody attempted to interfere with her, she would at once go away to her mother's sister, who lived at Hexham in Northumberland. Then came the dance, and the hearts of Kate and Paddy Coverdale were at last happy. But here again poor Bessie was made to understand how terribly difficult was this experiment in entertaining, on a footing of friendship, a lover with whom she had quarrelled only a month or two before. That she must as a necessity become the partner of Godfrey Holmes she had already calculated, and so much she was prepared to endure. Her brothers would of course dance with the Coverdale girls, and her father would of course stand up with Isabella. There was no other possible arrangement, at any rate as a beginning. She had schooled herself, too, as to the way in which she would speak to him on the occasion, and how she would remain mistress of herself and of her thoughts. But when the time came, the difficulty was almost too much for her. "You do not care much for dancing, if I remember," said he. "Oh, yes, I do. Not as Paddy Coverdale does. It's a passion with her. But then I am older than Paddy Coverdale." After that he was silent for a minute or two. "It seems so odd to me to be here," he said. It was odd. She felt that it was odd. But he ought not to have said so. 2 years make a great difference. The boys have grown so much." "Yes, and there are other things," said he. "Bella was never here before, at least not with you." "No, but I did not exactly mean that." "All that would not make the place so strange. But your mother seems altered to me. She used to be almost like my own mother." "I suppose she finds that you are a more formidable person as you grow older. It was all very well scolding you when you were a clerk in the bank, but it does not do to scold the manager. These are the penalties men pay for becoming great. Oh, it is not my greatness that stands in my way, but then I'm sure I cannot say what it is. But Patty will scold you if you do not mind the figure, though you were the whole board of directors packed into one. She won't respect you if you neglect your present work. When Bessie went to bed that night, she began to feel that she had attempted too much. "Mamma," she said, "could I not make some excuse and go away to Aunt Mary?" "What, now?" "Yes, mamma, now, tomorrow. I need not say that it will make me very unhappy to be away at such a time, but I begin to think that it will be better." "What will papa say?" "You must tell him all." "And Aunt Mary must be told also. You would not like that. Has he said anything?" "No, nothing. Very little, that is. But Bella has spoken to me. Oh, mamma, I think we have been very wrong in this. That is, I have been wrong. I feel as though I should disgrace myself and turn the whole party here into a misfortune." It would be dreadful, that telling of the story to her father and to her aunt, and such a necessity must if possible be avoided. Should such a necessity actually come, the former task would no doubt be done by her mother, but that would not lighten the load materially. After a fortnight she would again meet her father, and would be forced to discuss it. "I will remain, if it be possible," she said. "But, mamma, if I wish to go, you will not stop me?" Her mother promised that she would not stop her, but strongly advised her to stand her ground. On the following morning, when she came downstairs before breakfast, she found Frank standing in the hall with his gun, of which he was trying the lock. "It is not loaded, is it, Frank?" said she. "Oh, dear, no. No one thinks of loading nowadays till he has got out of the house. Directly after breakfast I am going across with Godfrey to the back of Greystock to see after some moorfowl. He asked me to go, and I couldn't well refuse." "Well, of course not. Why should you?" "It will be deuced hard to make up the time. I was to have been up at 4 this morning, but that alarm went off and never woke me. However, I shall be able to do something to-night." "Don't make a slavery of your holidays, Frank. What's the use of having a new gun if you're not to use it?" "It's not the new gun. I'm not such a child as that comes to. But you see, Godfrey is here, and one ought to be civil to him. I'll tell you what I want you girls to do, Bessie. You must come and meet us on our way home. Come over in the boat and along the path to the Patterdale Road. We'll be there under the hill about 5. "And if you are not, we are to wait in the snow?" "Don't make difficulties, Bessie. I tell you we will be there. We are to go in the cart, and so shall have plenty of time." "And how do you know the other girls will go?" "Why, to tell you the truth, Patty Coverdale has promised. As for Miss Holmes, if she won't, why, you must leave her at home with mamma. But Kate and Patty can't come without you." "Your discretion has found that out, has it?" "They say so. But you will come, won't you, Bessie? As for waiting, it's all nonsense. Of course you can walk on, but we'll be at the stile by 5. I've got my watch, you know." And then Bessie promised him. What would she not have done for him that was in her power to do? "Go? Of course I'll go," said Miss Holmes. "I'm up to anything. I'd have gone with them this morning, and have taken a gun if they'd asked me. But, by the by, I'd better not." "Why not?" said Patty, who was hardly yet without fear lest something should mar the expedition. "What will 3 gentlemen do with 4 ladies?" "Oh, I forgot," said Patty, innocently. "I'm sure I don't care," said Kate. "You may have Harry if you like." "Thank you for nothing," said Miss Holmes. "I want one for myself. It's all very well for you to make the offer, but what should I do if Harry won't have me? There are 2 sides, you know, to every bargain." "I'm sure he isn't anything to me," said Kate. "Why, he's not quite 17 years old yet." "Poor boy! What a shame to dispose of him so soon! We'll let him off for a year or 2, won't we, Miss Coverdale? But as there seems to be acknowledgment to be one beau with unappropriated services—" "I'm sure I have appropriated nobody," said Patty, "and didn't intend." "Godfrey, then, is the only knight whose services are claimed," said Miss Holmes, looking at Bessie. Bessie made no immediate answer with either her eyes or tongue; but when the Coverdales were gone, she took her new friend to task. "How can you fill those young girls' heads with such nonsense?" Nature has done that, my dear. But nature should be trained, should it not? You will make them think that those foolish boys are in love with them. The foolish boys, as you call them, will look after that themselves. It seems to me that the foolish boys know what they are about better than some of their elders. And then, after a moment's pause, she added, As for my brother, I have no patience with him. Pray do not discuss your brother, said Bessie. And Bella, unless you wish to drive me away, pray do not speak of him and me together, as you did just now. Are you so bad as that the slightest commonplace joke upsets you? Would not his services be due to you as a matter of course? If you are so sore about it, you will betray your own secret. I have no secret, none at least from you or from mamma, and indeed none from him. We were both very foolish, thinking that we knew each other and our own hearts when we knew neither. I hate to hear people talk of knowing their hearts. My idea is that if you like a young man and he asks you to marry him, you ought to have him. That is, if there is enough to live on. I don't know what more is wanted. But girls are getting to talk and think as though they were to send their hearts through some fiery furnace of trial before they may give them up to a husband's keeping. I am not at all sure that the French fashion is not the best, and that these things shouldn't be managed by the fathers and mothers, or perhaps by the family lawyers. Girls who are so intent upon knowing their own hearts generally end by knowing nobody's heart but their own, and then they die old maids. Better than give themselves to the keeping of those they don't know and cannot esteem. That's a matter of taste. I mean to take the first that comes, so long as he looks like a gentleman, and has not less than 800 a year. Now, Godfrey does look like a gentleman, and has double that. If I had such a chance, I wouldn't think twice about it. But I have no such chance. That's the way the wind blows, is it? No, no. Oh, Bella, pray leave me alone. Pray do not interfere. There is no wind blowing in any way. All that I want is your silence and your sympathy. Very well, I will be silent and sympathetic as the grave. Only don't imagine that I am cold as the grave also. I don't exactly appreciate your ideas, but if I can do no good, I will at any rate endeavour to do no harm. After lunch at about 3 they started on their walk, and managed to ferry themselves over the river. "Oh, do let me, Bessie," said Kate Coverdale. "I understand all about it. Look here, Miss Holmes, you pull the chain through your hands." "And inevitably tear your gloves to pieces," said Miss Holmes. Kate certainly had done so, and did not seem to be particularly well pleased with the accident. "There's a nasty nail in the chain," she said. "I wonder those stupid boys did not tell us." Of course, they reached the trysting place much too soon, and were very tired of walking up and down to keep their feet warm, before the sportsmen came up. But this was their own fault, seeing that they had reached the stile half an hour before the time fixed. "I never will go anywhere to meet gentlemen again," said Miss Holmes. "It is most preposterous that ladies should be left in the snow for an hour. Well, young men, what sport have you had?" "I shot the big black cock," said Harry. "Did you, indeed?" said Kate Coverdale. "And here are the feathers out of his tail for you. He dropped them in the water, and I had to go in after them up to my middle. But I told you that I would, so I was determined to get them." "Oh, you silly, silly boy!" said Kate. "But I'll keep them forever. I will indeed." This was said a little apart, for Harry had managed to draw the young lady aside before he presented the feathers. Frank also had his trophies for Paddy, and the tale to tell of his own prowess. In that he was a year older than his brother, he was by a year's growth less ready to tender his present to his lady love openly in the presence of them all. But he found his opportunity, and then he and Paddy went on a little in advance. Kate also was deep in her consolations to Harry for his ducking, and therefore the four disposed of themselves in the manner previously suggested by Miss Holmes. Miss Holmes, therefore, and her brother and Bessie Garrow were left together in the path, and discussed the performances of the day in a manner that elicited no very ecstatic interest. So they walked for a mile, and by degrees the conversation between them dwindled down almost to nothing. "There is nothing I dislike so much as coming out with people younger than myself," said Miss Holmes. "One always feels so old and dull. Listen to those children there. They make me feel as though I were an old maiden aunt brought out with them to do propriety. Patty won't at all approve if she hears you call her a child. Nor shall I approve if she treats me like an old woman." And then she stepped on and joined the children. "I wouldn't spoil even their sport if I could help it," she said to herself, "but with them I shall only be a temporary nuisance. If I remain behind I shall become a permanent evil." And thus Bessie and her old lover were left by themselves. "I hope you will get on well with Bella," said Godfrey, when they had remained silent for a minute or two. "Oh, yes, she is so good-natured and light-spirited that everybody must like her. She has been used to so much amusement and active life that I know she must find it very dull here." "She is never dull anywhere, even at Liverpool, which for a young lady I sometimes think the dullest place on earth. I know it is for a man." "A man who has work to do can never be dull, can he?" "Indeed he can, as dull as death. I am so, often enough. I have never been very bright there, Bessie, since you left us." There was nothing in his calling her Bessie, for it had become habit with him since they were children, and they had formerly agreed that everything between them should be as it had been before that foolish whisper of love had been spoken and received. Indeed, provision had been made by them especially on this point, so that there need be no awkwardness in this mode of addressing each other. Such provision had seemed to be very prudent, but it hardly had the desired effect on the present occasion. "I hardly know what you mean by brightness," she said, after a pause. "Perhaps it is not intended that people's lives should be what you call bright." "Life ought to be as bright as we can make it." "It all depends on the meaning of the word. I suppose we are not very bright here at Thwaite Hall, but yet we think ourselves very happy." "I am sure you are," said Godfrey. "I very often think of you here." "We always think of places where we have been when we were young," said Bessie. And then again they walked on for some way in silence, and Bessie began to increase her pace with the view of catching the children. The present walk to her was anything but bright, and she bethought herself with dismay that there were still 2 miles before she reached the ferry. "Bessie," Godfrey said at last, and then he stopped as though he were doubtful how to proceed. She, however, did not say a word, but walked on quickly, as though her only hope was in catching the party before her. But they also were walking quickly, for Bella was determined that she would not be caught. "Bessie, I must speak to you once of what passed between us at Liverpool." "Must you?" said she. "Unless you positively forbid it." "Stop, Godfrey," she said. And they did stop in the path, for now she no longer thought of putting an end to her embarrassment by overtaking her companions. "If any such words are necessary for your comfort, it would hardly become me to forbid them. Were I to speak so harshly, you would accuse me afterwards in your own heart. It must be for you to judge whether it is well to reopen a wound that is nearly healed. But with me it is not nearly healed. The wound is open, always." "There are some hurts," she said, "which do not admit of an absolute and perfect cure, unless after long years." As she said so, she could not but think how much better was his chance of such perfect cure than her own. With her, so she said to herself, such curing was all but impossible, whereas with him it was as impossible that the injury should last. "Bessie," he said, and he again stopped her on the narrow path, standing immediately before her on the way, "you remember all the circumstances that made us part?" "Yes, I think I remember them." "And you still think that we were right to part?" She paused for a moment before she answered him, but it was only for a moment, and then she spoke quite firmly. "Yes, Godfrey, I do. I have thought about it much since then. I have thought, I fear, to no good purpose about aught else, but I have never thought that we had been unwise in that. And yet I think you loved me. I am bound to confess I did so, as otherwise I must confess myself a liar. I told you at the time that I loved you, and I told you so truly. But it is better, 10 times better, that those who love should part, even though they still should love, than that two should be joined together, who are incapable of making each other happy. Remember what you told me." "I do remember." "You found yourself unhappy in your engagement, and you said it was my fault." "Bessie, there is my hand. If you have ceased to love me, there is an end of it. But if you love me still, let all that be forgotten." "Forgotten, Godfrey? How can it be forgotten? You were unhappy, and it was my fault. My fault, as it would be if I tried to solace a sick child with arithmetic, or feed a dog with grass. I had no right to love you, knowing you as I did, and knowing also that my ways would not be your ways. My punishment I understand, and it is not more than I can bear, but I had hoped that your punishment would have been soon over." "You are too proud, Bessie." "That is very likely. Frank says that I am a Puritan, and pride was the worst of their sins." "Too proud and unbending. In marriage, should not the man and woman adapt themselves to each other?" "When they are married, yes. And every girl who thinks of marrying should know that in very much she must adapt herself to her husband. But I do not think that a woman should be the ivy, to take the direction of every branch of the tree to which she clings. If she does so, what can be her own character? But we must go on, or we shall be too late." "And you will give me no other answer?" "None other, Godfrey. Have you not just now, at this very moment, told me that I was too proud? Can it be possible that you should wish to tie yourself for life to female pride? And if you tell me that now, at such a moment as this, what would you tell me in the close intimacy of married life, when the trifles of every day would have worn away the courtesies of guest and lover?" There was a sharpness of rebuke in this which Godfrey Holmes could not at the moment overcome. Nevertheless, he knew the girl and understood the workings of her heart and mind. Now, in her present state, she could be unbending, proud, and almost rough. In that she had much to lose in declining the renewed offer which he made her, she would, as it were, continually prompt herself to be harsh and inflexible. Had he been poor, had she not loved him, had not all good things seemed to have attended the promise of such a marriage, she would have been less suspicious of herself in receiving the offer, and more gracious in replying to it. Had he lost all his money before he came back to her, she would have taken him at once; or had he been deprived of an eye, or become crippled in his legs, she would have done so. But circumstanced as he was, she had no motive to tenderness. There was an organic defect in her character, which no doubt was plainly marked by its own bump in her cranium, the bump of philo-martyrdom, it might properly be called. She had shipwrecked her own happiness in rejecting Godfrey Holmes. But it seemed to her to be the proper thing that a well-behaved young lady should shipwreck her own happiness. For the last month or two she had been tossed about by the waters, and was nearly drowned. Now there was beautiful land again close to her, and a strong, pleasant hand stretched out to save her. But though she had suffered terribly among the waves, she still thought it wrong to be saved. It would be so pleasant to take that hand, so sweet, so joyous, that it surely must be wrong. That was her doctrine, and Godfrey Holmes, though he hardly analyzed the matter, partly understood that it was so. And yet, if once she were landed on that green island, she would be so happy. She spoke with scorn of a woman clinging to a tree like ivy, and yet, were she once married, no woman would cling to her husband with sweeter feminine tenacity than Bessie Garrow. He spoke no further word to her as he walked home, but in handing her down to the ferry boat he pressed her hand. For a second it seemed as though she had returned this pressure. If so, the action was involuntary, and her hand instantly resumed its stiffness to his touch. It was late that night when Major Garrow went to his bedroom, but his wife was still up, waiting for him. "Well," said she, "what has he said to you? He has been with you above an hour." Such stories are not very quickly told, and in this case it was necessary to understand him very accurately. At length I think I do understand him. It is not necessary to repeat at length all that was said on that night between Major and Mrs. Scarrow as to the offer which had now for a third time been made to their daughter. On that evening, after the ladies had gone, and when the two boys had taken themselves off, Godfrey Holmes told his tale to his host, and had honestly explained to him what he believed to be the state of his daughter's feelings. "Now you know all," said he. "I do believe that she loves me, and if she does, perhaps she may still listen to you." Major Garrow did not feel sure that he knew it all; but when he had fully discussed the matter that night with his wife, then he thought that perhaps he had arrived at that knowledge. On the following morning Bessie learned from the maid, at an early hour, that Godfrey Holmes had left Thwaite Hall and gone back to Liverpool. To the girl she said nothing on the subject, but she felt obligated to say a word or two to Bella. "It is his coming that I regret," she said, "that he should have had the trouble and annoyance for nothing. I acknowledge that it was my fault, and I am very sorry." "It cannot be helped," said Miss Holmes, somewhat gravely. "As to his misfortunes, I presume that his journeys between here and Liverpool are not the worst of them." After breakfast on that day, Bessie was summoned into her father's book-room, and found him there, and her mother also. "Bessie," said he, "sit down, my dear. You know why Godfrey has left us this morning?" Bessie walked round the room, so that in sitting she might be close to her mother, and take her mother's hand in her own. "I suppose I do, papa," she said. "He was with me late last night, Bessie, and when he told me what had passed between you, I agreed with him that he had better go." "It was better that he should go, papa." "But he has left a message for you." "A message, papa?" "Yes, Bessie, and your mother agrees with me that it had better be given to you. It is this, that if you will send him word to come again, he will be here by Twelfth Night. He came before on my invitation, but if he returns, it must be on yours." "Oh, papa, I cannot." "I do not say that you can, but think of it calmly before you altogether refuse. You shall give me your answer on New Year's morning." "Mamma knows that it would be impossible," said Bessie. "Not impossible, dearest. In such a matter you should do what you believe to be right," said her father. "If I were to ask him here again, it would be telling him that I would—" "Exactly, Bessie. It would be telling him that you would be his wife. He would understand it so, and so would your mother and I. It must be so understood altogether." "But, papa, when we were at Liverpool—" "I have told him everything, dearest," said Mrs. Garrow. "I think I understand the whole," said the major, "and in such a matter as this I will not give you counsel on either side. But you must remember that in making up your mind you must think of him as well as of yourself. If you do not love him, if you feel that as his wife you should not love him, there is not another word to be said. I need not explain to my daughter that under such circumstances she would be wrong to encourage the visits of a suitor. But your mother says you do love him." "Oh, mamma!" "I will not ask you. But if you do, if you have so told him and allowed him to build up an idea of his life happiness on such telling, you will, I think, sin greatly against him by allowing a false feminine pride to mar his happiness. When once a girl has confessed to a man that she loves him, the confession and the love together put upon her the burden of a duty towards him which she cannot with impunity throw aside." Then he kissed her, and bidding her give him a reply on the morning of the New Year, left her with her mother. She had 4 days for consideration, and they went past her by no means easily. Could she have been alone with her mother, the struggle would not have been so painful; but there was the necessity that she should talk to Isabella Holmes, and the necessity also that she should not neglect the Coverdales. Nothing could have been kinder than Bella. She did not speak on the subject till the morning of the last day, and then only in a very few words. "Bessie," she said, "as you are great, be merciful." "But I'm not great, and it would not be mercy." "As to that," said Bella, "he has surely a right to his own opinion." On that evening she was sitting alone in her room when her mother came to her, and her eyes were red with weeping. Pen and paper were before her, as though she were resolved to write, but hitherto no word had been written. "Well, Bessie," said her mother, sitting down close beside her, "is the deed done?" "What deed, mamma? Who says that I am to do it?" "The deed is not the writing, but the resolution to write. 5 words will be sufficient, if only those 5 words may be written." "It is for one's whole life, mamma, for his life as well as my own." "True, Bessie, that is quite true; but equally true whether you bid him come or allow him to remain away. That task of making up one's mind for life must at last be done in some special moment of that life." "Mamma, mamma, tell me what I should do." But this Mrs. Garrow would not do. "I will write the words for you if you like," she said, "but it is you who must resolve that they shall be written. I cannot bid my darling go away and leave me for another home. I can only say that in my heart I do believe that home would be a happy one." It was morning before the note was written, but when the morning came, Bessie had written it and brought it to her mother. "You must take it to papa," she said. Then she went and hid herself from all eyes till the noon had passed. "Dear Godfrey," the letter ran, "papa says that you will return on Wednesday if I write to ask you. Do come back to us, if you wish it. Yours always, Bessie." "It is as good as though she had filled the sheet," said the Major. But in sending it to Godfrey Holmes he did not omit a few accompanying remarks of his own. An answer came from Godfrey by return of post, and on the afternoon of the 6th of January Frank Garrow drove over to the station at Penrith to meet him. On their way back to Thwaite Hall there grew up a very close confidence between the 2 future brothers-in-law, and Frank explained with great perspicuity a little plan which he had arranged himself. "As soon as it is dark, so that she won't see it, Harry will hang it in the dining-room," he said, "and mind you go in there before you go anywhere else." "I am very glad you have come back, Godfrey," said the Major, meeting him in the hall. "God bless you, dear Godfrey," said Mrs. Garrow. "You will find Bessie in the dining-room," she whispered; but in so whispering she was quite unconscious of the mistletoe bough. And so also was Bessie, nor do I think that she was much more conscious when that introduction was over. Godfrey had made all manner of promises to Frank, but when the moment arrived he had found the moment too important for any special reference to the little bough above his head. Not so, however, Patty Coverdale. "It's a shame," said she, bursting out of the room, "and if I'd known what you had done, nothing on earth would have induced me to go in. I won't enter the room till I know that you've taken it out." Nevertheless, her sister Kate was bold enough to solve the mystery before the evening was over. End of The Mistletoe Bough by Anthony Trollope. Number 9, Christmas Eve in a Lumber Camp by Ralph Connor. It was due to a mysterious dispensation of Providence, and a good deal to Leslie Graham, that I found myself in the heart of the Selkirks for my Christmas Eve, as the year 1882 was dying. It had been my plan to spend my Christmas far away in Toronto, with such bohemian and boon companions as could be found in that cosmopolitan and kindly city. But Leslie Graham changed all that, for discovering me in the village of Blackrock, with my traps all packed, waiting for the stage to start for the landing 30 miles away, he bore down upon me with resistless force, and I found myself recovering from my surprise only after we had gone in his lumber sleigh some 6 miles on our way to his camp up in the mountains. I was surprised and much delighted, though I would not allow him to think so, to find that his old-time power over me was still there. He could always, in the old varsity days, dear wild days, make me do what he liked. He was so handsome and so reckless, brilliant in his class work, and the prince of half-backs in the Rugby field, and with such power of fascination as would extract the heart out of a wheelbarrow, as Barney Lundy used to say. And thus it was that I found myself just 3 weeks later I was to have spent 2 or 3 days on the afternoon of December 24, standing in Graham's lumber camp No. 2, wondering at myself. But I did not regret my changed plans, for in those 3 weeks I had raided a cinnamon bear's den and had wakened up a grizzly. But I shall let the grizzly finish the tale. He probably sees more humor in it than I. The camp stood in a little clearing, and consisted of a group of 3 long, low shanties with smaller shacks near them, all built of heavy, unhewn logs, with door and window in each. The grub camp, with cook shed attached, stood in the middle of the clearing. At a little distance was the sleeping camp, with the office built against it, and about 100 yards away on the other side of the clearing stood the stables, and near them the smithy. The mountains rose grandly on every side, throwing up their great peaks into the sky. The clearing in which the camp stood was hewn out of a dense pine forest that filled the valley, and climbed halfway up the mountain sides, and then frayed out in scattered and stunted trees. It was one of those wonderful Canadian winter days, bright, and with a touch of sharpness in the air that did not chill, but warmed the blood like draughts of wine. The men were up in the woods, and the shrill scream of the blue jay flashing across the open, the impudent chatter of the red squirrel from the top of the grub camp, and the pert chirp of the whiskey jack hopping about on the rubbish heap, with the long, lonely cry of the wolf far down the valley, only made the silence felt the more. As I stood drinking in with all my soul the glorious beauty and the silence of mountain and forest, with the Christmas feeling stealing into me, Graham came out from his office, and catching sight of me, called out, "Glorious Christmas weather, old chap!" and then, coming nearer, "Must you go to-morrow?" "I fear so," I replied, knowing well that the Christmas feeling was on him too. "I wish I were going with you," he said quietly. I turned eagerly to persuade him, but at the look of suffering in his face the words died on my lips, for we both were thinking of the awful night of horror when all his bright, brilliant life crashed down about him in black ruin and shame. I could only throw my arm over his shoulder and stand silent beside him. A sudden jingle of bells roused him, and giving himself a little shake, he exclaimed, "There are the boys coming home." Soon the camp was filled with men talking, laughing, chaffing like light-hearted boys. "They are a little wild to-night," said Graham, "and to-morrow they'll paint Black Rock red." Before many minutes had gone, the last teamster was washed up, and all were standing about waiting impatiently for the cook's signal. The supper to-night was to be something of a feed, when the sound of bells drew their attention to a light sleigh drawn by a buckskin bronco coming down the hillside at a great pace. "The preacher, I'll bet, by his driving," said one of the men. "Bedad, and it him has a fine nose for turkey," said Blaney, a good-natured, jovial Irishman. "Yes, or for payday, more like," said Keefe, a black-browed, villainous fellow countryman of Blaney's, and, strange to say, his great friend. Big Sandy McNaughton, a Canadian Highlander from Glengarry, rose up in wrath. "Bill Keefe," said he, with deliberate emphasis, "you'll just keep your dirty tongue off the minister. And as for your pay, it's little he sees of it, or any one else except Mike Slevin, when you're too dry to wait for some one to treat you, or perhaps Father Ryan, when the fear of hellfire is on you." The men stood amazed at Sandy's sudden anger and length of speech. "Bon, that's good for you, my bully boy," said Baptiste, a wiry little French Canadian, Sandy's sworn ally and devoted admirer ever since the day when the big Scotchman, under great provocation, had knocked him clean off the dump into the river, and then jumped in for him. It was not till afterward I learned the cause of Sandy's sudden wrath which urged him to such unwonted length of speech. It was not simply that the Presbyterian blood carried with it reverence for the minister, but that he had a vivid remembrance of how, only a month ago, the minister had got him out of Mike Slavin's saloon and out of the clutches of Keefe and Slavin and their gang of bloodsuckers. Keefe started up with a curse. Baptiste sprang to Sandy's side, slapped him on the back, and called out, "You kill him, I'll eat him up, me." It looked as if there might be a fight, when a harsh voice said in a low, savage tone, "Stop your row, you fools! Settle it, if you want to, somewhere else." I turned, and was amazed to see old man Nelson, who was very seldom moved to speech. There was a look of scorn on his hard, iron-gray face, and of such settled fierceness as made me quite believe the tales I had heard of his deadly fights in the mines at the coast. Before any reply could be made, the minister drove up and called out in a cheery voice, "Merry Christmas, boys! Hello, Sandy! Como ça va, Baptiste? And how do you do, Mr. Graham?" "First rate. Let me introduce my friend, Mr. Connor, sometime medical student, now artist, hunter, and tramp at large, but not a bad sort." "A man to be envied," said the minister, smiling. "I am glad to know any friend of Mr. Graham's." I liked Mr. Craig from the first. He had good eyes that looked straight out at you, a clean-cut, strong face, well set on his shoulders, and altogether an upstanding, manly bearing. He insisted on going with Sandy to the stables to see Dandy his bronco put up. "Decent fellow," said Graham, "but though he is good enough to his bronco, it is Sandy that's in his mind now." "Does he come out often? I mean, are you part of his parish, so to speak?" "I have no doubt he thinks so, and I'm blowed if he doesn't make the Presbyterians of us think so too." And he added after a pause, "A dandy lot of parishioners we are for any man. There's Sandy now, he would knock Keefe's head off as a kind of religious exercise. But tomorrow Keefe will be sober, and Sandy will be drunk as a lord, and the drunker he is, the better Presbyterian he'll be, to the preacher's disgust." Then, after another pause, he added bitterly, "But it is not for me to throw rocks at Sandy. I am not the same kind of fool, but I am a fool of several other sorts." Then the cook came out and beat a tattoo on the bottom of a dishpan. Baptiste answered with a yell, but though keenly hungry, no man would demean himself to do other than walk with apparent reluctance to his place at the table. At the further end of the camp was a big fireplace, and from the door of the fireplace extended the long board tables covered with platters of turkey not too scientifically carved, dishes of potatoes, bowls of apple sauce, plates of butter, pies, and smaller dishes distributed at regular intervals. 2 lanterns hanging from the roof and a row of candles stuck into the wall on either side by means of slit sticks cast a dim, weird light over the scene. There was a moment's silence, and at a nod from Graham, Mr. Craig rose and said, "I don't know how you feel about it, men, but to me this looks good enough to be thankful for." "Fire ahead, sir," called out a voice quite respectfully, and the minister bent his head and said, "For Christ the Lord, who came to save us, for all the love and goodness we have known, and for these thy gifts to us this Christmas night, our Father make us thankful. Amen." "Bon, that's first rate," said Baptiste. "Seems like that make me eat more better for sure." And then no word was spoken for a quarter of an hour. The occasion was far too solemn, and moments too precious for anything so empty as words. But when the white piles of bread and the brown piles of turkey had for a second time vanished, and after the last pie had disappeared, there came a pause and a hush of expectancy, whereupon the cook and cookee, each bearing aloft a huge blazing pudding, came forth. "Hooray!" yelled Blaney. "Up with yez!" And grabbing the cook by the shoulders from behind, he faced him about. Mr. Craig was the first to respond, and seizing the cookee in the same way, called out, "Squad, fall in! Quick march!" In a moment every man was in the procession. "Strike up, Batchies, ye little angel!" shouted Blaney, the appellation a concession to the minister's presence, and away went Baptiste in a rollicking French song with the English chorus. Then blow ye winds in the morning, blow ye winds, ayo, blow ye winds in the morning, blow, blow, blow. And at each blow every boot came down with a thump on the plank floor that shook the solid roof. After the second round, Mr. Craig jumped upon the bench and called out, "3 cheers for Billy the cook." In the silence following the cheers, Baptiste was heard to say, "Bon, that make me feel like that pudding. I'll help myself, me." "Here till the little baste," said Blaney in disgust. "Batchees," remonstrated Sandy gravely, "more stomach than manners." "For sure, but the more stomach, that's more the better for the pudding," replied the little Frenchman cheerfully. After a time the tables were cleared and pushed back to the wall, and pipes were produced. In all attitudes suggestive of comfort, the men disposed themselves in a wide circle about the fire, which now roared and crackled up the great wooden chimney hanging from the roof. The lumberman's hour of bliss had arrived. Even old man Nelson looked a shade less melancholy than usual as he sat alone, well away from the fire, smoking steadily and silently. When the second pipes were well a-going, one of the men took down a violin from the wall and handed it to Lachlan Campbell. There were two brothers Campbell, just out from Argyll, typical Highlanders, Lachlan, dark, silent, melancholy, with the face of a mystic, and Angus, red-haired, quick, impulsive, and devoted to his brother, a devotion he thought proper to cover under biting, sarcastic speech. Lachlan, after much protestation, interposed with jibes from his brother, took the violin, and in response to the call from all sides, struck up Lord Macdonald's Reel. In a moment the floor was filled with dancers, whooping and cracking their fingers in the wildest manner. Then Baptiste did the Red River Jig, a most intricate and difficult series of steps, the men keeping time to the music with hands and feet. When the jig was finished, Sandy called for "Lochaber no more," but Campbell said, "No, no, I cannot play that to-night. Mr. Craig will play." Craig took the violin, and at first note I knew he was no ordinary player. I did not recognize the music, but it was soft and thrilling, and got in by the heart, till every one was thinking his tenderest and saddest thoughts. After he had played 2 or 3 exquisite bits, he gave Campbell his violin, saying, "Now, Lochaber, Lachlan." Without a word Lachlan began not Lochaber, he was not ready for that yet, but "The Flowers of the Forest," and from that wandered through "Auld Robin Gray" and "The Land of the Leal," and so got at last to that most soul-subduing of Scottish laments, "Lochaber no more." At the first strain, his brother, who had thrown himself on some blankets behind the fire, turned over on his face, feigning sleep. Sandy McNaughton took his pipe out of his mouth and sat up straight and stiff, staring into vacancy, and Graham, beyond the fire, drew a short, sharp breath. We had often sat, Graham and I, in our student days, in the drawing-room at home, listening to his father wailing out Lochaber upon the pipes, and I knew well that the awful minor strains were now eating their way into his soul. Over and over again the Highlander played his lament. He had long since forgotten us, and was seeing visions of the hills and lochs and glens of his far-away native land, and making us, too, see strange things out of the dim past. I glanced at old man Nelson, and was startled at the eager, almost piteous look in his eyes, and I wished Campbell would stop. Mr. Craig caught my eye, and, stepping over to Campbell, held out his hand for the violin. Lingeringly and lovingly the Highlander drew out the last strain, and silently gave the minister his instrument. Without a moment's pause, and while the spell of Lochaber was still upon us, the minister, with exquisite skill, fell into the refrain of that simple and beautiful camp-meeting hymn, "The Sweet By and By." After playing the verse through once, he sang softly the refrain. After the first verse the men joined in the chorus. At first timidly, but by the time the third verse was reached, they were shouting with throats full open, "We shall meet on that beautiful shore." When I looked at Nelson, the eager light had gone out of his eyes, and in its place was a kind of determined hopelessness, as if in this new music he had no part. After the voices had ceased, Mr. Craig played again the refrain, more and more softly and slowly. Then, laying the violin on Campbell's knees, he drew from his pocket his little Bible, and said, "Men, with Mr. Graham's permission, I want to read you something this Christmas Eve. You will all have heard it before, but you will like it none the less for that." His voice was soft, but clear and penetrating, as he read the eternal story of the angels and the shepherds and the babe. And as he read, a slight motion of the hand or a glance of an eye made us see, as he was seeing, that whole radiant drama. The wonder, the timid joy, the tenderness, the mystery of it all, were borne in upon us with overpowering effect. He closed the book, and in the same low, clear voice went on to tell us how, in his home years ago, he used to stand on Christmas Eve listening in thrilling delight to his mother telling him the story, and how she used to make him see the shepherds and hear the sheep bleating near by, and how the sudden burst of glory used to make his heart jump. I used to be a little afraid of the angels, because a boy told me they were ghosts, but my mother told me better, and I didn't fear them any more. And the baby, the dear little baby, we all love a baby. There was a quick, dry sob. It was from Nelson. I used to peek through under to see the little one in the straw and wonder what things swaddling clothes were. Oh, it was so real and so beautiful. He paused, and I could hear the men breathing. But one Christmas Eve, he went on in a lower, sweeter tone, there was no one to tell the story, and I grew to forget it, and went away to college, and learned to think that it was only a child's tale, and was not for men. Then bad days came to me, and worse, and I began to lose my grip of myself, of life, of hope, of goodness, till one black Christmas, in the slums of a far-away city, when I had given up all, and the devil's arms were about me, I heard the story again. And as I listened, with a bitter ache in my heart, for I had put it all behind me, I suddenly found myself peeking under the shepherd's arms with a child's wonder at the baby in the straw. Then it came over me like great waves that his name was Jesus, because it was he that should save men from their sins. Save! Save! The waves kept beating upon my ears, and before I knew, I had called out, "Oh, can he save me?" It was in a little mission meeting on one of the side streets, and they seemed to be used to that sort of thing there, for no one was surprised, and a young fellow leaned across the aisle to me and said, "Why, you just bet he can." His surprise that I should doubt his bright face and confident tone gave me hope that perhaps it might be so. I held to that hope with all my soul, and, stretching up his arms, and with a quick glow in his face and a little break in his voice, "He hasn't failed me yet. Not once. Not once." He stopped quite short, and I felt a good deal like making a fool of myself, for in those days I had not made up my mind about these things. Graham, poor old chap, was gazing at him with a sad yearning in his dark eyes. Big Sandy was sitting very stiff and staring harder than ever into the fire. Baptiste was trembling with excitement. Blaney was openly wiping the tears away, but the face that held my eyes was that of old man Nelson. It was white, fierce, hungry-looking, his sunken eyes burning, his lips parted as if to cry. The minister went on, "I didn't mean to tell you this, men. It all came over me with a rush, but it is true, every word, and not a word will I take back. And what's more, I can tell you this, what he did for me he can do for any man, and it doesn't make any difference what's behind him, and," leaning slightly forward and with a little thrill of pathos vibrating in his voice, "oh, boys, why don't you give him a chance at you? Without him you'll never be the men you want to be, and you'll never get the better of that's keeping some of you now from going back home. You know you'll never go back till you're the men you want to be." Then lifting up his face and throwing back his head, he said, as if to himself, "Jesus, he shall save his people from their sins." And then, "Let us pray." Graham leaned forward with his face in his hands. Baptiste and Blaney dropped on their knees. Sandy, the Campbells, and some others stood up. Old man Nelson held his eyes steadily on the minister. Only once before had I seen that look on a human face. A young fellow had broken through the ice on the river at home, and as the black water was dragging his fingers one by one from the slippery edges, there came over his face that same look. I used to wake up for many a night after in a sweat of horror, seeing the white face with its parting lips and its piteous, dumb appeal, and the black water slowly sucking it down. Nelson's face brought it all back. But during the prayer the face changed and seemed to settle into resolve of some sort, stern, almost gloomy, as of a man with his last chance before him. After the prayer Mr. Craig invited the men to a Christmas dinner next day in Blackrock, and because you are an independent lot, we'll charge you $50 for dinner and the evening show." Then leaving a bundle of magazines and illustrated papers on the table, a godsend to the men, he said good-bye and went out. I was to go with the minister, so I jumped into the sleigh first and waited while he said good-bye to Graham, who had been hard hit by the whole service and seemed to want to say something. I heard Mr. Craig say cheerfully and confidently, "It's a true bill. Try him." Sandy, who had been steadying Dandy while that interesting bronco was attempting with great success to balance himself on his hind legs, came to say good-bye. "Come and see me first thing, Sandy." I know. I'll see you, Mr. Craig," said Sandy, earnestly, as Dandy dashed off at a full gallop across the clearing and over the bridge, steadying down when he reached the hill. "Steady, you idiot!" This was to Dandy, who had taken a sudden side spring into the deep snow, almost upsetting us. A man stepped out from the shadow. It was old man Nelson. He came straight to the sleigh, and ignoring my presence completely, said, "Mr. Craig, are you dead sure of this? Will it work?" "Do you mean," said Craig, taking him up promptly, "can Jesus Christ save you from your sins and make a man of you?" The old man nodded, keeping his hungry eyes on the other's face. "Well, here's his message to you. The Son of Man is come to seek and save that which was lost." "To me? To me?" said the old man eagerly. "Listen, this too is his word. 'Him that cometh unto me I will in no wise cast out.' That's for you, for here you are, coming." "You don't know me, Mr. Craig. I left my baby 15 years ago because—" "Stop," said the minister. "Don't tell me, at least not tonight, perhaps never. Tell him who knows it all now and who never betrays a secret. Have it out with him. Don't be afraid to trust him." Nelson looked at him with his face quivering, and said in a husky voice, "If this is no good, it's hell for me." "If it is no good," replied Craig almost sternly, "it's hell for all of us." The old man straightened himself up, looked up at the stars, then back at Mr. Craig, then at me, and drawing a deep breath, said, "I'll try him." As he was turning away, the minister touched him on the arm and said quietly, "Keep an eye on Sandy tomorrow." Nelson nodded, and we went on. But before we took the next turn, I looked back and saw what brought a lump into my throat. It was old man Nelson on his knees in the snow, with his hands spread upward to the stars. And I wondered if there was any one above the stars, nearer than the stars, who could see. And then the trees hid him from my sight. End of Christmas Eve in a Lumber Camp by Ralph Connor. Number 10, A Little Boy and Santa Claus by Walter A. Dyer. Once upon a time there was a little boy who believed in Santa Claus. Why he thus believed he did not know. When one is a small boy, one finds it easier to believe in things than not. He did not inquire as to the reason for the good saint's existence. He did not wonder why Santa Claus should choose to be so generous on one particular day. Cause and effect were matters of small importance compared with the net results of sleds and Noah's arks. When Christmas morning came, and the sunlight streaming in through frosted window panes woke the little boy, he made a dash for the mantel where his stocking was hung. There were the jumping jacks and the Christmas candy, just where he knew they would be, irrefutable evidence of the midnight visit of the good white saint. Faith in things not seen is in little danger, so long as the evidence of things hoped for fails us not. The whole situation suited the little boy, and he believed in Santa Claus. But he was a very inquisitive small boy, and though the bigger mystery of Santa Claus troubled him not at all, he was a bit perplexed by certain material details. He observed that there was no real fireplace in the house. A scientific turn of mind was his by inheritance, and forced him to pursue his investigations. At length he formulated the important question, how did Santa Claus get in? The grown-ups, they were unusually clever for grown-ups, it seems, told him that Santa Claus could make himself very small at will, and came in through the drafts of the kitchen range after the fire went out. This proved a satisfactory solution of the problem for a time, as it did not occur to the small boy to inquire whether the grown-ups always allowed the fire to go out on the night before Christmas, though he was a bit puzzled as to how any saint, even a collapsible saint, could drag a large sled through a small stovepipe. Alas, the small boy was born in a scientific and materialistic age, and the spirit of investigation was upon him. He could not let the matter drop. He made an exhaustive study of it, and one by one scented out the flaws in the argument. He took notice of the hesitation of the women grown-ups in answering his questions, and the false notes in the facetious remarks of the men grown-ups. He observed the smile of patronizing superiority on his older sister's face. He began to doubt, and doubt is the beginning of knowledge. Before many years had passed, he had run the question down, and the grown-ups, finding themselves cornered, were forced to admit that there was no such thing as Santa Claus. I was that little boy. Ah, well I remember how it seemed that my heart would break when I learned the appalling truth. I left the unsympathetic company of obtuse grown-ups, and threw myself down on the sofa in another room, and turning my face to the wall, I wept bitterly. I had lost something that day that can never be replaced. I am not at all in sympathy with those who think it a sin to perpetuate what they are pleased to refer to as the Santa Claus lie. Personally, I must confess to a feeling of smallness and awe when I stand before a child who honestly believes in Santa Claus. And yet I fear that his hold upon us is weakening. The age of fable has passed. Must old St. Nicholas go too? This growing scorn for delightful unrealities gives me some concern, for it is an indication of a psychological change in the human race that I do not like to contemplate. One by one the myths of childhood vanish. Bogeymen and fairy godmothers gradually lose their power over us. One by one the myths of man depart, and Pan lies low beneath our hurrying feet. We have put our faith in a god of gold and steel, and Phoebus no longer rides upon the sunset. We are a practical people, and we glory in it. We waste not our energies in vain dreaming of things that may not be. We have risen above that foolishness. We are after tangible results, and we get them. But after all, are tangible results all that the soul craves? May we not be degenerating into mere men of prose and calculation? How long will there be among us real children and real poets? Where now is the poet who can invent a myth, or the child who can believe in one? Alice in Wonderland, I believe, was the last great mythology. Even Peter Pan did not wholly convince us. "We have played Jack Horner with our earth," said James Russell Lowell, lamenting in his journal, "till there is never a plum left in it," thereby implying, I presume, that each iconoclastic scientist saith in his stony heart, "Lo, what a brave boy am I!" The best of our poets have felt alarm at this systematic and progressive disillusioning of the world. Thus, Poe to science: "Hast thou not dragged Diana from her car, and driven the Hamadryad from the wood to seek a shelter in some happier star? Hast thou not torn the Naiad from the flood, the Elfin from the green grass, and from me the summer dream beneath the tamarind tree?" And thus Wordsworth: "I'd rather be a pagan suckled in a creed outworn, so might I, standing on this pleasant lea, have glimpses that would make me less forlorn, have sight of Proteus rising from the sea, or hear old Triton blow his wreathed horn." It is not the disbelief in these old myths that brings pain. It is the destruction of belief, the breaking down of the idols. It may be fun, but it is short-sighted and silly. I believe I would sooner perjure myself than be the one to tell a child that there is no such thing as Santa Claus. And if your brother believes in the power of prayer, you are a knave if you attempt to shatter his faith. This iconoclasm has gone far enough. Let us build us new idols if we can. At least let us destroy no more old ones. And speaking of Christmas, has it ever occurred to you that we may perhaps be doing ourselves and posterity immeasurable injury by forgetting the beauty of the story that the day is supposed to commemorate? But we cannot hope to rebuild the faith of the world in myth and fairy lore. The day of miracles has passed. People don't read poetry anymore. People don't pray anymore. This is the age of specialization, and those of us who want our souls to grow must fight always against the tendency of our lives to narrow down to a single channel. For every man there lies a rut ready to receive him. This is the trend of the times, and it will take patience and much united energy to combat it. The task may be too big for us, but we may be able to do something to prevent our own lives from becoming entirely hardened. And that is what makes this thing worth talking about. The most materialistic old curmudgeon of us all sometimes looks back with regretful longing toward the fresh, unspoiled, unsophisticated, wondering days of childhood. Indeed, I fancy that some of our modern men and women have reason to indulge in some of this regretful retrospection from about the age of 12. We envy our earlier selves, and we regret the loss of those very things that we have struggled so valiantly to grow away from. What is it that makes childhood so alluring? What is it in the old memories that haunts us? Why is it that those halcyon hours come never more? We have been growing old too fast. We have been losing that freshness of interest in all things, that mental alertness that made us as children, that made earlier peoples so different from what we are now. Until we regain, by an effort of the will, somewhat of this childlike spirit, we shall continue to plod along, with half of our minds working overtime and the other half asleep. For one thing, we live too much in cities these days. Cities are manufactured out of material ingredients. Their steel and concrete lives enchain our souls. Myths were never born in cities, but in groves and by the sea. It is there that the imagination is stimulated. There is no such thing as Pan in Wall Street. Do you remember how you used to lie awake after they had put you to bed and weave romances about yourself? Do you remember the countless Indians you slew when you were a little boy, or the fairy princes that came to woo you when you were a little girl? Now, when you lie awake o' nights, you think of business, don't you? Have you ever made an effort to do otherwise? Have you ever tried to put that part of your mind to sleep by waking up the other part, the old child part that knew how to pretend? I have, and I tell you, it pays. I have learned to turn my mind deliberately to a dream I have of a farm in Massachusetts, where I and one other stand amid our blossoming apple trees and survey the land that is ours. The sound of a cowbell is blown faintly from over the hill above which fleecy clouds are lazily drifting. Our dog is dashing madly about the stone wall on the fancied scent of a woodchuck. Our chickens are busying themselves about their manifold duties. Our neighbor Jones is driving by to town, and is waving a salute with his whip. Our farmhouse nestles beneath its lofty elms, the picture of content. Oh, it pays to dream of it when the day's work is done, whether there be any substance to the dream or not. I don't believe there is one of us so steeped in the cares of middle age that we cannot break the chains if we will. If we will. That's the point. Most of us don't even think about doing it. We know that something is wrong with our lives, but we don't stop to study out what it is. But if we will only stop to consider, we shall see that it is possible to make our lives richer by training our minds to be more elastic and our imaginations livelier. The desk-ridden man of 50, whose joints are growing stiff and whose circulation is becoming defective, can renew his youth and limber up marvelously by a persistent application of the golf cure. He can do the same with his mind, if he will. For after all, this is a life of illusions, only now we have substituted middle-aged illusions for those of childhood. Your idea of your own importance is an illusion. Your idea of the importance of your work is another. Your Monday morning blues are as much the result of illusion as was your Saturday morning ecstasy some 30 or 40 years ago. Oh, those happy days of childhood when we believed in Santa Claus! Let them come once more, once more! Let us relearn the art of playing. Let us relearn the art of imagining. Let us regain a little of the old simplicity. We moved our household a little while ago, and as we overhauled our possessions, we came upon many things that awakened memories. There were presents that we gave and received on Christmases gone by. There were humble gifts of the days when the pennies meant even more than they do now, gifts that meant sacrifice for love, gifts that fell far short of what we wished we could afford. They were the best we could do. I wonder what it was about those old Christmas presents that made the tears come. I fancy it was the awakened memory of a time when everything meant so much and was so tremendously appreciated. And then and there we registered a prayer that we might never become so rich that Christmas presents would no longer mean sacrifice. It is that simplicity of mind, that appreciativeness of the good that comes, that makes us love Mrs. Wiggs and the Five Little Peppers. And if the day should ever come when that spirit has departed from our Christmases, it will be a sadder day, 1,000 times, than the one on which I lost my Santa Claus. End of A Little Boy and Santa Claus by Walter A. Dyer. The December Surprise, The Telephone Santa Claus by Patten Beard. The December Surprise. Of course, you know as well as Dotty that there was a pen wiper in the first Christmas pocket. The writing on that pocket said, "Not to be opened till after you have seen all your presents from the Christmas tree on Christmas Eve." Marjorie liked the pen wiper ever so much. She said that it could be used at school. It was made of round red circles of cloth and had a button sewed at its center. The story pocket was quite bulky, and it said, "Open on Christmas Eve for a bedtime story." Marjorie read it aloud as she and Dot curled up in a big, cozy, comfortable at bedtime. They had to have a very special dispensation from Mother. She said that the surprise book story that came on Christmas Eve might keep the bedtime light lit till it was finished. So Marjorie read aloud The Telephone Santa Claus. The shops were full of Christmas toys. There were Christmas greens and fir trees everywhere. Big ribbon-trimmed holly wreaths began to appear in front windows, and everybody in the streets carried Christmas bundles. At this time, too, Mary Louise, who lived in a large and beautiful house with Mother and Daddy, and who was the only little girl they had, began to plan what she should ask Santa Claus to bring her. Can anybody ever have too many toys? Mary Louise had a whole toy closet full. There were certain very best toys put by Nurse on the top shelf for special occasions, and there were countless everyday toys, some of them a bit broken, but a great many of them quite whole and splendid, ever so much nicer than the toys that Mary Louise's little friends had to play with. Still, Mary Louise wanted more toys. The list that she now was writing in her round, wiggly handwriting had already covered several sheets of large pad paper that Nurse had given her. Mary Louise sat at the big flat desk in the library. Her velvet dress was almost lost in the big armchair that was Daddy's favorite. Behind her was a cheerful fire on the hearth, and it snapped and crackled joyously. Mary Louise's blue eyes traveled about the room as if seeking fresh inspiration in the objects that they rested upon. She already had everything, but she wanted more, and so she put the pencil on the paper and continued the letter to Santa Claus. "I want 2 new teddy bears, the biggest you have, Santa Claus," the pencil said. "I want one that is pure white like snow, and another that is furry and brown. Both should have a squeak, and if you have any that will growl, I'd like that kind, too. I want a white doll carriage lined with pink satin. They have them at Bunty's department store, for I saw them once, and they cost $25. I want a big doll to go in it. I want a whole wardrobe of clothes for it, a new doll cradle, and it must have a pink silk dress, too. I want a doll that will open and shut its eyes, one with real hair. It must talk, too. You can bring me, beside this, a boy doll with a sled and all the different kinds of clothes that a little boy ought to wear. I want a real toy automobile with a horn and a lamp, not the kind that is like a tricycle, because I already have one like that. I mean the real kind that runs with gasoline. They cost $125, maybe a little more, but I don't think you mind what they cost. I want a doll house that is nicer than the one you gave me before. It ought to be big enough for me to go into myself, and I would like to have it built in the garden like a real house. You can put it down by the greenhouses because it will be too big to bring into our house or carry down the chimney, I know. And then, too, I want— Mary Louise's blue eyes considered the ceiling for a space of time. I want a ring like mother's, one with a blue stone in it, she added. While she was trying to think of something else to ask for, the door of the library opened, and in walked Mary Louise's big daddy. He glanced for a minute at Mary Louise, and he took up the telephone. Mary Louise's daddy was busy there several minutes. He watched Mary Louise nibbling the end of her pencil, and he looked over her shoulder at the letter. As he did so, a smile crossed his face. "Writing to Santa Claus, Mary Louise?" he asked when he put down the receiver. "I was wondering what to ask for next," Mary Louise informed him. "I think I'll ask for another pony. Nibbles is very nice, of course, but I'd rather like one that will trot faster. I think I'd like a white pony with a white kid harness and a white basket cart." "You're asking for a great many things, aren't you?" Daddy suggested. "Maybe it might be well to close the letter now. I'll take it with me and mail it on the way downtown. Better address the envelope." "I might think of something more," remonstrated Mary Louise, but she folded the 6 sheets of pad paper and put them into the envelope that Daddy held out. Then she addressed it to Mr. Santa Claus, Santa Claus Land, Santa Claus Country, North Pole, exactly as Nurse had told her. Daddy put it into his overcoat pocket as Mary Louise had seen him put letters that he posted for Mother. Then, as the library door closed, she plumped herself down upon the thick black fur rug in front of the fire to look at a picture book. She had not been there very long when the telephone bell rang. James didn't come as he ought, and Marie was upstairs, so Mary Louise incommoded herself by getting up from the rug to answer it. It had already rung 3 times, and she was quite ready to scold Marie for not answering it. But she did not have the chance, as Marie still did not come. So Mary Louise took up the receiver. "Hello," she called. "Hello," came a cheery answer. "What is it?" inquired Mary Louise. "I want to talk to Miss Mary Louise Snow," came the answer. "I'm Santa Claus." "Oh, I'm her!" gasped Mary Louise. I'm her!" Never before had Santa Claus called Mary Louise up by telephone. Never had she spoken to him, except for a few brief minutes at a Christmas party celebration. "You are?" returned the voice. "Well, I'm glad you are at home, Mary Louise. There's something very special that I want to talk about. It's almost time for me to receive your usual Christmas letter. I suppose there are a great many things that you will want. Have you been a good little girl this year?" "Sometimes," Mary Louise faltered. "I have tried very hard not to have tantrums. Maybe I did once or twice, but I tried not to say things when Marie would unsnarl my hair." "Have you learned your multiplication tables?" "Up to 7s," answered Mary Louise. "I think I can say them, but I can't always remember what 7 times 9 is, and I forget 7 times 12. "That sounds as if you had tried fairly well," the voice of Santa Claus commented. "There are a great many Christmas presents that you would like, I suppose?" "Yes," returned Mary Louise. "Oh, yes, Santa Claus. I just wrote you my letter, and I hadn't quite finished it when Daddy came in and took it to mail, so maybe I'll write another later on. I didn't ask for any games or things. I might send another letter when I think of what I want. If you like, I will tell you the things that I asked for in my first letter, if I can remember them. I want a big, big doll that can talk, and it must have real hair and shut and open its eyes, and it must have blue eyes and real eyelashes, too. I asked for a pink silk dress and gloves, I think. I can't remember. And there were 2 big teddy bears with a growl and a squeak both. Very big bears, one pure white and the other furry and brown. I want a white pony, too, and a white cart and harness. The letter will tell you all about that. I forget all that I said in the letter," she explained. "It was most 6 pages long of big pad paper." "That was rather long," chuckled Santa Claus. "Yes," smiled Mary Louise, "but I think I forgot to say that I wanted gloves for the doll." "I'm not sure I can bring the gloves," Santa Claus said. "I think, however, that I might get the doll to you. Would you rather have a doll than the 2 teddy bears?" "I want both," replied Mary Louise. It seemed strange that Santa Claus should not understand a thing as simple as that. "Teddy bears are very popular, I know, but I guess you must have ever so many, and you've usually brought me nicer things than you've given other little girls that I know." "Well, maybe I can bring a teddy bear, if there's one left over, Mary Louise, but I'm not at all sure I can bring the pony this year, you know. I'm afraid I've got to cut down on your presents, Mary Louise. That's why I called up. I have something very, very important to ask you. I want to know if you can help me. I'm trying to distribute my gifts more properly this year. You know, of course, Mary Louise, that there are ever so many little children that do not get Christmas presents, especially in wartime." "Are there?" inquired Mary Louise. "I suppose it's the children who have been naughty?" "Oh, no." "What is it, then?" "It's not because I forget them or because they are naughty," explained Santa Claus's voice. "It's because too many goodies go to the rich little children. Then the poor little children who would like toys, they have nothing." "Oh!" gasped Mary Louise. "Then I suppose you've given me more than my share." "I'm afraid so," answered Santa. "Don't the poor children have anything?" "Sometimes I've given to the wrong people," came the evasive answer. "You see, I have a great deal to do. I ought to have a lot of people to help me. How can one person do it all? Sometimes I don't find the right children, and I use up the things that grow in the Santa Claus land, and then I have nothing left after the long, long lists are made up for the very particular little rich children." "Oh, dear!" "Yes, that's why. Do you want to give up some of your things this year so that they can go to the poor children?" Mary Louise reflected. "Which?" she asked. "Do you mean the doll, or the pony, or the automobile, or the new doll house? You have about 100 dolls, haven't you?" "No," corrected Mary Louise, "only just 76, counting the little bits of china ones in the doll house. Without these there are about 40, but only 20 are big ones." "Well," chuckled Santa Claus, "that seems to me a good deal too many. You could give up the doll, I think. Suppose that you were a little girl who had never had any doll ever." "Well, but I'd like the pink doll." "I'll tell you what," Santa Claus suggested. "You think things over. Maybe I'll find that I can spare a pink doll for you after all. But I want you to help me look out for some of the poor children this year, and I want you to buy at least 6 presents out of your very own money. I want you to find some children that I ought to know about. I want you to help them for me. I'll telephone you some addresses where there are poor children, and you must write these down and keep them, and see that the boys and girls have proper Christmas presents. Will you do it?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Santa Claus, gladly," returned Mary Louise. "I have $19 in the bank, I think. My daddy will help me." "No, I don't want your daddy to help you. It's to be your very own money." "All right, I'll not ask him. Of course, I want to help you, Mr. Santa Claus. I'd love to do it." "Well, good-bye. If I can, I'll come on Christmas Eve to your tree. You do the very best you can, Mary Louise, and invite the poor children to share your tree." The receiver was hung up at the other end of the line, and Mary Louise stood bewildered before the library table, where she had just written her long Christmas list. She stood there thinking it all over from beginning to end. She had been asked to help Santa Claus. It was a great distinction. Poor, overworked Santa Claus had appealed to her as a very rich little girl who already had everything, and she mightn't get the pink doll at all. Then Mary Louise could not keep the secret any longer, and she dashed up the stairs to Mother's room. She wouldn't let Mother go out of the room till she had told her the whole story, and Mother had a very important engagement and was all ready to go out in the car. Together they emptied Mary Louise's bank and counted out exactly $19.53. Mary Louise wanted to take it and start right out in the car to buy the presents, but with difficulty Mother explained that she had better wait till Santa Claus sent in the names and she had found out what the children wanted. And Santa Claus did telephone the names. Mary Louise was at dinner, and James answered the telephone. Mary Louise felt badly that she had not been called, but there was no need to take her away from dinner. James had the addresses on the telephone pad, Mother said. She was sure they were right. Mary Louise wished Daddy were home. It seemed to her that he would never come. As she felt sure she would need to buy a tree for the Christmas party, she got Nurse to take her to that shop in the afternoon. But it is wonderful to think that a Christmas tree costs money. Before this, Mary Louise had never considered the subject. It was a very tall tree, and it was an expensive tree. The charge for it ate into the $19.53 considerably. The things that went onto the tree must all be new. Santa Claus must see that Mary Louise had bought new ones to please him. So she bought ever so many stars and birds and balls of red, yellow, blue, green, white, silver, gold. And there was need of tinsel. If Mary Louise had had her own way, she would have spent almost all the $19.53 just on that tree without thinking of the consequences. Why, if she had, how could she have bought any presents for the poor children? Next day, after having told Daddy all about it, she wrote to the addresses that Santa Claus had given her. She wrote the letters in ink and used her very best blue note paper. All the letters were sealed with a Santa Claus sticker. It did take a great deal of time, I assure you. The invitations were to Mamie and Johnny and Toby Smith. They were to Tony Patino and Lily Wicks and Benny Wicks, who lived in a part of the city Mary Louise had never seen. Nurse said it was a very sad part of the city. When Mary Louise asked if she might go there and see it and see the children, Nurse said she guessed Santa Claus didn't know what he was talking about. She guessed not. Mary Louise insisted, but all in vain. Santa Claus had told her what the children's ages were and left the gifts to Mary Louise's selection. When Daddy had taken the letters to the poor children in his overcoat pocket to mail, Mary Louise fell to planning about the gifts. Only one little girl, all boys. How dreadful! But Mother helped Mary Louise by suggesting things that little boys might like. From her own playthings, Mary Louise selected her biggest doll for Lily, and would have given her ever so many other dolls had not Mother thought that Mary Louise might add other little girls to her Christmas list of poor children, and make the helping of Santa Claus more equally distributed among those who might otherwise be forgotten. How fast the $19.53 did go, just buying the tree and the fixings, and the sled and the overcoat and mittens and skates and carts and baseball bats. It was a tragic moment when Mary Louise suddenly discovered that Benny had been neglected and didn't have as many gifts as the others. She consulted Daddy, as there were no boys' toys among her playthings, and nothing seemed right. Daddy said, well, he said she might work and earn the money to buy Benny a present. Never in her life had Mary Louise worked to earn money. How can I earn money? She asked. Daddy thought. If you will learn the 7 times 7 table and the 8 and 9 and any of the others, I'll give you $1 for every one you can say perfectly. That's very special, Mary Louise, because it's Christmas, you know. Dear me, to think of having to sit down quietly in all the excitement of Christmas rush and learn horrid multiplication tables. If anything was work, that surely was. But where there's a will, there's a way, and Mary Louise did it. She did it so well that she remembered all of the 7 table perfectly. She also went on and learned the 8 and 9 tables and the 10 table. That was easy. Then, being quite enthusiastic, she tried hard at the others and mastered the 12 table after keeping at it a steady day. With the proceeds of these earnings, paid gravely by Daddy, she was able to buy Benny a game, and when she went to buy it and found some little poor children right by the car that stopped at the entrance of Bunty's department store, she was able to invite them then and there and go right in and buy presents for them. They needed woolen scarves and mittens, and Mary Louise had found presents on the toy shelf among the toys kept for very special occasions. These would do for them. When once Mary Louise had started to help Santa Claus, there was no knowing where it would end. Whenever she went out, she saw little children whom she was sure Santa Claus had forgotten because they looked so wistfully in at shop windows. Some of them Nurse let her speak to, and she added these to her list for the party. There seemed to be no table of 13 to learn, but Daddy gave $1 for every poem she could recite, and Mary Louise knew ever so many, and it was easy to learn short ones. Oh, dear! How the time did fly! Before Mary Louise knew it, Christmas Eve was there. There had been all the fun of fixing the tree, and Daddy and Mother had helped. Mary Louise hoped Santa Claus wouldn't disappoint her. She hoped that he surely would come. She was very much relieved when James came in and said that he had just been asked to deliver a message that came from Santa Claus over the telephone. It was a telegram, and it said, "Will be at your Christmas party, Christmas Eve, 8 o'clock, Santa Claus." After that, Mary Louise didn't worry. She let Marie take the tangles out of her hair and help her into her very best pink silk dress, and then she dashed downstairs to wait for all the guests who had been invited to come. She wanted to play games with them, and she wanted to tell them all about Santa Claus, and she hoped they would like to sing carols and dance around the tree. But most of all she hoped that they would like the presents she had arranged for them at Santa Claus's suggestion. Oh, wouldn't it be fun to see Santa Claus give out the big white teddy bear, and the big brown fuzzy bear, and the pink doll, and the cart, and the skates, and... But here the doorbell rang, and there was a scuffle of happy feet. It was Lily and Benny and Tony, and all the rest. They were as happy could be. Mary Louise greeted them all, and then they beamed upon her almost as if she were Santa Claus herself. But I just wish you could have heard the shrieks of delight when the front door bell rang and James ushered in Santa Claus himself. It was just too bad that Daddy wasn't there to see all the fun, though Mother did hope that maybe he might be able to come later. Oh, what a good time they all did have! It was the very best and happiest Christmas that Mary Louise had ever had. It was wonderful. Why, Mary Louise had such a good time that she forgot all about the pink doll till Santa Claus came and gave it to her, after giving out all the other gifts. It was the very doll that Mary Louise had wanted, but she asked Santa Claus to be sure he could spare it, and that he had neglected nobody else to give her the doll. He said he guessed not, at least he hoped not, and then they sat on the sofa and ate ice cream together while Santa Claus joked and told stories. But he couldn't stay very long, he said, and he had to go. Then, just afterwards, alas, in came Daddy, who might have met Santa Claus if only he had got there a wee bit sooner. And the children danced around the tree and sang carols. And then they all wished Mary Louise a happy Christmas, and went home with arms laden with packages that they hugged tight and smiled and chuckled over. After the children went, there was just Mother and Daddy left. They both kissed Mary Louise and vowed that they'd have another party again next year, maybe. Then Daddy took Mary Louise upon his knee and put a little blue ring upon her finger. It was the kind of a ring that Mary Louise had wanted, one just like Mother's, only little. And Mother told Mary Louise that her Christmas present was the dollhouse. It was coming as soon as possible. It was so big that one could play inside, and it was to be placed right close to the garden greenhouses. It was a Christmas that Mary Louise never forgot, and couldn't forget, even if it had not been for the blue ring and the multiplication tables. End of The December Surprise, The Telephone Santa Claus by Patten Beard. The First Christmas Surprise, The Directory Santa Claus, by Patten Beard. When Dotty had made the surprise book upon that memorable day when she had not been able to go to school, she had calculated wrongly, so Marjorie's surprise book had more than the usual number of leaves, and it lasted till the following Christmas. The first surprise of that December which closed Marjorie's surprise book seemed very thick and fat indeed. It proved to be 2 stories in place of 1, and with them was a Christmas card. "I'm sorry that the surprise book must end," sighed Marjorie. "Aren't you, Dot?" And, of course, Dotty held out hopes that Santa Claus might bring another. I shouldn't wonder if he did, for Santa Claus likes to make surprises. Maybe it was he himself who had told Mother how to make the first surprise book long ago. They each chose one of the surprise book's Christmas surprise stories for Mother to read aloud on Christmas afternoon when the stories were opened. Dotty's came first. It was The Directory Santa Claus. Christmas holidays had begun, and school was out. The scholars had spoken Christmas pieces that told of gift-giving and Santa Claus. Rose Snyder and Lily Pfeiffer, with school books under their arms, pushed open the heavy oak doors of the big city library and trotted with one accord upstairs to join the line of children waiting to get in. "I got a dandy book," Lily volunteered as they wedged into the waiting line. "It was all about a little girl that went to see Santa Claus. I'm bringing it back now. Say, Rose, you get it on your card. It's an awfully nice story." But Rose shook her head. The thin snub of her nose turned up even higher than ever. It added emphasis to her refusal. "There ain't any Santa Claus," she said. "I never had any Christmas presents from him." "Well," Lily insisted, "I ain't either, but I think there is a Santa Claus, all right. He don't know us, maybe, but he's awfully good to some children. My cousin that goes to Sunday school gets a doll and a box of candy and an orange from him every Christmas. He has a long white beard, and he's ever so jolly." "Salvation Armies, they make Santa Clauses. They're not real, only anybody dressed up." "Most likely your cousin Santa Claus was like that," Rose retorted. "The Salvation Army Santa Clauses, they always stand by the street corners to catch Christmas dinner pennies in their pails." "No, 'twasn't that kind of Santa Claus. He's real." "Well, you won't find him in no directory," Rose argued. "You just go and look, and real folks' names is in it, and you won't find Santa Claus. There ain't any." With this parting thrust, Rose squeezed through a sudden opening in the line and escaped into the reading room beyond. Lily waited for her book to be discharged, then she raised a questioning little hand toward the lady at the library desk. "Please," she asked, "where is the directory book?" "Downstairs," the librarian answered, and downstairs Lily went. The directory book was really very, very big indeed. It was almost a pity that it couldn't be a story book, for one could never have done with a story book that size, and there'd always be something new to read in it. When the fat volume was opened on its desk, Lily studied it at random, trying to make out what it all meant. She decided to begin at the very beginning, so she commenced with A, turned on to B, and ran her forefinger down page after page. It took a great deal of time and patience. The text was very small, and Lily was afraid she might overlook it. Down page after page it traveled, till it came to Claus. Oh, there it was! Claus Adolph Carpenter. No, that couldn't be Santa Claus. The whole name wasn't right, and besides that, he wasn't a carpenter, Lily felt sure. How many people there were by the name of Claus? Well, with patience one might find the right one. Then I shall tell Rose that there is a Santa Claus for sure, thought Lily. On down the list she went. There was an S.T. Claus, that was the nearest to it. Who knows what that S.T. might mean in a way of abbreviation? The address was not far from the library. Lily decided to go down the avenue and find out if it were where the real Santa Claus lived. The long winter twilight was beginning when Lily came out of the library. Already the lights from the grocery and the drugstore on the corner beyond warmed the gray, cold stone of the pavement with red light. Further over, past the intersecting street, an arc lamp made a misty star in the dimness. Toward the star of light Lily made her way. Yes, yes, she was on the right side of the street. She was getting nearer, nearer. Lily's heart went pit-a-pat. Oh, there it was. There it was. It was a little shop that bore the number. Over its window was a sign, S.T. Claus. Somewhere Lily thought she had seen Santa Claus's name written that way. It was the very place, no doubt. In the shop window was a wee green tinsel-covered tree. Toys were caught in the branches. They overflowed onto the broad base of the display window. Cats, dogs, carts, steam engines, dolls, baby carriages, jumping jacks. Oh! Lily stood staring, transfixed with wonder, for there in the store, visible through the lighted window, was a small, jolly-looking, white-bearded man, exactly like the picture of Santa Claus in the story-book. To be sure, his white beard was not quite so long, and he wore a gray knit coat instead of a bright red one with white fur on it, but his occupation of stringing Christmas tree chains was so very Santa Claus-like there could be no mistake in identity. Just here he came to the window and added a box of gay candles to the display of toys. He looked out at Lily through the frosty panes and smiled. "Hello!" he called by way of cheery greeting. "Hello!" returned Lily, and somehow, before she knew it, she was standing in the shop beside the worn counter, looking up into the merry face of Mr. Claus. "It was through the directory that I found you," she smiled. "Rose Snyder, she says there ain't no real Santa Claus, but I says there is for sure. A lot of children must have passed here and not known where Santa Claus lived, maybe, but I found you." Santa Claus doubled in a hearty chuckle. "And here I am all the time," he laughed, "just every day." "Didn't anybody know you was the real Santa Claus?" Lily gazed confidently into the old man's bright eyes. "They had ought to know by the sign," she suggested. "How should they?" the little man replied. "Santa Claus, everybody knows he likes to be an ordinary citizen. You won't tell the kids, will you?" Lily hesitated. "No, not if you don't want I should. But there is Rose Snyder, and she says there ain't any real Santa Claus. It was through her saying that I found you in the directory. She said there wasn't no such name there." There was a silence. "I've got it," he announced suddenly. "Just why don't Rose believe in Santa Claus? Because he never brought her any presents, or what?" "I think it's because you forgot her, mostly," returned Lily. "I says to her you forgot me, too, but you didn't know about us, maybe." He thought. "Where do you two kids live?" he questioned, and she told him. "I'll tell you what I'll do," said he. "I don't want the other children to find it out that I am the real Santa Claus, so you better not tell them. You run home now, and you keep it quiet. Wait till real Santa Claus time at Christmas, then Rose will believe." Ah, yes, and she did. It was a wonderful, wonderful Christmas for Lily and Rose. It was better even than Rose's cousin's Christmas, for they shared together a little tree that was left on Christmas Eve from Santa Claus, and each little girl had a doll and some candy and a game. "It's from the real Santa Claus, and I know him, but you don't, Rosie Snyder," Lily beamed. And Rose retorted, "I do, too, believe in the real Santa Claus." "I want a story about the real Santa Claus and the little girl," she demanded of the librarian at the children's reading room next day. "Lily Pfeiffer, she says it's an awfully good story, and she likes I should know more about him. It's true for sure, ain't it?" And the librarian smiled. End of The First December Surprise, The Directory Santa Claus by Patten Beard.
The Second December Surprise, Mary Elizabeth's Soldierly Christmas. Marjorie's Christmas story was called Mary Elizabeth's Soldierly Christmas. She said she liked it better than the story Dottie chose from the Surprise Folks Christmas Pocket. You can tell what you think about it for yourself, for here it is. Mary Elizabeth looked up from the soldier's scarf she was learning to knit. Her mother in the rocker beside Mary Elizabeth's hassock caught a bit of anxious thought that rested between Mary Elizabeth's brown eyes. "What is it?" she asked, putting her hand down upon Mary Elizabeth's to stop the knitting needles. "I was thinking," Mary Elizabeth sighed, "just thinking, Mother. It's going to be a very soldierly Christmas this year, isn't it? But the children, they don't realize it, and they're thinking and talking about Santa Claus. Are we going to have the tree this year?" Mary Elizabeth's mother patted Mary Elizabeth's hand softly. "We've always had one, haven't we, daughter?" she said. "Can you remember the time when we did not have one?" "No," laughed Mary Elizabeth. "I suppose it was when I was too small a baby ever to have a tree here, so little that I didn't know what the lights were and thought I would like to play with their sparkles. But I do remember the tree we had when I was a little bit older. It was before any of the children came. I was about 3 years old, I think. You told me that the tree was made in honor of the little Christ child's birthday, and I always thought you meant a little child like myself and expected to see him." Mary Elizabeth paused. "Then I grew bigger, and by there were all the children and the baby, and I was the oldest, and we all thought that a funny friend who was a jolly old man called Santa Claus brought us the toys we found in our stockings. We thought all the play was real, about his coming down the chimney and about his sleigh with the 8 reindeer. It used to seem strange that so big a man as Santa Claus could squeeze down our chimney, and by I suspected it was all a play, and you told me that it was just a funny, jolly way to make the very little children enjoy the fun of Christmas surprises. You told me then that I might help toward Christmas myself by trimming the tree. That was to be my part. Each year I was to do it all myself, and every year I tried to make it some new and lovely kind of a surprise. I always have loved to fix the tree. I always have felt that it must be the kind of tree that the little Christ child would love if he came in the way that I used to think you meant when I was still little." "Your tree has always been a beautiful tree, Mary Elizabeth," Mother smiled. "It has always been a tree that shone with happiness. Each year we have loved it so that the children could not bear to part with it at New Year's, you know." Mary Elizabeth smiled, but her question still remained unanswered. "Will there be a tree this year?" she asked. "I'm afraid the children would be sad without it, Mother." "I, too, have been thinking, Mary Elizabeth," said Mother. "It is indeed a soldierly Christmas. What do you think we had better do?" "Well," answered Mary Elizabeth thoughtfully, "we have the ornaments, though I usually buy some new ones. I would have to get candles. The tree would not cost so very much, only it seems as if every penny ought to go to the little French and Belgian children. And there are the soldiers to send things to, and when everything is the way it is, why, it really hardly seems like Christmas." "I know," returned Mother, "but we sent all the money in the children's bank and all your money and my money, Mary Elizabeth. We have the soldiers' things all done, almost. I think we ought to have the tree for the children, and you can fix it up somehow, can't you?" "Yes," smiled Mary Elizabeth, but she was thinking that she must somehow find a way to make that tree as pretty as usual, even without any money to buy things. That day and the next, Mary Elizabeth pondered the question. She thought of this and of that, but nothing seemed quite right. There was no way to earn any money, and the tree had no star for the top. It had been lost somehow. It was not with the tree fixings and the box in the attic. How to get a new star? That was one question. How to get the candles was another, and Mary Elizabeth's tree had always been a tree that people came in to look at and admire. It was not like any other tree. It was always a surprise somehow. Money was needed to buy things to make it wonderful. Money was needed to make it a bright surprise as usual. At school, Mary Elizabeth found herself puzzling over this problem as a vacation time drew near. It was harder for her than any arithmetic problem, for it could not be solved at all. Twice she saved 5 cents by walking home, and that bought candles, but the problem remained as usual. It was how to get more money. Then there came the day when the magazine came. It was always something of an event when the magazine came. It had new pictures in it, and often it had cut-out pages for the little children. Once there had been a circus with clowns to cut out, and ever since that time, Brother somehow got a hold of the paper as soon as Mother took it from its wrapper. He was always hoping for more circus, you know. He knew its pages by heart and spelled out the titles and headings of the pictures. When Mary Elizabeth came home one day, he announced that the magazine had come. "What's in it?" questioned Mary Elizabeth. "Pictures," Brother replied mysteriously, "but not any of a circus. It's a puzzle page. You have to guess what the pictures are, and they'll give a prize of $5 to the one who answers and tells what the pictures are." But Brother was still busy with the magazine, and Mary Elizabeth was called away to help Mother with the little sister. She did not see the page, though she thought about it and wondered if she could answer all the questions and get the money that way to trim the Christmas tree. In the evening, after supper, after the little children had gone off to bed, and Brother too, with them, she found the magazine and looked it over. Yes, it was a contest, and the pictures were Mother Goose. It seemed easy to guess them. Mary Elizabeth guessed Simple Simon right away. It was the picture of a funny doll fishing in a little pail with a hook and line. She tried the others. She was not so sure of all, but she guessed them with the help of the little children's Mother Goose to refresh her memory. She was so excited that she felt the prize was already hers. She was sure she must win. Just think of it. The first prize was $5 whole, and the second prize was $2 whole, and there were 8 other prizes, each of $1 whole big dollar. 10 chances that Mary Elizabeth might earn some money for her Christmas tree. Her hands shook as she took up pen and put it to paper. She used her very best paper, and 3 times or more she discarded what she had written and tried to do better. She wrote with extreme pains and slowly. It took all the evening just to write the short answer. She put it into its envelope to mail on the way to school next day, but she said nothing about it as she kissed Mother goodnight. Nearer and nearer came Christmas time. The little children talked more than ever about Santa Claus. Brother planned what kind of a stocking he would hang up. They talked about the tree and asked Mary Elizabeth what she supposed Santa Claus would make as a tree surprise this year. At these times, laughingly, Mary Elizabeth suggested that there would be candles on the tree and that perhaps they would be tinsel. She said that maybe Santa Claus would send all his Christmas to the little French and Belgian children and not have much to make into a surprise here at home. She told them stories about Santa Claus and the Santa Claus land. She played with them to keep them amused, but she thought all the time of the Mother Goose contest, and as time went on, she felt less sure each day of having won. Once, she passed by the 10-cent store and found a beautiful gold star and wanted to buy it. Then one day, Mary Elizabeth actually found a 10-cent piece near a shop upon a busy sidewalk in town. Her heart went thump at the sight of it. She asked several persons if they had lost anything, and they replied no. So Mary Elizabeth went straight to the 10-cent store and bought a star right away. All this time, Mary Elizabeth watched anxiously for the postman. The time set for the close of the contest came and passed. No letter was brought to Mary Elizabeth. She knew that she would have had a letter if she had won any prize, of course. But Mary Elizabeth, with her heart heavy as lead, wondered whether she had really ever believed she would win. She admitted that she had. She was sure her work was right, that is, all answers were correct. The writing was neat, there were no blots. She had done her very best. Mary Elizabeth was too soldierly to cry. She told nobody. She set about planning how she would cut paper ornaments out of colored wallpapers and paste them together. She would make some paper dolls and dress them like fairies with the tissue paper she had. She would make wings with tissue paper, too. She would ask Mother to let her make some gingerbread animals and men to use on the tree. She would gild some nuts and pine cones, maybe. There was the star. There was the box of candles. Those were something. But if only she did have money, she would trim her tree with the emblems of all the allies and have a really soldierly Christmas tree. Mary Elizabeth went into her room and locked her door tight. She took the key of her lower bureau drawer and sat down upon the floor beside it and drew it out. In it lay all the Christmas tree things with the box of candles and the star. As she looked at the bright Christmas things, a tear dropped upon her lap. Oh, it might have been so different. Why is it that when one is just in the midst of Christmas planning, Somebody comes to the door and knocks. Did you ever spread all your things out on a bed or table or on the floor and fail to have somebody come to knock at your door and demand to be let in right away? There came a knock at Mary Elizabeth's, but first the latch had been tried. "Let me in, Mary Elizabeth," cried Brother. "I can't," returned Mary Elizabeth. "You can." Thumpity thump thump thump. "Go away," admonished Mary Elizabeth. "I shan't let you in. You can't come in." "Well, you'll be sorry," said the muffled voice of Brother. "You'll be sorry." But he left off knocking at the door and ran away. Mary Elizabeth wondered if perhaps he suspected about the play of Santa Claus. He was getting to be quite big. Maybe he knew about the tree. Maybe he would have to be let into the fun of Christmas planning next year. But was it fun? Wasn't it dreadful to worry about the tree and plan how to make it all new? No, it was not worry. No, it was not. Mary Elizabeth denied this stoutly. It was part of the self-sacrifice of Christmas to think about it as she had, and that there would be a lovely tree. Yes, there would somehow. She had managed to make a grand surprise of it. Oh, yes, she would. Mary Elizabeth smiled and was ashamed of that little hot tear. She put the Christmas tree things back into the drawer one by one, and she closed and locked the drawer. Then she went to the window and looked out across the snow. She thought maybe some cotton would look pretty and snowy on the tree like that. She heard Brother at the door again, but she wasn't quite ready to let him in. She wanted to be alone and think. She did not want to tell stories about Santa Claus. His little voice came plaintively. "Please, Mary Elizabeth, let me in. I'll tell you something nice if you'll let me in." But Mary Elizabeth was not ready to hear what Brother thought Santa Claus was going to bring. She did not go to the door. Then she heard his soft little footsteps trot away down the hall, and she felt sorry. She opened the door to run after him, and there, where Brother had left it, there lay a big square envelope with the name of the magazine upon it. Mary Elizabeth gasped. She tore it open and read, "Dear Mary Elizabeth, your good work has merited the reward of the second prize of $2 offered in the Mother Goose contest. The money is enclosed, and we hope that it will bring with it a very happy Christmas." Happy Christmas! Hooray! Oh, how fine! Happy Christmas! Why, of course, Happy Christmas! Wasn't it splendid? Wasn't it a surprise? Waving the letter, she hugged everybody that she met. Mother, Brother, and all the children. Something splendid had happened, they all agreed. Everybody congratulated Mary Elizabeth, and only Mother really guessed why Mary Elizabeth didn't spend it all right then and there the very first day in buying candy and peanuts. That was what Brother and the little children suggested. But next day, after vacation had really begun, and when the little children and Brother were safely out of the way, Mary Elizabeth, with her little red kid purse, slipped out of the house and off to buy the flags of the Allies to use for the Christmas tree. Mary Elizabeth had decided, too, what the Christmas surprise was to be. Yes, it would be a tree covered with flags, and Old Glory would be with the star at the top. And then came tree trimming, and the tree was, it was ever so much more wonderful than any tree had ever been before. Everybody said so. The little children said so. Brother said so. Mary Elizabeth herself knew it was so. All the poor little children who came to the tree said so. It was Mother, however, who knew about the very soldierly Santa Claus that had made the tree so lovely. It honored the little Christ child's birthday, dear, she said, as she kissed Mary Elizabeth good night. It is the tree of the soldiers who are fighting for all that Christmas means. The star was there, replied Mary Elizabeth. End of The 2nd December Surprise, Mary Elizabeth's Soldierly Christmas.
Christmas Eve by Vera C. Barclay. It was to be a particularly jolly Christmas in Danny's home this year, for his soldier uncle was coming to be there, and 2 or 3 little cousins. His mother had made some big plum puddings, the house was decorated with holly and mistletoe, and to put the final touch of perfection, it was snowing, and the boys would be able to make a snowman on Christmas afternoon. Danny was very happy, all seemed perfect. But on the morning of Christmas Eve a letter came by post that altered things. The letter was from Danny's Uncle Bill. It was a sad letter. It told how Bill and his wife, who had looked forward to a happy Christmas, would have a dull and sad one. Their son, expected home from Germany, could not get leave. They had both been so ill with influenza that Bill had not been able to work, and was therefore terribly hard up, and his wife had been unable to go out and buy anything to make Christmas jolly. Bill was a woodcutter and lived in a little tiny old cottage on the edge of a wood about 5 miles from Danny's home. As Danny listened to his mother reading the letter aloud, a thought came into his mind. At first he tried to send it away and not to see it, but a voice within him said, "You're a cub, and when good ideas come to you, you ought not to tell them to go away. It is giving in to yourself. If you are selfish, you will not enjoy your Christmas." So Danny let the thought come back, and presently he told it to his mother. "Mother," he said, "will you pack up some nice things in a basket? Then I will start off after breakfast and walk over to poor Uncle Bill's, and I'll decorate up all their house with holly, and go and do shopping for Aunt Bridget, and then I'll spend Christmas with them, and try and cheer them up and make them forget they're disappointed 'cause Ted hasn't come home." Danny's mother was surprised. "You're a good boy to think of it," she said, "but have you forgotten the Cubs' party on Christmas evening?" "No," said Danny, "I haven't forgotten it." He stuck his hands in his pockets and whistled to pretend he didn't mind at all about missing the Christmas party, where all his fellow cubs would be enjoying themselves. "I'll be sorry to miss Uncle Jim," he said. "Tell him so, Mother, won't you? And keep me a bit of plum-pudding, but I must go and cheer up poor Uncle Bill." And so, half an hour later, he started off to tramp the long 5 miles, a kit bag full of good things slung over his shoulder. The snowflakes fell soft and white, and the feeling of Christmas was in the air. And Danny was very happy, far happier than he expected to be this Christmas. As he tramped along the snowy roads, he was thinking of the strange story of Uncle Bill, and the bad luck that had seemed to follow him. Bill's father had been a man who owned a good deal of property, and a very clever man, too, able to earn much money. But from boyhood he had been a miser. His one thought had been to earn gold, and then store it away in secret, and count it up and gloat over it, but never spend more than he possibly could help, and never, never give any away. And so he brought up his children in rags, and often they had to go hungry and barefoot. He sold his property to get more gold, and lived in a miserable little house by a wood. At last his 3 boys, tired of this wretched life, ran away from home and went to sea. 2 of them were drowned, and Bill found himself the only remaining member of his family, with the exception of his sister, Danny's mother, who had married and left home. When Bill was 21, he received a message that his father was dead, and that all the gold he had amassed during his life would now belong to his son. So, feeling he was a very rich man, he married a nice girl from the little Irish seaport where he was staying, and returned home as quickly as possible. But when he reached his native village, he learnt the bad news that the miser had died without leaving any will, and had hidden his gold so well that no one could find it. All that poor Bill inherited was a little old cottage and a woodcutter's axe. There was nothing for it but to make the best of a bad job, and settle down in the little house and become a woodcutter. And so Bill and his young wife did their best to make a comfortable home of the old place, but it was a hard life, and it was difficult always to be contented when they knew that somewhere thousands of golden sovereigns lay hidden that should have belonged to them. One son was born to them, and now he was 19, and had been fighting in France for the past year. It had been a long tramp, but at last Danny found himself in the wood on the borders of which was Uncle Bill's cottage. There was plenty of lovely holly covered with berries in this wood, and up in an oak tree Danny saw some mistletoe. So putting down his bundle and taking out his knife, he climbed the tree and cut down a great bunch of it, and then filled his arms with holly. He looked like the very spirit of Christmas as he stood in the doorway of Uncle Bill's house, the snow thick on him, his red muffler making a bright patch of color, his arms full of holly and mistletoe, and a great bulging kit bag slung across his back. The little room of the cottage looked dull and dismal. Only a tiny fire burned feebly in the great open fireplace. Bill and his wife, looking pale and ill, sat one each side in silence. But Danny's appearance seemed to work a miracle. He had brought the spirit of youth to the house. Before long they were all laughing. He and Uncle Bill were putting up holly above the pictures and hanging the mistletoe in the chimney corner. And Bridget was unpacking the kit bag. Before long Danny had been out and chopped some logs, so that a fire was roaring and crackling up the chimney, and sending sparks flying like fire fairies. "This is something like Christmas," said Uncle Bill, as they sat down to a good dinner from what Danny had brought, though the plum-pudding and mince pies were being kept for Christmas Day. After dinner, Danny started off for the village to buy the things Aunt Bridget needed. By the time he had finished his shopping and was starting back again for the woodcutters, the sun had set, in a glory of red, beyond the snowy trees, and blue dusk was quickly closing in. As Danny passed the last house in the village, he was surprised to see a figure standing in the garden. He had noticed this house before as he passed, and had seen that it stood empty, the windows shuttered, the doors locked, and everything deserted. Coming nearer, he looked curiously at the figure. It was that of a very, very old man, thin and bent, with a long white beard and long white hair. He was shaking his head and talking to himself in a most sorrowful voice. "A sorry thing, he was saying, "to be gone 80 years old and never a corner to lay your head on Christmas Eve." Danny stopped, filled with pity for the aged man. "Hello, Grandad," he said. "Is there anything I can do for you?" The old man shook his head mournfully. Nay," he said. "I be 80 years old, and I've walked 9 mile to spend Christmas with my grandson, and now I come to his house and find it empty. I haven't got nowhere to lay me head this night, and not a penny to pay for a lodging. It's dying of cold I'll be, a lying in a ditch all night." And he took out a big red handkerchief from his pocket and began to wipe his eyes. It was too sad to think of this. Somehow a happy Christmas must be provided for this old man, so pathetically like Father Christmas himself. Danny knew the charitable spirit that Uncle Bill always showed, and the warm, generous heart of his Irish aunt, and so he felt sure they would welcome this poor old stranger. "Come home with me, Grandad," he said. "You'll find a roaring log fire and an armchair in the chimney corner, and tomorrow you shall eat Christmas pudding." The old man looked almost dazed with surprise. He peered closer at Danny. "Is it a Christmas fairy you are, out of the wood?" he said in a whisper. This was splendid, to be taken for a fairy. "Yes," said Danny, laughing, and taking the aged man's cold, gnarled old hand, he led him through the wood to his uncle's house. "Sure," cried his aunt as she opened the door. "I do believe he's after bringing us Father Christmas himself." Danny soon explained, and Bill and Bridget gave the old stranger a warm welcome. "They do say," exclaimed Bridget, "that if you welcome a stranger on Christmas Eve, he may be an angel." "'Tain't no angel as I be," said the old man, shaking his head. And then he laughed, and he had little twinkling eyes. "If there be an angel about, 'tis yourself, or the boy here." Everyone was hungry that night, and supper was a cheery meal. But after supper came the time Danny longed for. The lamp was put out to save the oil, and the bright dancing firelight glowed in the quaint little room, with its crooked beams and uneven floor. In the deep chimney corner, one on each side, sat Bill and Bridget, and enthroned in the large armchair before the fire sat the ancient stranger, puffing contentedly at a long clay pipe. Danny was curled up on the rabbit-skin rug. "Now," he said, his eyes dancing with expectation, "now for stories." So, to the accompaniment of crackles from the logs, Bill recounted many a strange and thrilling yarn of his sailor's days. At last he was silent. "Grandad," said Danny, turning to the ancient stranger, "will you tell us a story? A mysterious one? I'm sure there were fairies and hobgoblins when you were a boy, long, long ago. Or do you know a ghost story?" The old man nodded his head. "Yes," he said, "there were fairies, sure enough, when I was a boy, but I was not a good enough boy to see them. But a hobgoblin I did see once. 'Twas on such a night as this, Christmas Eve, with snow on the ground, and 'twas but a stone's throw from this very house." This was splendid. Danny turned round and fixed his eyes on the old man's face. "Tell us, tell us," he whispered. "I was born in this here village," he said, "and here I married a lass, and here my son was born, and 'twas on his first Christmas he fell ill of the croup. Very near death he was, and my wife begged me to run fast as I could to fetch the doctor. The shortest way was through this here wood, and though I was afeard something terrible of the little people as might come after me in the dark, still for love of the boy I came this way. 'Twas moonlight, and as I reached the end of the wood, just about outside of this house, I breathed again with relief. But too soon, for when I got to the Druid's Oak, you know it for sure, that big old oak, the last of the wood, I saw a hobgoblin." The old man made an impressive pause. Danny was gazing at him round-eyed. "What was it like?" he said. "'Twas dressed all in a black cloak with a hood over its head, and it had a great bag on its back. It was up in the Druid's Oak, and just before I got to it, it dropped to the ground, light as a feather, and ran quickly into the shadows. I was half mad with fear, and calling on the saints to protect me, I ran and never stopped till I reached the doctor's house. That story is true, by all that's holy. I swear 'tis true." "How big was the hobgoblin?" asked Danny. "Near as big as you," said the old man. "I thought they was smaller, so it frightened me the more. I told the story to one and another in the village, and some laughed at me, but one or two, very solemn like, told me they had seen that hobgoblin too. They said that 'twas very lucky to see it, but one must not talk of it to any man. One man told me that the next day he went by daylight past the same tree, and in the snow found a gold piece, which was just what he was sorely needing. He was sure 'twas the hobgoblin had put it there for him, and sure enough my baby was cured from croup from that time." "Do you think the hobgoblin still lives in the oak?" asked Danny, "and still comes out on Christmas Eve?" "Oh, yes," said the ancient stranger. "Hobgoblins live for 500 years. This one is still in the oak as likely as not, and they used to say he always comes out on Christmas Eve." "Oh!" cried Danny, "I wish I could see him. Perhaps he would bring luck to Uncle Bill." The great log fire was beginning to burn low. The ancient stranger was beginning to nod. The church clock struck 10 through the stillness of the clear night, while the earth slept beneath its counterpane of snow. "Time to turn in," said Bill. He took the aged stranger and led him to the little room that would have been Danny's, but which Danny had insisted should be given to the stranger, saying he could sleep very well on the rabbit-skin rug before the fire. "I think I shall go and look for the hobgoblin," said Danny. "'Tis foolishness you are talking, child," said Bridget. "There do be no hobgoblins in this country. If you must be after getting good luck for me and your uncle, go to midnight mass and pray for us. 'Tis more likely you will get what you do be wanting there than from hobgoblins." But when all was still, and the stranger was snoring, and the line of yellow light under Bill and Bridget's door had vanished, Danny got softly up from the skin before the fire, and put on his cap and coat and muffler, took down a lantern from the wall, and put a box of matches in his pocket. Then he unbarred the door, and let himself out into the snowy night. A few minutes later he was standing in the shadows, gazing with awe and expectation at the Druid's Oak, where it stood, gnarled and ancient, in the moonlight. For some time he stood there watching, but it was very cold, and he grew impatient. Walking with silent steps over the snow, he went up to the tree and laid his hand on the rough, knobbly trunk. The night was perfectly still, the moon shone steady and white, and at that moment the church clock struck 11, slowly and clearly. Danny shuddered. This was the hour for ghosts and hobgoblins to prowl. The next hour, 12 to 1 o'clock, would be the holy hour, when we remember the birth of the divine babe. The last stroke of 11 had scarcely died away when there was a scraping, scrambling sound from the very heart of the oak, seemingly coming from beneath Danny's hand. He started, and his heart seemed to miss a beat, and then race on. Something within him seemed to say, "Run, run!" and his legs almost obeyed, but his will was stronger than his instinct, and remembering that he was a cub and must not give in to himself, he stood his ground, only drawing a little into the shadow. He watched the tree intently. Was he at last to see a hobgoblin? Something black moved in the stumpy branches at the top of the thick, low trunk. Then, with a hoot, a great owl floated out on soft, silent wings and flew swiftly away into the shadows. Danny breathed hard. For a while he did not move, then giving way once more to his impatience, he went up to the tree. It was curious that the scraping sound should have seemed to come from the very heart of the trunk. It must be a hollow tree, he told himself. Then that was where the hobgoblin lived. Perhaps he had changed himself into an owl and flown away on his midnight adventures. An idea suddenly struck Danny. He would climb the tree and see if it was possible to get down into its hollow inside. He would then find the home of the hobgoblin and perhaps the mysterious door into fairyland. He lit his lantern and hooked it on a branch, then climbed up by the knots which seemed to form little steps. Yes, sure enough, the tree was hollow. There was a hole down into its inside just big enough for a boy to squeeze through. Danny tied a piece of string to his lantern and let it down through the hole. Carefully he lowered it until at last it rested on the ground. Then he peered down. To his amazement he found that a little ladder led down the inside of the tree. Without a moment's hesitation he descended the ladder. The tree was like a tiny round room inside, and in the floor at his feet was a hole with a little narrow staircase leading down. Danny pinched himself. Was he dreaming? No, he was certainly awake. Could this really be the way into fairyland? He had only half believed in the hobgoblin all the time, but now he began to think it must really all be true. Taking up his lantern, he carefully descended the steps one by one. There were 10 of them, and found himself in a little kind of grotto. The walls were of earth and full of gnarled tree roots. The grotto was empty, except for a rough wooden chest that looked as if it had been made by someone who was not a very good carpenter. With trembling hands, Danny raised the lid and looked in. A number of large leather bags were ranged side by side at the bottom, and among them was a stout leather book. Breathing hard, Danny lifted out one of the bags. It was very heavy. He placed it on the floor, and it chinked. Then he untied the string and put his hand in. It was a fistful of glittering coins that he drew forth. Suddenly it all flashed into his mind. The miser and his hidden money. This must have been his hiding place. Where the hobgoblin came in he did not know or care. All that mattered was that he had found the hidden treasure that belonged to Uncle Bill, and would make him a rich man. One by one Danny lifted out the leather bags. There must be thousands of pounds there, he told himself. The sovereigns were funny-looking ones, with the head of Queen Victoria when quite young on them. Last of all he took out the fat leather book. Then, very carefully, he managed to hoist one bag after another up the tree and dump it down on the snow. At last he climbed down himself. Very softly he carried his treasure into the cottage. Looking for somewhere to put the bags, an idea struck him, and he hung them in a row on the nails in the high mantelshelf over the great open hearth. How pleased Uncle Bill would be! What a wonderful Christmas surprise! And with that thought it struck Danny how good it was of God to have let him find the missing money for his uncle. He glanced at the clock. 11:45, it said. Aunt Bridget had said he should go to midnight mass and pray for their luck to come back. Now he would do better than that. He could go and thank God for having given it back. Putting on his cap once more, he hurried out along the snowy path and turned into the warm, lighted church. Never had he thanked God so fervently for anything. But soon he forgot all about the money in the wonderful sense of Christmas morning, and the new realization of the little Christ born to be the brother and Saviour of men. Very sleepily he stumbled home, and curled up on the rug before the red glow of smouldering logs. "How soundly he sleeps!" said Uncle Bill the next morning as he lighted the lamp and bent over Danny. Bridget laughed and shook him by the shoulders. Danny opened his eyes and sat up. His first thought was to look up at the mantelpiece. Yes, there hung the bags. "Oh, thank God!" he said. "I was afraid it was a dream." Bill and Bridget looked up too. "What are they?" said Bill, a puzzled expression on his face. "Plum puddings?" Danny laughed. "No, no," he said. "Look." He unhooked a bag and shook out the shining contents onto the rabbit skin rug. The sovereigns gleamed and glinted in the lamplight. Bill and Bridget stood speechless. Then Danny explained all that had happened. At last they examined the book. It was inscribed at the beginning with the miser's name in a little crabbed handwriting, and there were entries made every Christmas Eve beginning with Christmas 1830. Each Christmas there was a larger sum to record, until at last, in 1898, was entered £3,100. "And it's all yours, Uncle," said Danny, smacking Bill on the back. Bill's heart was too full to speak at first, but Bridget had plenty to say, all that they would do with it, all that this would mean for the boys' future and their old age. The stranger joined them at breakfast. "Didn't I tell you he was Father Christmas, or a holy angel?" said Bridget. "See what he has brought us." "Nay, 'tis the lad," said the ancient stranger. "I said he was a fairy, or maybe 'twas a hobgoblin, he always brings luck, and the owl who flew out of the tree was him, as likely as not." Bill was a pious man, not given to belief in such things. "No," he said, "'twas the Holy Child, bringing us a Christmas gift, for love of the boy here, who was willing to give up his happy Christmas at home to come and cheer up his poor old uncle." "And to give his bed to an old lonely stranger," added the old man. Danny flushed. No, he said. "It wasn't for my sake, but I do think Uncle is right about it being a Christmas present. I went to midnight mass to thank for it." Aunt Bridget kissed him for the 20th time, and Bill cleared his throat, which seemed rather husky. "But what about the hobgoblin, really?" said Danny. "Grandad here swears he saw him, and you see it was true about the Druid's Oak being a wonderful tree." Bill went to a big press in the corner of the room. "I think I know who the hobgoblin was. Come here, son," he added. Danny went to him, and behind the door of the cupboard Uncle Bill arrayed him in an old black cloak and hood. "Now hang a bag over your shoulder and hurry across the room, bent up like, and see if your granddad don't think he's seeing his hobgoblin again," he said. Danny obeyed, and the old man started up. "'Tis him! 'Tis him!" he said. "The very same!" They all laughed. "My father," said Bill, "was a very small, thin, little old man, not much bigger than Danny. 'Twas him you saw, fetching back his money on Christmas Eve to count it and enter it in his book." The old man was nodding his head slowly. "So, after all, I've never seen a hobgoblin," he said. "I'm 80-year-old. I shall die afore I get another chance." "Never mind, Grandad," said Bridget. "You'll be after seeing the angels then, so it'll be all right." End of Christmas Eve by Vera C. Barclay.
Santa Claus by Phillpotts. Nobody knew where Teddy Pegram came from, or why the man ordained to settle down in Little Silver. He had no relations round about, and couldn't, or wouldn't, tell his new neighbours what had brought him along. But he bided a bit with Mrs. Ford, the policeman's wife, as a lodger, and then, when he'd sized up the place and found it suited him, he took a tumble-down 4-room cottage at the backside of the village and worked upon it himself, and soon had the place to his liking. A most handy little man he was, and could turn his skill in many directions, and he'd do odd jobs for the neighbours and show a good bit of kindness to the children. He lived alone and looked after himself, for he could cook and sew like a woman, at least like the clever ones. In fact, there didn't seem to be nothing he couldn't do. And his knowledge extended above crafts, for he'd got a bit of learning also, and he'd talk with Johns at the shop of all sorts about business, or with Samuel Mutters, the chemist, about patent medicines, or with butcher or baker concerning their jobs, or with policemen about crime, and be worth attending to on any subject. His pleasure, however, was sporting, and not until he dwelt among us a good bit did a measure of doubt in that manner creep into our praise of the man. Round about 50 he might have been, a clean-shaved, active chap, 5 feet 3 inches high, and always bursting with energy. He had grizzled hair and a blue chin, and eyes so bright and black as shoe buttons. A hard mouth and lips always pursed up over his yellow teeth. But though it looked a cruel sort of mouth, naught cruel ever came out of it, save in the matter of politics. He was a red radical and didn't go to church, yet against that you could set his all-round good will and friendship and his uncommon knack of lending a hand to anybody in his power to serve. But he was up against the government, and would talk so fierce of a night sometimes at the barley sheaf that Ned Chown, the landlord, who was a true blue, didn't think so well on Mr. Pegram as most of us. Friends he made, but hadn't much use for the women, though he declared himself as not against them. He was a bachelor-minded man by nature, and yet, what ain't so common in that sort, he liked childer, and often had a halfpenny in his pocket for one of his pets. Mrs. Ford, however, he regarded as a great and trustworthy friend, and her husband also, for from the time he lodged with them they all agreed uncommon well, and Joseph Ford, the policeman, was high in his praises of Teddy from the first. He happened to be a very radical thinker himself, did Joseph, but, as became his calling, put law and order first, and you felt that the newcomer agreed on that matter, and didn't want to do anything contrary to the Constitution, but just advance the welfare of the underdog by proper means. So Joseph said there was no fault in the man, and praised his opinions. In truth, Teddy Pegram appeared to be a very great stickler for the law, and held it in high respect, so he always declared, and reckoned that those who put themselves within the reach of it deserved all they got. He might say doubtful things to Joseph Ford's ear now and again, but not the policeman could fairly quarrel with, because both Joseph and Minnie, his wife, owed Teddy a bit by now, and doting on their little son as they did, felt a bit weak to the man in that quarter. Their only child was 6 years old, and the amazing beauty of young Joey Ford made him many friends beside Mr. Pegram. He was one of their children that looked too good and too beautiful for this world, and you feel that, by rights, they did ought to grow a pair of wings and fly away to heaven. And for that matter, old Jane Marks, who was famous for seeing and pointing out the dark side of all human hopes, warned Minnie more'n once against putting her whole trust in the beautiful boy. "To my eye, there's early death looking out of his eyes," Jane Marks would say. "Such blue eyes belong to the sky, Minnie, and there's more to it than his angel face, because the child's so parlous good that it ain't straining truth to say the old Adam be left out of him. And granted that, this vale of tears is no place for such a boy. Heaven's his home," Mrs. Marks would say, "and so you must fortify yourself for an early loss." Minnie didn't worry, however, because her son was a strong lad and sturdy as well as lovely. He'd gotten his father's fine shape and his mother's gentle heart, and though good as gold, he weren't a merry boy, as we say, one of them gentle frightened childer who can't let go their mother's apron. That sort, if they grow up, turn into indoor men-servants, and ain't very powerful as a rule in their bodies or intellects. But Joey was a brave young lad enough, and had already fixed on his father's profession for his own. And Teddy Pegram took most powerful to him, and made him many a game and many a clever toy. He'd walk with the child to the woods sometimes, and teach him the ways of birds and beasts, and show him how to catch 'em, for Ted was a rare sportsman, and deeply skilled in all the branches of it. And 'twas his bent in that direction that led to the extraordinary affair of this tale, though it was a good year before the crash came, and for a long time no cloud arose to darken his steadfast friendship with the Fords. You might say they was more than friends, for Teddy explained to the young couple that he stood alone in the world, without chick or child of his own, and felt very wishful to have some special interest in his fellow creatures. "I follow the sea," he told them once, "and that's why I'm so handy all around. But my passion be sportin', and now, having earned a little competence, I've retired from the ocean, and don't want to hear nor yet see it no more. And you folks suit me, and I suit you, so I'll put you first, and if all goes well in the time to come, I dare say your lad, if not yourselves, will be the gainers." They was very pleased, of course, and Minnie showed it by fussing over the man a bit, and looking after his linen now and then, and doing such chores for him as he'd let her do. But he was very independent, and finding he weren't over-anxious for her and her husband to be in his house, though always very willing to come to hers, she gave over her attempts to befriend him in that direction. Little Joey, however, was always welcome, and he'd often drop in on the old sailor, and never in vain. Teddy was fond of sporting dogs, and he'd got a lurcher bitch from somewhere, and when she bore a litter 6 weeks before Christmas, he had the thought to give Joey the best of the bunch. When they was a fortnight old, he drowned all but one, and on Christmas Eve, after the child was to bed and asleep, he took the little dog over, and stopped and had a drink and explained his purpose. 'Twas strange to them to hear the hard-faced, grim-looking chap talk so tender of their only one, but they liked it well enough, and fell in with his wish. He promised to eat his Christmas dinner along with them and Joey, but the pup was to come as a rare surprise next morning, and though Minnie Ford didn't much hold with a young dog about her spick-and-span home, she couldn't withstand the little silky creature, nor yet Teddy's wish to pleasure the child. "You do this, Minnie," he said, for he called the family by their Christian names by now. "You keep the dog till dawn, and then you put him in the stocking what's hanging at the foot of Joey's bed, along with your own gifts afore you call him. Then first thing he sees when he rises up to grab his toys will be the little dog atop of all the rest." Which Minnie promised to do, and did do, and Joey toddled over the minute after he'd swallowed his breakfast to tell Mr. Pegram how Santa Claus had sent him the wonderfulest little dinky dog ever was seen. "I'm the Santa Claus that sent it, my lovely cherub," said Teddy, kissing his beautiful face, and Santa Claus he was to Joey from that day forward. It pleased the man well to be so called, and he got the nickname in Joseph Ford's house, and became Santa Claus to all of 'em. "There's much in a name," said Teddy, "and more in that one than you may guess. For I was mate of a ship so called once on a time, and had some of my best voyages in her." The friendship tightened after that Christmas, and it weren't till many a long month later, in the fall of another year, that anything happened to strain it. They had all got to be so friendly as you please, and then in the barley sheaf one day, Joseph Ford heard Ned Chown laughing with a customer or two, and afore they knew it, he picked up a word. He didn't let 'em guess he'd heard, however, but ordered his beer and spoke of something else, which they was very willing to do, for Joseph happened to be a mighty smart officer, and secret subjects sometimes got mentioned that weren't meant for his ear. It happened that poaching was in the air a good bit just then, for the big oak shot covers ran half a mile from Little Silver, and there had been a lot more trouble than usual that winter, and the old headkeeper dismissed, and a younger and sterner man engaged from up north. But the robbery went on, and there's no doubt a lot of pheasants slipped away to an unknown market. Joseph Ford was so keen as the gamekeepers to lay the rogues by the heels, for the police had heard a few hard words from the lord of the manor on the subject. But the general opinion ran that some clever rascals from far ways off in the South Hams were responsible, while the new keeper from Yorkshire, who had a large experience of poachers' tricks, said most steadfast that in his judgment it was local men with the advantages of being on the spot. They raked the poulterers and 3 market towns round about, but all gave a very good and straight account of their birds, and the mystery interested us a lot, for of course Little Silver had its doubtful customers like every other place. And what Joseph Ford had heard, with a smothered laugh or two, was the name of his fast friend Teddy Pegram, along with the disappearance of the oak-shot game. He gave no sign, but it hit him with a good bit of force, because he'd marked one or two things himself that made him restless, and he knew Teddy didn't pretend any great sorrow to think the pheasants were being stole. The man loved sport, and farmers round about let him shoot their rabbits and partridges also, but he knew very well pheasants were different, though he always argued against all game laws. So Joseph counted to give Teddy a word in season on the quiet, and he done so. "I heard your name whispered in the public-house a few nights agone," he said, "and I didn't like it too well, Pegram, because they named it along with this here poachin'. They little thought I'd heard, of course, and I didn't undeceive 'em, but there's this. And I'd avoid the appearance of evil if I was you, and bide in on moony nights, which we know very well you do not." The other showed much surprise to hear such a thing. He was playing along with Joey and the little dog at the time, and teaching the puppy to learn tricks. The creature was full of brains, as mongrels are apt to be, and Joey loved it dearly, and loved the giver only less. He'd called it Chalk, because the puppy loved chocolate so well as Joey himself, and the dog had grown to be his dearest treasure. Well, Teddy gave over his games now, and stood up and showed a great deal of annoyance. His bead-black eyes flashed, and his jaw stood out, as it always did when he was vexed. "Too bad," he said. "If I knew who the man was, I'd have him up for libel, I reckon. I may or may not agree about the damn birds, but I wouldn't have made a policeman my fast friend in this place if I weren't a straight man, and I'm a good bit surprised, Joseph, that you thought it worth your while to name such a thing to me, and I'll go out of a moony night when and where I please, so long as it's a free country. So now then." He sulked a bit and didn't come to see the Fords for a week, though Joey was over often enough to see him, and Joseph felt rather interested to mark how the little man had taken it. But then Santa Claus made friends again and came into Sunday supper and brought a pheasant along with him. He made a lot of fun about it and pretended as he'd shot it in the cupboards overnight, and presently he told Joseph that if he wanted to run him in, he'd best to go to Mercer's at Newton Abbot first, and find out if he'd bought it all decent and in order, or if he had not. So the matter dropped, and all was firm friends again till the blow fell. Poaching went on, and Joseph noted that Teddy was apt to be from home a bit, and would often go away for a day or two. And the new head-keeper, who was sleepless on the job, traced where a car had come across one of the drives in Oakshotts by night, for the wheels had scored the grass, and where the thing had stood was a dead bird the blackguards had overlooked. The pheasant had been shot roosting, and an air gun was the weapon, for they found the slug in it. And the next thing was that just before the end of the season, Joseph Ford set out to lend a hand with the job on his own, unknown to anybody but the head keeper. He worked out of his business hours and off the regular policeman's beats, and the keeper, who now felt pretty sure one of his own undermen was in it, and he'd got treachery to deal with, put Joseph up to a secret plan. Oakshotts is a huge place, and the 6 keepers kept there couldn't be everywhere, but an unknown 7th man might steal a march on the rogues and lie hid when 'twas given out the others were somewhere else, and that was done by Joseph with a very startling result. The season had near reached an end when, on a quiet moonlit night in January, Joseph kept his 3rd secret watch at the edge of the North Wood. He'd got there at dusk, being off duty at the time, and there he bided. And then, just after moonrise, he saw a dog slip past him within 10 yards, and he knew the dog very well, and his heart sank. Behind the lurcher came her master, and Teddy, with something in his hand that glinted, popped by, silent as a ghost, and was gone into the covers. But Joseph knew he'd be bound to come out on the high road, same way he went in, so he bided there, and an hour passed, and then 20 minutes more, and meantime the policeman heard the purr of a motor and saw a small car without lights draw up on the dark side of the lane 20 yards off. There was only one man in it, and Joseph felt glad there weren't more. He chanced Pegram then for a minute, and nipped out on the driver just as he was lighting a cigarette. He proved to be a young fellow from so far off as Torquay, and he didn't put up no fight whatever, feeling no fear on his own account. He was working for wages and doing what he was told, and he caved in at once and obeyed the policeman's orders, that worse might not overtake him. So he sat tight and waited, and then Teddy Pegram and his dog and his air gun crept out of the woods with a load of 10 birds. They roosted in the spruce firs, you understand, and 'twas as easy to slay them as black beetles, for Teddy's eyes, helped by the moon, marked them above his head quick enough. Then Joseph Ford walked out from behind the car, and the little man saw his games were ended, for Ford was a very powerful chap, and could have eaten him if he'd wanted to do so. But Teddy used his tongue for all it was worth, though at first he didn't guess he was up against it. "I lucky 'twas you," he said. "If I'd been your mate, I'd have met with a difficulty. Very smart, Joseph. You've bowled me out all right, so we'll cry quits, and least said, soonest mended." But the policeman wasn't in no mood like that. "Come, Pegram," he answered, "I'd sooner have took any man on earth but you, and you've put me in a cruel fix, and that's all there is to it. Give me that there air gun, and get in the car and say naught, if you please." T'other had a lot to say, however. They talked for 10 minutes, but the poacher couldn't move the policeman, though he appealed to his friendship and so on. Then Joseph saw a look that he never had seen before in the little man's eyes, and was startled, but not afeared. For a minute Teddy glared like a devil in the moonlight, and an awful, evil expression fairly flooded his face. "Think twice," he said. "For God's sake, think twice, Ford, afore you do this. There's a lot more to me than you know, a lot I've thought to overcome. Suffering, misery, curses, disgrace. But if you take me to the cooler tonight, hear me on my oath, you'll be sorry as long as you live, for I'm built that way." "I am sorry already," answered Joseph. "I'm as sorry as any living man can be, and 'tis a bitter cruel thing for me that you've forced this upon me. I warned you, most serious I'd done so, and what more could I do? You've none to thank for this but yourself, and you well know it. But my duty's my duty, and I don't break my policeman's oath for you, or any man living." "You ain't on duty tonight, however," replied Teddy. "A policeman's always on duty," said Ford, "and 'tis vain to threat or argue. I've got no choice." But the other did argue still, and when he saw he was done, he threatened also, and said hard, terrible words. They went in one of Joseph's ears and out of the other, of course, and he only wanted to get a painful job out of hand by now. So he cut it short, and in another minute pretty well lifted Teddy into the car and bade the driver carry him to Little Silver. Pegram said no more after that, but a fiend glared out of his eyes as he stared on the other, and Joseph, though he'd seen some hard cases, said afterwards that he never wanted to look on such a wicked face again. But the look was dead when they got to the police station, and Ford tumbled his man into a cell, then handed the pheasants over to the inspector and made his report. There was a good deal of stir about it, and some applause for the policeman when the justices gave Teddy 2 months' hard labor. And that was that. But what you may call the interesting part of the affair happened after, for when the 2 months was up, instead of selling his house and taking himself off to practice his games elsewhere, if Teddy Pegram didn't return to Little Silver, meek as Moses, and a reformed character. Poor Joey, when he heard his dearest friend was in trouble, had wept a lot of tears, and took on very bad, and even said hard things to his father for catching Santa Claus and sending him to prison. But he got resigned to his loss, for 2 months is a long time in a child's mind, and he'd walk every day to look at Pegram's house and pet the poacher's dog. 'Twas thought the creature ought to be shot, and the head keeper at Oakshot's, who knew the cleverness of the animal, was strong for it, but humanity be full of strange twists, and the squire himself it was who ordered the cur should live and be tended. "Let the dog be there to welcome him back," said the squire in his easy way. "The dog's done nothing but his duty, and done it mighty well by all accounts." He was pleased, you see, because he'd got to the bottom of the mystery, and he had a great trustful faith in human nature, and hoped that Teddy would turn from his bad ways after a taste of clink, and it certainly looked as if the good man was right. Little Joey would often take Chalk to see his mother on her chain at Teddy's house while the man was put away, and he'd carry the poor creature a tidy bone also when he could get one. And how long that 2 months was to the lurcher, who shall say? But one fine morning Pegram was back again, and he welcomed the child same as he'd already welcomed his dog. And Joey went back full of great joy to say as his friend was home once more and terrible pleased to see him, which interested Joseph and Minnie Ford a good bit, for they guessed that they'd made a bitter and dangerous enemy in that quarter, and little thought to see the man again. Yet he'd come back, and more wonderful still, afore he'd been home a week, he made bold to step in one night and shake their hands and say 'twas a very nice thing to be home in his own den a free man. They felt mazed to see him among them, so cheerful and full of talk, as if he'd been away for a holiday. And Joseph wondered a lot, and felt it on the tip of his tongue to name the past and express friendly hopes for the future. But he didn't, and it weren't till he saw Santa Claus down to the gate on his way home that the little chap spoke. "Say not, and try to forget," he said. "You done your duty, and that's all the best and worst of us can do. Be my friend, for I've got but few." Then he was gone, and Joseph woke to a surer trust in humanity, and felt our common nature crying to him to believe it, while his own policeman's nature warned him to do no such thing. He talked far into the night with his wife, but she was all for believing. "Us be Christians," said Minnie, "and well we know how the Lord works. He's come to right thinking by chastisement, and his heart softened, and never will, I believe, a man as loves the little ones like him be so very bad. He's paid for what he done, and if he wants to forget and forgive, 'tis everybody's place to do the same." "That sounds all right," granted Joseph, "and who be I to say he's not a repentant man? But you didn't see his face, with 10 devils staring out of his eyes when I took him." "Us'll watch and pray for him," answered Minnie. "My heart tells me the poor man won't fall again." And they left it at that, and Minnie prayed and Joseph watched. And the woman triumphed over her husband a good bit as time went on, for Teddy Pegram never looked back so far as could be seen, until, little by little, even Joseph felt that his spell in the jug had changed Teddy to a member of society a good bit out of the common. His friends reckoned that when another autumn came the strain would be too much, and the old poacher might be found to fall. But as Ted Chowne pointed out, it weren't very likely as Pegram would fall again in the same place. If he was minded to fall, he'd sling his hook and go and fall somewhere else, where he weren't known, he said, and indeed Teddy had made the same remark himself. He stuck to lawful sport and went his quiet way, until that happened which looked as though he might soon be minded to flit. In the fall he sold his cottage to Ned Chowne, who owned a few little dwellings already, and was a great believer in the virtue of house property. But Pegram only let the innkeeper have it on one condition, and that was that he should be allowed to go on living in it while he chose to do so. He explained to Joseph Ford that he never meant to leave Little Silver, but that he was very poor and a thought pressed for money, and glad to have the value of the house in his pocket again. So another year passed over 'em all, and the end of the strange business of Santa Claus came on another Christmas Eve, when he dropped in to see the Fords and express his friendship and good wishes. They quite slipped back into the old kindly understanding, and Joseph felt long since convinced that his stern dealing had been the salvation of the man, a fact Teddy himself often declared without shame. They cared for him a lot by now, and Minnie never tired of singing his praises, and the child never felt a day well spent if his friend didn't come into it. Joey was in bed and asleep before Pegram called in his character of Santa Claus, but he'd not forgot his gift and produced a fine box of sweets to be put on top of the child's stocking along with a Christmas card. He looked in on sleeping Joey also, and smiled to see the child in the land of dreams with his dog asleep beside him. And then he gave Minnie a gift also, a piece of very fine cloth to make herself a gown. And he promised to come and eat his Christmas dinner along with them, which Joseph insisted he should do. Ford was on night duty at the time, and he left the house with the old poacher and saw him to his own home, while good words passed between them. Then young Ford went to his beat and wondered as he walked at such a fine reformation, and felt proud of himself to think he'd had a hand in it. Yet, though seldom it came uppermost in his thoughts, by some chance the ancient, awful look on Teddy's face rose to his mind that Christmas Eve. Joseph had a theory, sure founded on Scripture, and he stoutly believed that the poacher had harbored a devil in him in the past. Yet now, without a doubt, it has been cast out, thought Joseph, and no man will ever see it look out of his eyes no more, because it have gone, thank God. His duty done, he went home to rest, but the man's sleep was broken just after peep o' day by the awfullest scream ever he heard. His child it was. Joey slept in a little room alongside his parents, and of course Minnie was up to him like a flash of lightning, with Joseph after her. He said at a later time that Santa Claus had got in his dreams, and he had suffered all night from a great uneasiness, but he was sleeping sound enough when, just after 6 o'clock, the child screamed and screamed again. And still he screamed when his mother got to him, and his father followed after, stopping only to light a candle. Poor Joey was out of bed with his mother's arms around him when his father got there, and on the bed lay Teddy's box of sweets scattered over the coverlid, with the Christmas stockings dragged up also, but its contents not yet explored. The sweeties came first, and Joey had opened them, and now he screamed and pointed and screamed again, but for the moment couldn't speak. He pointed into one corner of his little cubbyhole, and then the tears came flooding his cheeks, and he stopped screaming and clung to his mother and wept as if his heart would break. Ford, policeman-like, saw it all instanter, and a curtain seemed to lift off his soul, and there glared the eyes of Santa Claus into his mind's eye. In a second he put two and two together, and understood why, deep in his brain that night, had hidden such a feeling of stark care. "Have you touched they sweets?" he asked, shaking the little boy to make him attend. "Speak for your life, Joey. Have you ate one?" Still the child couldn't collect himself. He screamed again when his father shook him, and it was clear some fearful thing had overtook him. But his grief didn't rise from no pain of body, and in truth the answer to Joseph's questions lay before his eyes, if he'd but understood the truth. No scream would Joey have screamed, nor tear shed, if he'd helped himself from the box, but 'twas a case when a big heart saved a little body, for Joey had put another creature before himself, and the first sweetie out of the gift had went to his pup. 'Twas chocolate Santa Claus had left, and when the dog's jaws closed upon his little master's gift, he gave one jump and leapt off the bed, and was stone dead in 3 seconds before the child got to him. All that the parents presently learned from the shaking babe, and the moment Joseph grasped the truth, he left his wife to praise God, and got on his clothes and ran without ceasing to Teddy Pegram's house. And in no Christmas temper did he run neither, for he'd well have liked in his fury to rob the hangman of a job. The size of the intended crime swept over him in all its horror, as he measured the past and remembered all that the poacher had said and done, and his feet very near gave under him to think of what a fellow creature can harbor hid from every other human eye. But he wasn't overmuch surprised to find Teddy Pegram didn't answer the door, nor yet to discover the place was all unlocked. He doubted not that his awful enemy had departed overnight, and it came out presently that the last at Little Silver to see Pegram was Ford himself on the previous evening. So he left it at that then, and went home and joined his wife in blessing the Maker for his mercy, and calming the sorrows and terrors of their little lad. An unrestful Christmas, for the local police and the countryside was soon busy over Teddy Pegram, while next day the box of chocolates received attention and was found so full of venom as the poisoner could pack 'em. A 9 days' wonder and no more, for though the police was so placed they could soon learn a lot they didn't know about the would-be murderer, the wretch himself escaped 'em that time. But a very interesting thing threw light, and when Teddy's cottage came to be hunted over, Though not a stick offered to show who he might be or where he might have sped, some fingerprints was took by the police, and they got a good picture off an empty bottle in a cupboard and another off a frying pan, and so it got to be understood that Santa Claus was a famous criminal who had come to Little Silver straight from 7 years of penal servitude for manslaughter, and had a record so long as from Newgate to Princeton, and he was 63 years old, or so they thought. They traced him back to London and lost him there, but 5 years afterwards Hiram Linklater, for that was his famous name, swung in earnest for murder of a woman in the Peak of Derbyshire. Always for rural districts he was, and a great one for the wonders of nature. He told the chaplain of his adventures at Little Silver, and expressed penitence afore he dropped. He also said that nothing in his whole career had given him more pleasure than to hear how his Christmas Eve effort down at Devonshire had miscarried after all, and he pointed out how, by the will of God, his own gift to the little boy had saved him. And he was said to have made a brave end, which, no doubt, ain't as difficult as people imagine. 'Tis the like of Hiram Linklater, I reckon, as keep up the sentiment of approval for capital punishment, because even in the softest head it must be granted that a baby poisoner is the sort that's better under the earth than on it. End of Santa Claus by Eden Phillpotts.
Number 16 of A Christmas Miscellany 2018 by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Number 16, Captain Santa Claus by Charles King. There was unusual commotion in the frontier mining town when the red stage, snow-covered and storm-beaten, lurched up in front of the Bella Union and began to discharge passengers and mail. The crowd on the wooden sidewalk was of that cosmopolitan type which rich and recently discovered leads so surely attract, tough-looking miners, devil-may-care cowboys with rolling hat-brims and barbaric display of deadly weapons, a choice coterie of gamblers with exaggerated suavity of manners, several impassive Chinamen, very clean, several loafing Indians, very dirty, a brace of spruce, clean-shaven, trim-built soldiers from the garrison down the valley, and the inevitable squad of beats with bleary eyes and wolfish faces infesting the doorways of the saloons, sublimely trustful of a community that had long ceased to trust them, and scenting eleemosynary possibilities in each newcomer. But while the arrival of the stage was a source of perennial excitement in the business center of Argentopolis, the commotion on this occasion was due to the tumultuous welcome given by a mob of school-children to a tall, bronzed, fiercely mustached party the instant he stepped, fur-clad, from the dark interior. Such an array of eager, joyous little faces one seldom sees. Big boys and wee maidens, they threw themselves upon him with shrill clamor and enthusiastic embraces, swarming about his legs as, with twinkling eyes and genial greeting, he lifted the little ones high in air and kissed their dimpled cheeks, and shook the struggling boys heartily by the hand, and was pulled this way and that way until eventually borne off in triumph towards the spick-span new shop with its glittering white front and alluring display of fruit, pastry, and confectionery, all heralded forth under the grandiloquent but delusive sign, Bald Eagle Bakery. Upon this tumultuous reception Argentopolis gazed for some moments in wondering silence. When the transfer of the children and their willing captive to a point some dozen yards away rendered conversation a possibility, the spokesman of the sidewalk committee shifted his quid and formulated in frontier phrase the question which seemed uppermost in the public mind. "Who in thunder's that?" "That," said the soldier addressed, "that's Captain Ransom. It's good times the kids be having now. Belong to your regiment?" "Yes, captain of B Troop. Been away on leave ever since we got here." "Seems fond of children," said the Argentopolin reflectively. "Got any of his own?" "Nary. He belongs to the whole crowd. The B Company fellers be glad he's back. They think as much of him as the kids do." "Good officer, eh?" "You bet. Ain't no better in the cavalry." At this unequivocal endorsement from expert authority, the eyes of Argentopoulos again followed the big man in the fur overcoat. With 3 or 4 youngsters tugging at each hand and a dozen revolving irregularly about him, he was striding across the street, keeping up a running fire of chatter with his thronging satellites. Soldier he was, unquestionably, tall, erect of carriage, broad of shoulder, deep of chest, with a keen, quick glance from under his heavy brows. Eyes full of light and fire, nose straight and prominent, a great mustache that hid the curves of his handsome mouth and swept out across the square and resolute jaws, a mustache that, like the wavy brown hair about the temples, was tingeing with gray. Strong white teeth glistened through the drooping thatch, and 1 or 2 merry dimples dotted his bronzed and weather-beaten cheeks. Over on the neighboring side street, from the steps of the schoolhouse, other children surveyed the group, and with envious eyes and watering mouths beheld the demolition of tarts and turnovers. Despite the keen and searching cold of the mountain air, rare and still and brimming with ozone as November days can ever find it, the school shoved its hands deep in trousers pockets and stared with all its youthful might. Even so blessed a half hour must have its end, and as the warning bell began to ring and the townies to shout that recess was over, the merry throng, spoil-laden, came pouring down the bakery steps with many admonitions to their big benefactor not to think of starting for the fort until school was out and they could escort him home. 2 or 3 of the smallest still clung to him, explaining that only the big ones had afternoon school. They were all through. They had nothing to do until the ambulance came to take them all at 4 o'clock, and the captain became suddenly aware of 2 little people standing on the sidewalk and regarding him wistfully. One was a sturdy boy of 7, with frank blue eyes and chubby rounded cheeks, a picture of solid young America, despite the fact that his little fists were red and bare. His knickerbockers, though well-fitting, were worn and patched, and the copper toes of his cheap, heavy boots were wearing suspiciously thin. He stood protectingly by a little maiden whose face was like those of Sir Joshua Reynolds' seraphs, a face as pure and oval as ever sculptor modelled or painter limned, with great lustrous long-lashed eyes and delicate and dainty features, and all about it tumbled a wealth of glistening golden hair, and all over it shone the look of childish longing and almost piteous entreaty. One little mittened hand was clasped in her brother's, the other, uncovered, hung by a finger in her rosy mouth. She was warmly clad, her little cloak and hood were soft and white and fleecy, her pygmy legs were cased in stout worsted, and her feet in warm arctics, and "Mother's darling" was written in every ornament of her dress. Ransom, stowing away a handful of silver, came suddenly upon this silent pair and stopped short. Another instant and he had stooped, raised the younger child in his strong hands, and with caressing tone accosted her. "Why, little Snowdrop, who are you? What a little fairy you are!" "She ain't one of us," piped up a youthful patrician disdainfully. "She's infantry. He's her brother, and they don't belong to the fort." The boy's face flushed, and he looked reproachfully at the speaker, but said no word. Ransom was gazing with singular intentness into the downcast face of his little captive. "Won't you tell me your name, little one?" he pleaded. "Why didn't you come in and have some tarts and turnovers with the others? I've got to run now and meet some other old fellows at the stage office. Here, little man," he said as he set her down, "take Snowdrop in for me, and you 2 just eat all you can, and you pay for it for me." He held out a bright $half. Snowdrop's eyes glistened, and she looked eagerly at her brother. But the boy hung back. For an instant he hesitated, screwing his boot toe into a convenient knot-hole as means of covering his embarrassment. "Come, Jack," said the captain reassuringly, touching him on the shoulder. The little fellow shook his head. "Why not, my boy?" pleaded Ransom. "Papa won't mind when you tell him it was old Uncle Hal. That's what they call me." A lump rose in the youngster's throat. His head went lower. It's Mama wouldn't like it," he finally said, and just then, with rush and sputter of hoofs, two officers came trotting around the corner, threw themselves from their saddles, pounced upon their comrade, and overwhelmed him with joyous greeting. Another minute and others arrived, and between them all he was led away up the street. While some of the children confidently followed, two remained behind. Little Snowdrop, refusing to be comforted, was applying the back of her mittened hand to her weeping eyes, and turning a deaf ear to her manful brother, who was vainly striving to explain matters. "Maud Carleton's crying because Phil won't take the money and give her some goodies," said little Jack Wilkins in an opportune pause. "Who did you say?" asked Ransom, turning suddenly and looking inquiringly at his friends. There was an instant of embarrassment. Then one of the officers replied, "Maud Carleton, Ransom. Those are poor Phil Carleton's little ones." "Wait for me at the office, fellows. I'll be along in a minute," was the response, and the captain went striding back to the Bald Eagle. It was an old story in the cavalry. Very few there were who knew not that Captain Ransom was a hard-hit man when Kate Perry, the beauty of her father's regiment, came back from school, and with all the wealth of her grace and loveliness and winning ways, refusing to see how she had impressed one or two solid men of the garrison, fell rapturously in love with Philip Carleton, the handsome, dashing scapegrace of the subalterns. It was hard lines for old Colonel Perry. It would have been misery to her devoted mother, but she was spared it all. The grass had been growing for years over her distant grave. The wedding was a glitter of gold lace, champagne glasses, and tears. Everyone wished her, and him, all happiness, but dreaded the future. There was a year of bliss, and little Phil was born. Another year when she was much taken up with her baby boy, and the father much abroad. A year of clouds and silence. Then came sudden call to the field, and one night with reeling senses she read the dispatch that told her he was shot dead in battle with the Sioux. When little Maudie came, there was no father to receive her in his arms. The gray-haired colonel took the widow and her children a few short years to his own roof. Then he, too, was called to his account, and with a widow's pension and the relic of her father's savings, the sorrowing woman moved from the garrison that had so long been her home, and took up arms against her sea of troubles. She need not have gone. All Fort Rains knew that there were officers who would gladly have taken her and her beautiful children to their fireside. But she was loyal, proud, high-spirited, and she could not stay. All the roof her father had to leave her was the frame cottage at the ranch he had bought and stocked, a mile below the fort. She was a soldier's daughter, brave and resolute. She had her father's old soldier servant and his wife to help her, and she moved to the ranch and declared she would be dependent on no one. When first she had come into that glorious valley, a girl of 18, a large force of cavalry was encamped around the garrison in which her father's regiment of foot was stationed, and Captain Harold Ransom became one of her most devoted admirers, though nearly twice her age. Few men had such chance against such a lover as Phil Carleton, buoyant, brilliant, gallant, the pride of all the juniors in the infantry, the despair of many a prudent mother. And when that engagement was announced, the cavalry were rather glad to be ordered away, and to comfort themselves with the perilous distractions of Indian fighting for 3 or 4 stirring years. But before they left, Ransom and others had bought much of the land on which Argentopolis gleamed today. Perhaps it was the silver that came into his hair as well as his pockets, but silver did not cause the lines that crept under his kindly eyes and around the corners of the firm mouth. He was rich, as army men go, but his heart was sorely wrenched. He went abroad when the Indian campaigns were over, and rejoined while his comrades were on the Pacific coast, and became the delight of the children and the children's mothers. Captain Santa Claus they called him at Walla Walla and Vancouver, where he was the life of those garrisons; and while men honoured and women waxed sentimental towards him, it was the children who took possession of the tall soldier and made his house their home, who trooped unbidden all over it at any hour of the day, and made it the garrison playground when the rainy season set in and drove them to cover. And then, after their 4 years in the Columbia country, the regiment crossed the big range, and wonder of wonders, headquarters and 6 troops, one of them Ransom's, were ordered to Fort Rains. He was again on long leave when the change of station occurred, and the widow drew a long breath. She found life very different, with her father's old friends and hers removed. As the children grew in years, their needs increased. She sold the stock and much of the land of the ranch, keeping only the homestead and the patch around it, but she was glad to find employment at the fort as teacher of the piano and singing. She played well, but her voice was glorious and had been carefully trained. The news that he was coming had given her a shock. It was more than 8 years since she had seen him. It was more than 5 since she had briefly answered the letter he wrote her on hearing of her husband's death. It was so manly, sympathetic, and so full of something he knew not how to express, a longing to shield her from want or care. She had gently but firmly ended it all. And yet she was bitterly poor now. Handsomer than ever, said the officers who knew her in the old days, still wearing her mourning, and looking so tall and majestic in her rusting weeds. She was a woman whose form and carriage would be noticeable anywhere, tall, slender, graceful, with a certain slow, languorous ease of motion that charmed the senses. Her face was exquisite in contour and feature, a pure type of blonde, blue-eyed Saxon beauty, with great masses of shimmering golden-brown hair. No wonder Ransom felt a thrill when he looked into Maudie's eyes. The child was her mother in miniature. At 27, with all her trials, Mrs. Carleton was a lovelier woman than in her maiden radiance at 18. What she had gained in strength and character through her years of poverty and self-abnegation God alone knew, and he had been her comforter. For nearly a year the garrison children had been going into town for school, an excellent teacher having been secured in the East, and Mrs. Carleton eagerly embraced the chance of sending hers. She could no longer afford a nurse to look after the wee one. She could not take her on her daily round of lessons, and her infantry friends had gladly seen to it that the little Carletons were carried to and fro with their own. So, too, when the cavalry came, had Colonel Cross assured her that the ambulance should always come for them and bring them back to the post. Everybody wanted to be kind to her, or said so at least, but the ladies were all new and strange. She had never been the pet among them she was in her own regiment. They had not known and loved her father as had the colonel. They had heard of handsome Phil Carleton, as who had not, but they had heard of Hal Ransom's old-time devotion to her, and now he would soon be back. Rich, growing gray, everybody's friend, the children's idol. Oh, what if she should set that widow's cap for him now? The possibility was appalling. And Christmas was coming, and the children had been weaving glowing pictures of the bliss to be theirs because Captain Santa Claus was homeward bound, and little Maud was listening with eager ears, and her blue-eyed brother in silent longing. The boy was his mother's knight and champion. She took him into her confidence and told him many of her troubles, and time and again, after Maudie was asleep, the two were rocking in the big armchair in front of the hearth, the little fellow curled up in her lap, his arms around her neck, his ruddy cheek nestled against hers, that looked so fragile and white by contrast. He knew how hard a struggle Mamma was having in keeping the wolf from the door, and he was helping her, little hero that he was, wearing uncomplainingly the patched knickerbockers and cowhide boots, wearing in soldier silence the thoughtless jeers of his schoolmates, and taking comfort in the fact that sensitive little Maud was always prettily dressed. She had been petted from babyhood, for scarlet fever had left her weak and nervous. And so the coming of glad Christmastide was not to them the source of boundless joy it seemed to others. For days Maud had been coming home from school full of childish prattle about the lovely things the other girls were going to have. Couldn't she have a real wax doll with truly eyes and hair that would sing and say "Mama"? And a doll house with kitchen, and a real pump and stove in it, and dining room and parlour, and lots of lovely bedrooms upstairs, and a doll carriage like Mabel Vane's, with blue cushions, and white wheels and body, and umbrella top? She was tired of her old dollies and her broken wagon. Why didn't people ever give her such beautiful things? If she was very good and wrote to Santa Claus, wouldn't he bring her what she wanted so very, very much? Poor Mrs. Carleton! Do our hearts ever ache over our own troubles as they do over the longings of our little ones? She promised Maud that Santa Claus would bring the very thing she craved, and now she knew not how to fulfil her pledge. Commissary and butcher bills were still unpaid, and she so hated to ask even for what was due her. It is such an old, homely, heart-worn story, that of Christmas yearnings that must be unfulfilled. We lay down our cherished plans with a sigh of resignation, but when baby eyes and baby lips are pleading, God forgive us if we are not so humbly patient, if we accept our burden not without a murmur, or yield not without a struggle. She had other sore perplexities. She well knew she must meet Hal Ransom. 2 days had elapsed since Phil had told her of the reception accorded him, and Maud had preferred her complaint against her brother for being so mean to her in not taking the money and giving her a treat. Heaven! How the widowed soul hugged her boy to her bosom that night, and kissed and blessed and cried over him. Come what might, he should have a Christmas worth remembering for his remembrance of her. She had long planned to send to Chicago for a handsome suit to replace the worn and outgrown knickerbockers. It would have crushed her to think of her boys taking money from him, of all people, no matter what the Forties did. Then came the question as to how she would meet him. Go to the fort she had to every day, and meet they must. It was not that he would be obtrusive. He was too thorough a gentleman for that, and her last letter to him was such that he could not be. It was written in the ecstasy of her bereavement, when she was hiding even from herself the faults and neglects of the buried Philip to whom she had given her girlish love. With lofty spirit she had told him she lived only to teach her children to revere their father's memory, and that she could never think of accepting aid from anyone, though she thanked him for the delicacy and thoughtfulness of his well-meant offer. She had asked herself many a time in the last year whether, if it were to be done again, she could find it in her heart to be quite so cold and repellent. She wondered if he had ever heard that the last year of her handsome Philip's life had been devoted more to other women than to her. She could not tolerate the idea that he, above all, should suppose that between Philip and herself all had not been blissful, and that she had been neglected not a little. And yet was she unlike other women that just now her toilette received rather more thought than usual, and that she wondered would he find her faded, changed. They met, as men and women whose hearts hold weightier secrets must meet, with the ease and cordiality which their breeding demands. Scene there was none, but she saw, and saw instantly, what she had vainly striven to teach herself she was utterly indifferent to, that in his eyes she was no more faded than his love in hers. She could have scourged herself for the thrill of life and youth it gave her. That night little Philip was hugged closer than ever. He had been telling her how the captain was moving into his new quarters, and the children trooped over there the moment they got back from school, and would not ask them, because they were infantry, and Maud cried, and the captain himself came out and took her in his arms, and carried her, and made him come too, and they all had nuts and raisins and apples, and the captain was just as kind to them as though they were cavalry. More, too, for he kept Maudie on his knee most of the time, and wanted us to stay, but we had to go and meet Mamma. And he said that was what made him proud of me from the first, because I was so true to you, mamma," said Phil. "I suppose because I wouldn't take his half-dollar." She was silent a moment, pressing her lips to his cheek, and striving hard to subdue the tears that rose to her eyes. She had something to ask of her boy that was hard, very hard, yet it had to be done. "You were right, Philip. It would have hurt mamma more than words can tell had you taken money from anyone. We are very poor, but we can be rich in one thing, independence. Mamma has not had much luck this year. It seemed all to go with papa's old regiment. But we'll be brave and patient, you and mamma, and say nothing to anybody about our troubles. We'll pay what we owe as we go along, won't we, Phil?" "I wish I could help some way, mamma." "You can, my soldier boy." He looked up quickly and patted her cheek, then threw his arm around her neck again. Something told him what it would have to be. "Maudie is a baby who cannot realize our position. Philip is my brave little knight and helper. It is so hard for mamma to say it, my boy, but if we buy what she longs for at Christmas, there will be nothing left for the skates, and I know how you want them, and how many other things you ought to have. You have helped mother so often, Phil. Can you help her once more?" For all answer he only clung to her the closer. And now holiday week was near at hand. It was Friday, and school would close that afternoon, and for 2 blessed, blissful weeks there would be no session at all. Christmas Day would come on Tuesday, and the Forties were running riot in the realms of anticipation. They hugged each other and danced about the street when the express agent told them of the packages that were coming almost every day for Captain Ransom, and the little townies, who were wont to protest they were glad their papas weren't in the army, were beginning to show traitorous signs of weakening. It was a sore test if every regiment had its own Santa Claus, as the Forties said. And older heads were noting that for some time Captain Ransom drove not so much townward up the valley as down, and that there was a well-defined sleigh track from the lower gate over to the ranch. Officers coming up from the stables were quick to note the new feature in the wintry landscape, and to make quizzical comment thereon. Then on Sunday, the 3rd in Advent, a heavy snowstorm came up during the morning service, and the wind blew a blizzard. It was only a few weeks after the captain's arrival, but his handsome roans were well known in the valley already, and the ladies looked at each other and nodded significantly as they saw the team drawn up near the chapel door when the congregation came shuddering out into the cold. Mrs. Colonel Cross, who had a charming young sister visiting her for the holidays, and Mrs. Vane, whose cousin Pansy had come over from her brother's station at Fort Whittlesey, had both offered Ransom seats in their pews until he chose his own. But he had chosen his own very promptly, and it was well down the aisle opposite that to which Mrs. Carleton had humbly retired after her father's death. As a consequence, the higher families reached the door only in time to see the captain bundling the widow and her little ones in his costly robes and driving away through the whirling storm. That night the wind died away, the snow fell heavily, and all the next day it lay in silent, unruffled, unfurrowed beauty over the broad level below the fort. And though the captain's sleigh went townward towards evening, and the butcher's bob tore an ugly groove along the lower edge, there was now no trail other than the footpath along the willow-fringed river bank joining the garrison with the widow's gate. When Friday came, and the plain was still unfurrowed, Fort Rains was unanimous in its conclusion: Captain Ransom had offered himself again and been rejected. The households of Vane and Potts, and the ladies at least at the colonel's, breathed freer. Captain Ransom was invited to Christmas dinner at all 3 places, and begged to be excused. He explained that he purposed having all the children at his house from 8 to 10 for general frolic that evening, and would not the ladies come over and see the fun? Mrs. Vane and Pansy were for changing their dinner hour to 5 o'clock, if thereby the captain could be secured, and Vane sounded him, but without the hoped-for result. He would have to be at home, he said. Mrs. Carleton was narrowly watched. Women who had been disposed to treat her coldly could have hugged her now if they could be sure she had really refused the best catch in the cavalry, and left a chance for someone else. But Mrs. Carleton gave no sign, and she was a woman they dared not question. What staggered the theory of renewed offer and rejection was the warmth and cordiality of manner with which they met in public, and they met almost daily. There was something that seemed to shatter the idea of rejection in the very smile she gave him and in the reverence of his manner towards her. Estrangement there certainly was none, and yet he had been going over to the ranch every day, and his visits had suddenly ceased. Why? They scanned his face for indications, but, as Mrs. Vane put it, he always was an exasperating creature. You could no more read him than you could a mummy. Monday before Christmas had come, and Colonel Cross, trudging home from his office about noon, caught sight of the tall and graceful figure of Mrs. Carleton coming towards him along the walk. He was about to hail her in his cheery style, when he saw that her head was bowed and that she was in evident distress. Even while he was wondering how to accost her, she put him out of doubt. Her lips were twitching and her cheeks were flushed. Tears were starting in her eyes, but she strove hard to command herself and speak calmly. "You were so kind as to order the special for me this morning, Colonel, but I shall not need it. I cannot go to town." He knew well that something had gone wrong. Blunt, rugged old trooper that he was, he had been her father's intimate in their cadet days, and he wanted to befriend her. More than a little he suspected that hers was not a path of roses among the ladies at Rains. In his presence they were on guard over their tongues, but he had not been commanding officer of several garrisons for nothing. "Mrs. Carleton," he impetuously spoke, "something's amiss. Can't you tell an old fellow like me and let me settle things? Surely it is something I can do." She thanked him warmly. It was nothing in which he could be of service, she declared, trying hard to smile. She was a little upset and could not go to town. But he saw she had just come from Mrs. Vane's, and he knew that estimable and virtuous woman thoroughly, and drew his conclusions. Whatever was wrong, it was not unconnected with her monitions or ministrations, of that he was confident. As for Mrs. Carleton, she turned quickly from the fort, and took her lonely, winding way among the willows to her valley home, a heartsick woman. Counting her ways and means, she had found that to pay for the items she had promised Maud and had ordered for her boy, the latter being the suit sent C.O.D. from Chicago, she would have to ask a favor of her patrons at the fort. She had arranged with the proprietor of the big variety store in town that he should set aside for her a certain beautiful doll and one of the prettiest of the doll carriages, and that she would come and get them on this very afternoon. To meet her bills and those expenses, and that there might be no disappointment, she had addressed to the parents of her few pupils a modest little note, enclosing her bill, and asking as a kindness to her that it might be paid by Saturday the 22nd. Courteous and prompt responses had come from all but two, and with the money thus obtained she had settled her little household accounts. Mrs. Vane and Mrs. Potts, however, had vouchsafed no reply, and it was to the mothers, not the fathers, her notes had been addressed. On Monday morning, therefore, when she went to give Miss Adèle her lesson, she ventured to ask for Mrs. Potts, and Mrs. Potts was out, spending the day at Mrs. Vane's. So thither she went, and with flushing cheeks and deep embarrassment, inquired if the ladies had received her notes. Mrs. Potts had, and was overcome, she said, with dismay. She had totally forgotten, and thought it was next Saturday she meant, and now the captain had gone to town, and there was no way she could get at him. Then came Mrs. Vane's turn. Mrs. Vane, too, had received her note, but she was not overcome. With much majesty of mien, she told the widow that she always paid her bills on the last day of the quarter, and that her husband was so punctilious about it, and so methodical, that she never asked him to depart from the rule. Mrs. Carleton strove hard to keep down her pride and the surging impulse to cry out against such heartless superiority of manner and management. There was a tinge of reproach in the plea she forced herself to make for her baby's sake. "You know there are no more lessons this term, Mrs. Vane. My work is done, and I so needed it for Christmas, or I would not have asked." And she smiled piteously through the starting tears. Mrs. Vane was sorry, very sorry. She could hardly ask her husband to depart from his lifelong practice, even if he were here, and he, too, had gone to town. Yes, everybody seemed to have gone or sent to town for Christmas shopping. Her little ones were alone in having no one to buy for them. Harold Ransom, too, was going, for she saw the handsome roans come dashing up the drive as she rose with a burning sense of indignity to take her leave. She came upon Miss Pansy in the hallway, all hooded and furred, and beaming with bliss at the prospect of a sleigh ride to town, behind the roans, no doubt. Never mind that now. Her heart was full of only one thought, her baby's. Where were now her long-cherished schemes? All Fort Raines was blithe and jubilant over the coming festivities. Maud was wild with anticipation. And she alone who had worked so hard and faithfully that her children might find joy in their Christmas awaking, she alone had seen her hopes turn to ashes. In her pride and her vehement determination to be beholden to no one, she would seek no help in her trouble. She went home, asking only to be alone, thankful that the children were spending the day with friends in the garrison, and could not be there to see the misery in her eyes. Full an hour she gave to her uncontrollable grief, locked in her room, sobbing in utter prostration. Her eyes were still red and swollen, she was weak, trembling, exhausted, when the sudden sound of hoof-beats roused her. The blood flew to her cheeks. Despite her prohibition then, he was here. He had come again, and something told her he had fathomed her trouble, and would not be denied. She heard the quick, firm tread upon the steps, the imperative rat-tat-tat of the whip-handle on the door. She could have called to her faithful slave, Mrs. Malloy, the striker's wife, who had known her from babyhood, and bidden her tell the captain she must be excused, but it was too late. Bridget Malloy had seen her face when she came home, had vainly striven to enter her room and share her sorrow, had shrewdly suspected the cause of the trouble, and through the keyhole had poured forth voluble Hibernian fealty and proffers of every blessed cent of her savings, but only to be implored to go away and let her have her cry in peace. Even had Mrs. Carleton ordered her to deny her to the visitor, it is probable that Mrs. Malloy would have obeyed her own instincts. "Sure, it's glad I am to see the captain," was her prompt greeting, "and it was a black day that ever let you go from her. Come right in and I'll call her to you. It's all broke up, she is." And so she had to come. There he stood in the little sanctuary, where Philip in photographed beauty beamed down upon her from over the mantel, and Philip's rusting sword hung like that of Damocles by the fragile thread of sentiment that bound her to the past. There he stood with such a world of tenderness, yearning, sympathy, and suppressed and passionate love in his dark eyes. She came in, almost backward, striving to hide her swollen and disfigured face. He never strove to approach her. With one hand on the mantel, he stood gazing sorrowfully at her. With one hand on the doorknob, with averted face, she silently awaited his words. "I have disobeyed you, Kate, though I left my sleigh and came on Roscoe. I have tried to accept what you said 8 days ago, but no man on earth who has heard what I have heard today could obey you longer. No, listen," he urged, as she half turned, with silencing gesture. "I'm not here to plead for myself, but my heart is breaking to see you suffering, and to think of your being subjected to such an outrage as that of this morning. Of course I heard of it. I made them tell me. The colonel had seen your distress, and told me you had abandoned the trip to town. I found out the rest. Yes, Mrs. Carleton, if you so choose to term it, for she had turned with indignant query in her eyes, I pryed into your affairs. Do you think I can bear this, to know you are in want? For want it must be, or you'd never have stooped to ask that vulgar, purse-proud, patronizing woman for money. Do you think I can live here and see you subjected to this? By heaven! If nothing else will move you, in Philip's name, in your children's name, let me lift this burden from you. Send me across the continent if you like. I'll promise to worry you no more, if that will buy your trust. I've lived and borne my lot these 8 or 9 long years, and can bear it longer if need be. What I can't bear and won't bear is your suffering from actual poverty. Kate Carleton, won't you trust me? How can I be your debtor, Captain Ransom? Ask yourself, ask anyone, what would be said of me if I took 1 cent from you? I do thank you. I am grateful for all you have done and would do. Oh, it is not that I do not bless you every day and night for being so thoughtful for me, so good to my little ones. It wasn't for myself I was so broken today. It was for my babies. Oh, I cannot tell you. And now she broke down utterly, weeping hysterically, uncontrollably. In the abandonment of her grief she threw her arms upon the wooden casing of the doorway, and bowed her head upon them. 1 instant he stood there, his hands fiercely clenching, his broad chest heaving, his bronzed, honest, earnest face working with his weight of emotion, and then, with uncontrollable impulse, with 1 bound he leaped to her side, seized her slender form in his arms, and clasped her to his breast. In vain she struggled. In vain her startled eyes, filled with resolute loyalty to the old faith, blazed at him through their mist of tears. He held her close, as once again, despite her struggles and her forbidding words, he poured forth his plea. You can take it, and you must take it. For your own sake, for your children's sake, even for his, give me the right to protect and cherish you. I don't ask your love. Oh, Kate, be merciful. And then, fatal inspiration, but the face he loved was so near. He never would have done it had he thought. It was only as utterly unconquerable an impulse as his wild embrace. His lips were so tremulous with entreaty, with love, sympathy, pleading, pity, passion, everything that impelled and nothing that restrained, that with sudden sweep they fell upon her flushed and tear-wet cheek, and ere he knew it, he had kissed her. There was no mistaking the wrath in her eyes now. She was free in an instant, and bidding him be gone. He begged hard for pardon, but to no purpose. She would listen to nothing. Go he must. His presence was insult, and he left her panting with indignation, a vengeance-hurling goddess, a wild-eyed Juno, while he at full gallop went tearing through the snowdrifts, recklessly, dolefully, yet determinedly, back to the post. In half an hour he was whipping to town. When sunset came and the evening gun awakened the echoes of the snow-shrouded valley, and the red disk went down behind the crested bluffs far up the stream, a sleigh came out from the fort, and Captain Vane, with curious mixture of cordiality and embarrassment, restored Phil and Maud to the maternal roof, and begged to hand her the amount due from him and from Captain Potts for family tuition. He had only heard, accidentally, a few minutes before, of her request, and wasn't there something else he could do? Would she not go to town with him to-morrow morning? She thanked him. She hardly knew what to do. Here was the money at last, but it was Christmas Eve now, and there was no time to be lost, and town lay full 6 miles away. Perhaps she wished a messenger now, suggested the captain. He would send in a mounted man gladly. Knowing no other way to secure her treasures for her little ones, she breathlessly accepted his offer, briefly explained the situation, and told him how she longed to have the presents there, with the trifles she had made for them, to greet their eyes with the coming day. The messenger could go to the store and get the coveted doll and carriage, there would surely be sleighs from the fort that would bring them out for him, and he would find the box from Chicago at the express office, and could pay the charges and sign the receipt on her written order to the agent. It was arranged in a moment, and with reviving hope she gave the children their tea and strove to get them early to bed. 10 o'clock came. The little ones were at last asleep. She had filled the stockings with such inexpensive but loving remembrances as she could afford, and had tottered dangerously near the brink of another flood of tears when Malloy and his wife came in, the one with a box of tools for Phil, the other with a set of china for the doll house. She had finally bidden those faithful friends good night, and having arranged the few gifts she had for the children, she threw over her shoulders a heavy shawl and went to the gate to listen for the messenger's return. It was a perfect night, clear, still, and sparkling. The moon shone brightly upon the glistening mantle of snow, and tinged with silver the pine crests across the stream. Westward on a little rise were the twinkling lights of the fort. Far beyond, far up the narrowing valley, other lights, dim and distant, marked the position of the town. She could hear the faint, muffled sound of shots with which the benighted but jubilant frontiersmen were hailing the coming of the sacred anniversary, like some midwinter 4th of July, with exuberant and explosive hilarity. Then, nearer at hand, soft, sweet, and solemn, there floated out over the valley the prolonged notes of the cavalry trumpet, sounding the signal, "Lights out," the good night of the garrison. Then all the broad windows of the barracks were shrouded in sudden gloom. Only in the quarters of the officers, on the opposite side of the parade, were the lights still twinkling. In one of them, nearest the gate, high up aloft, and close under the gables, there gleamed a brighter light than all the others. Even in the chilly air she felt the rush of blood to her cheeks. That was Ransom's house. She well knew he had chosen it, farthest from the quarters and stables of his troop, simply because it was at the end of the row, overlooking the valley, and nearest her. 2 weeks since he had said to her that he could not rid himself of the thought of her isolation. Though off the beaten track a full 3/4 mile, and within long carbine range of the sentries, she was still far away, almost unprotected. Though Indians were no longer to be feared, there were such things as tramps and blackguards in the settlements. She laughed at his fears. She had lived there 3 years, and never heard a sound at night other than the occasional howl of a coyote and the distant watch cry of the sentries. She had brave old Malloy with his gun, and Bridget with her tongue and nails. She had Philip's sword, her own brave spirit, and her boy. What had she to fear? All the same, struggle against it though she would, it was sweet to hear his anxious questioning. Even if unmolested by marauders, something might go wrong. Maudie have croup, a kerosene lamp burst. She might need help. Who knew? "I shall put a bright lamp and reflector in the little round garret window every night as soon as I get home," he said, "and should you ever be in danger or need, throw a red handkerchief over your biggest lantern and show it at the top window. If the sentries don't see it at once, fire Malloy's gun." She promised laughingly, though repudiating the possibility. She had told herself that Philip's spirit was all the protection she needed. But the night landscape of the valley, the night lights at the fort, had acquired of late an interest they never knew before. She would have scourged herself had she believed, she would have stormed at anyone who suggested that she went to look for his light, but if ever it failed to be there, at 10 or 11 or later, she knew it. Whatever might be his evening occupation at the fort, a dinner, a card party, officers' school, non-com's recitation, it was his habit on reaching home to go at once to the garret and post his sentinel light. What would he not have given for an answering signal? And there was the light now. He was home then, and despite her anger and his banishment, he was faithful. Christmas Eve, and only 10, and he was home and watching over her. She was still quivering with wrath at him for that ravished kiss, at least she told herself she was, and had told him a great deal more. Was it quite fair to drive him from her home as she had, when Phil was so fond of him, and Maudie loved him so, and he was so devoted to them? What could he be doing at home so early? There was a party at the adjutant's, she knew. She had been obliged to decline. She had 3 invitations for Christmas dinners, and had said no to all, gratefully. There were many who wanted to be kind to her, but she had only one dress she considered fit to wear, so too had little Maud, and as for her brave boy Phil, he had nothing, unless the suit from Chicago came in time. Without that he could not go to the captain's Christmas tree. Why did not the messenger return? She was becoming feverishly anxious. It was too cold to remain out of doors. She entered and paced fitfully up and down her little parlour. She went in and bent over her sleeping children, and rearranged the coverlets with the noiseless touch of the mother's hand. She leaned over and kissed them softly, and now that her surcharged nature had had free vent, and the skies were cleared by the morning storm, she felt far gentler, happier. Her cry had done her good. Her hopefulness was returning, but not the messenger. What could detain him? Where could he be? It was 11, and long after, when at last she sighted a shadowy horseman loping across the moonlit plain, and slowly he dismounted at her gate and came to her, empty-handed. He was a soldier of Vane's troop, and his tale was doleful. He had been set upon in a saloon, robbed and beaten. The money was gone. He had brought back nothing but bruises. As a consolation, he imparted the fact that 'twas too late to get the doll and carriage. The last ones had been sold that evening, as she had not come to claim them. Then he had stepped in to take a drink, because he was cold, and then the catastrophe had occurred. True or false as might be the story, there was no doubt of the veracity of that portion which referred to the drink. Conscious that it was too late to do anything at this hour, she simply dismissed him, bidding him go at once to the post, barred and locked her door, and sat down, stunned and heartsick. This, then, was the joyous Christmas for which she had worked so long and hard. She raised her arms in one last appeal to heaven, then threw herself upon her knees beside her little ones, and buried her face in her quivering hands. What would their early waking bring to them now but disappointment? For half an hour she knelt there, helpless, stunned; then lifted her head, startled. Someone was fumbling at the storm door. With her heart in her throat, she listened, incredulous, fearful, then convinced. The boards creaked and snapped beneath a heavy, stealthy tread. She heard beyond doubt a muttered question, a reply. There were 2 of them, then. All was darkness in her parlour now. Only the light burned in the children's room. Her heart bounded, but she stole, despite trembling knees, noiselessly into the parlour, stooped and peered through the slats, and, sure as fate, 2 men, burly, muffled so that they were unrecognizable, were bending down at the storm house in front of her parlour door. Quickly she rose, scurried through the parlour, up the stairs to the room above the kitchen, where she rapped heavily at the door. "Malloy! Malloy!" she cried. No answer but a snore and heavy breathing. She rattled the knob and called again, this time with success. "Who is it?" was the startled challenge. "It is I, Mrs. Carleton. Quick, Malloy! 2 men are trying to break in at the front door." She heard the bound with which the old soldier leaped to the floor. She ran into the front room. One quick glance showed her ransom signal light blazing across the mile of snow. One moment more, and, muffled in red silk, her biggest lantern swung glowing in the window. Then down the stairs she hurried to her children, just as Malloy with his carbine and Bridget with a 6-shooter swept gallantly into action. She heard his fierce summons, "Who stands there?" and listened breathlessly. No response. "Who dare, I say?" Dead silence. Not even scurrying footsteps. She crept to the window and peered out. No one near. She raised the sash, threw open a shutter, and gazed abroad. The little piazza was deserted, unless both were hiding inside the storm house. No, see, over amongst the willows by the stream there were shadowy figures and a sleigh. "They've gone, Malloy. They are up the river bank with a sleigh," she called. and then she heard him furiously unbarring the parlour door, preparatory to a rush. She heard it swing open, an impetuous sally, a collision, a crash, the clatter of a dropped carbine against the surrounding woodwork, a complication of anathemas and objurgations from the dark interior, and then a dialogue in choice Hibernian. "Are you hurted, Terence?" "I am. Bad scran to the blackguards that left their thrunk behind 'em." "Trunk? What trunk?" She bore a light into the parlour and revealed Malloy, with rueful visage, doubled over a big wooden box planted squarely in the doorway. Robbers, indeed! Mrs. Bridget whisked him out of the way, ran and closed the children's door, and in another moment had lugged the big box into the parlour and wrenched away the top. The two women were on their knees before it in an instant. First they dragged forth a great flat paper box, damp and cool and moist, and this the widow opened tremblingly. A flat layer of white cotton, dry, then paper, a flat layer of white cotton, moist, and then peep upon the fresh green coils of smilax, rich with fragrance, sweet, moist, dewy, exquisite, lay store upon store of the choicest flowers, rosebuds and rose blossoms in cream and yellow and pink and crimson, carnations in white and red, heliotrope and hyacinth, and fairest pansies, and modest little violets, and gorgeous tulips, even great callas, the first flowers she had seen in years. "Oh, Captain Santa Claus, who taught you Christmas wooing? Where learned you such art as this?" Beneath the box was yet another, bearing the stamp of the great Chicago firm, sealed, corded, just as he had got it from the agent that evening, Phil's longed-for suit. She hugged it with delight, while tears started to her dancing eyes. How good he was! How thoughtful for her and for her little ones! There beneath was the very white doll carriage, blue lining, umbrella top and all, wherein reposed a wondrous wax doll, the like of which Maud had never dreamed. There was a tin kitchen with innumerable appendages. There was a glistening pair of club skates of finest steel and latest patent, the very thing that Phil so longed for and had so lovingly resigned. There were fur cap and gloves and boots for him, and such an elegant shawl for Mrs. Malloy. He could send them all he chose, and no offence, but to her, on her he could lavish only flowers. And then her Irish allies returned to their slumbers, and left her to the rapture of arranging the new presents and the contemplation of her flowers. And she was hugging the big pasteboard box and gloating over her treasures, when there was sudden noise without, a rush up the steps, and before she could drop her possessions, the door flew open, and in came a wild-eyed, breathless captain of cavalry, gasping the apparently unwarrantable query, "What's the matter?" For an instant she stared at him in astonishment. Holding tight her flowers, she gazed at his agitated face. "Nothing," she answered. "How could anything be wrong when you have been so—" But words failed her. "Why, your red light's burning," he explained. "I declare, I forgot all about it." Then another silence. He threw himself back in an armchair, breathing hard, and trying to recover his composure. Didn't you mean to signal for help?" he finally asked. "Yes, I did." An arch and mischievous smile now brightened her face. "When I swung it, I wanted you to come quick and drive yourself away." Then she put down her box and stepped impulsively towards him, two white hands outstretched, tears starting from her eyes, the colour surging to her lovely face. "Where can I find words to thank you, Captain Santa Claus?" He rose quickly, his face flushed and eager, his strong hands trembling. "Shall I tell you?" he asked. Her head was drooping now, her eyes could not meet the fervent love and longing in his. Her bosom heaved with every breath. She could only stand and tremble when he seized her hands. "Kate, will you take back what you said today?" She stole one glance into his passionate, pleading eyes, and her head drooped lower. "Can't you take it back, Kate?" A moment's pause. At last the answer. "How can I? Unless you take back what caused it." Never before had the little Carletons waked to such a radiant Christmas morning. Never had the Forties known so royal a Christmas tree. Never before was Uncle Hal so thronged with beaming faces and happy hearts. But among all the little ones whom his love and thoughtfulness had blessed, there was no face that shone with bliss more radiant, with joy more deep and perfect, than that of Captain Santa Claus. End of Captain Santa Claus by Charles King. End of A Christmas Miscellany 2018 by Various.